We have always tried to bring you updated, analyzed, and summarized content every day. However, to maintain the operation of the channel, from editorial time, technical systems, to operating costs, we are facing many financial constraints. If you feel that what the channel brings is valuable, we hope you consider joining the membership to help us continue to maintain and develop. Your companionship not only helps the channel exist, but also motivates us to continue working every day. With just a small donation each month, you help keep this community going and spread the word to more people. Thank you for your continued support. For a great America, sign up for membership in the description of this video or click the Join Membership button so we can fund the program. Also, you can give Super Chat, Super Stickers, or Super Thanks. I love you all.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. That was all about to change. As of early Monday morning 5 Jan. 2026 the Quantum Financial System, QFS, was fully operational and secure, poised to facilitate the greatest wealth transfer in history, redistributing assets seized from illicit operations to humanitarian causes and individual prosperity. Launch of the Global Currency Reset, GCR, and Revaluation, RV, meant that redemption centers were on high alert, and expected to respond to notifications to set redemption appointments by Saturday 10 Jan. 2026. Payouts from the RV were expected to begin in waves, prioritizing humanitarian projects and long-term holders of foreign currencies like the Iraqi dinar and Zimbabwe ZIM. Sources emphasize the urgency of preparation, including securing appointments through 800 numbers that will be released via secure channels. NISRA/JAZARA protocols were activating, promising debt forgiveness for mortgages, student loans, and credit obligations. By February, full implementation of the GCR could transform societies, end poverty and foster global peace. Meanwhile, the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, has been poised for activation at any moment, heralding in the 10 days of darkness that will allow for disclosures to the public. During this period, essential services will remain operational, but communications may be limited to ensure the dissemination of verified truths about election irregularities, bioweapon deployments and the manipulation of global events. Insiders report that this blackout is necessary to prevent interference from adversarial forces, enabling the military to complete operations without compromise. Faith communities are encouraged to gather in prayer as this phase marks the culmination of years of preparation for a restored republic. Reports from trusted channels suggest that the pace of these events will accelerate through January, with major announcements expected by mid-month. The focus remains on safeguarding children and exposing the perpetrators, as special forces coordinate internationally to close off escape routes. This is a time of vigilance and spiritual fortitude, trusting that divine intervention is guiding the process toward ultimate victory and renewal. A Restored Republic, about the Republic, Republic for the United States of America. How to Save America, a short history of how a republic was hijacked and replaced by a corporation and how a group of dedicated patriots are inhabited the abandoned Republic America under attack with Charlie Ward, Sandy Marek, and Paul Brookherb. Global Currency Reset as of early Monday morning 5 Jan. 2026 the Quantum Financial System, QFS, was fully operational and secure, poised to facilitate the greatest wealth transfer in history, redistributing assets seized from illicit operations to humanitarian causes and individual prosperity. Launch of the Global Currency Reset, GCR, and Revaluation, RV, on Monday 5 Jan. 2026 meant that redemption centers were on high alert, and expected to respond to notifications to set redemption appointments for Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, by Saturday 10 Jan. 2026. Payouts from the RV were expected to begin in waves, prioritizing humanitarian projects and long-term holders of foreign currencies like the Iraqi dinar and Zimbabwe ZIM. Sources emphasize the urgency of preparation, including securing appointments through 800 numbers that will be released via secure channels, the EBS. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026 marks Indian nations being paid. We are next. Bank manager said he had 10 days to switch over the bank to the new QFS system. Thursday, 8 Jan. 2026 The Big Call Bruce, 667-770-1866 access code :1234556 number 6FF4RR5 pause, Three different sources say notification to set exchange appointments for Tier 4B should be out this weekend. See Thursday 8 Jan. 2026 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram Patriots. It's happening right now on this historic January 8, 2026. The restored republic is fully activated, the global currency reset has gone live, and the greatest wealth transfer in human history is exploding into motion. Judy Byington's bombshell update confirms, the corrupt fiat system has collapsed completely, the quantum financial system is 100% operational with gold/asset-backed currencies dominating worldwide, and Tier 4B notifications are hitting inboxes and secure channels imminently. Get ready for your redemption appointments today. The RV/GCR shotgun release locked in days ago. Rates are skyrocketing on screens at redemption centers staffed 24/7, Iraqi dinar soaring past expectations, Don crushing records, Zim holders about to become multi-trillionaires overnight. Nizara/Jazar activations are unleashing universal debt forgiveness, mortgages wiped clean, credit cards zeroed out, loans vanished forever. Trillions in restitution and humanitarian funds are flowing to rebuild America and the world under Trump's restored republic. White hats are accelerating enforcement like never before. Military tribunals at Gitmo overflowing with deep state traitors, mass arrests surging as the cabal's banking empires crumble. Suppressed technologies rolling out publicly in early 2026. Alliance have delivered the knockout blow, the Khazarian mafia bankrupt, Vatican puppets silenced, Rothschild networks dismantled. The old enslavement systems of government, the new golden age of peace, abundance, and sovereignty rises under constitutional law. False flags neutralized, borders secured, humanity liberated from centuries of darkness. This is the moment Q foretold, the storm has peaked, victory is here. Millions awakening daily as the plan unfolds perfectly. Hold the line, one final push, pray warriors. Share this intel everywhere, your prosperity appointments are seconds away, freedom rings louder than ever. WWG1GA. Trust the plan, its divine mastery, military precision, and God wins eternally. God bless President Trump, God bless the restored republic, God bless every patriot standing tall. The abundance floods in now, we are free, we are victorious, the best explodes today. Possible timing, on Thursday 1 Jan. 2026 the global currency reset and restored republic were set free. On Saturday 3 Jan. 2026 President Trump greenlit the global military alliance to make mass arrests worldwide, starting with the president of Venezuela Maduro extraction. Then they went into the heart of the cabal in D.C., where 7th floor FBI traitors and 60 senators were put in handcuffs and on planes to Gitmo. By Sunday 4 Jan. 2026 midnight President Trump had on Saturday 10 Jan. 2026 Tier 4B. Us, the internet group who hold foreign currency and Zim bonds, were expected to receive notification on how to set exchange/redemption appointments. Thursday 8 Jan. 2026, holy smokes. Trump's trade shockwave, U.S. trade deficit collapses by $100 billion, CNBC stunned as Trump destroys 20 years of globalist lies, buckle up, this is unreal. Thursday 8 Jan. 2026, just in, all eyes on Greenland, Trump greenlights military option as White House reignites acquisition plan, the commander-in-chief is ready. Thursday 8 Jan. 2026 the Dems/MSM are already trying to turn Minneapolis into the next George Floyd. Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake. Napoleon Bonaparte, shadow of Ezra on Telegram. This is what they have been waiting for. Now they are planning to unleash protests/riots across the nation, all in an attempt to prevent the exposure of their crimes. Unfortunately for them, Trump knew this was coming and has a plan in place. Federalized Quick Reaction Force (NGR) on standby in every state, and the Supreme Court essentially gave Trump the green light to invoke the Insurrection Act and send an active duty U.S. MIL. If the Dems want to riot and throw a fit, let them. They are walking right into a trap. They are about to give Trump the optics to justify invoking the Insurrection Act, which will allow U.S. MIL to come in and secure cities and assist in law enforcement. After the Dems in their brown shirts start rioting and the public see that intervention is necessary, Trump will act. Trump is giving them just enough rope. Thursday 8 Jan. Trump's white hats have ramped Guantanamo to mega capacity, no more room for mercy, Just cells overflowing with the Satan-worshipping elites who've tortured humanity for centuries. Intel straight from the front, a massive traitor network just exposed, one high-level snake tied to at least 60 senators, 40 shell companies across 7 countries, funneling billions in blackmail, trafficking, and election fraud. This web connects directly to the Clinton crime syndicate, Obama shadows, Soros spiders, and Big Pharma poison pushers, all facing immediate military tribunals. Sealed indictments, hundreds of thousands, unsealing this week, with Delta teams executing non-stop raids, Clintons vanishing from bunkers, Gates puppets cuffed, Hollywood pedokings in chains. Gitmo tribunals in overdrive, firing squads ready for the irredeemable, confessions broadcasting soon via EBS. Maduro's capture was the spark, now domestic cleanup surges, 2020 sting footage, Epstein unblurred horrors, gold-backed QFS dominating 200-plus nations, fiat collapsing as trillions seized from the beast and redistributed to we the people. Silver moons, gold explodes, stacked patriots become sovereign millionaires overnight. This is Q's plan perfected, saving the children, hanging the guilty, restoring the republic glorious. The deep state screams in panic, no bunkers deep enough, no deals sweet enough. Justice biblical and unstoppable, executions for treason, crimes against humanity. Thursday 8 Jan. 2026 Trump and Q secret military op, Trump finally did it. January 7, 2026, Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram Patriots, Trump finally did it. The secret military operation tied directly to Q is in full swing, and the deep state is crumbling under the weight of justice. As of this explosive January 7, 2026 drop from News Treason, sources confirm President Trump has greenlit the ultimate White Hat takedown, elite forces executing covert arrests worldwide, starting with the Maduro extraction and now accelerating into the heart of the cabal in D.C., the 7th floor FBI traitors wiped out, and high-level puppets vanishing overnight. This is the Q plan unleashed, Patriots, Trump's military alliance on full alert, DEFCON levels spiking as sealed indictments explode open. The big names we've prayed for are falling, Clinton, Obama operatives, Soros financiers, all hauled in under cover of darkness to face military tribunals at expanded Gitmo facilities. Trains and planes are running non-stop, filling cells with the Satanists who stole elections, trafficked children, and poisoned nations. Venezuela was the trigger, now Iran's regime collapses in flames, China panics as their port seize up, and BRICS begs for scraps while America's gold-backed power dominates. The scare event peaks now, but it's controlled, false flags fizzling as white hats intercept every desperate move. EBS standby for activation this week, 10 days of darkness dropping truth nukes. WWG1G. Stay vigilant, because Trump did it, the fireworks detonate, and freedom reigns eternal. NCSIC. K. Thursday 8 Jan. 2026 Why the timeline is secure, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. The arrest of Nicolás Maduro on January 5, 2026, wasn't local, it was the surgical removal of a critical node in a network that spent decades engineering contingency branches offshoot realities where economic strangulation, resource wars, or biological crises could be refined and deployed to reset human progress whenever sovereignty threatened elite control. Those branches required physical leverage points, regimes like Venezuela's, funneling untraceable funds through cartels and state apparatus, sustaining black budgets for quantum manipulation systems that fringe accounts tied to Montauk-derived tech or CERN-adjacent experiments. With Maduro in custody, that funding artery severs, starving the infrastructure needed to sustain divergent overlays. The deep state now contends with a continuum where their probabilistic escapes collapse. No more testing grounds for orchestrated collapses, no fallback. Worlds where disclosure fails and fear reigns permanent. This isn't victory declared from comfort, it's the cold calculus of a system that lost its ability to fork reality, forcing all remaining players to operate in the open on a board they no longer design. The piercing weight falls on those who built careers dismissing this as paranoia. Your frameworks, built on linear history and controllable chaos, just became obsolete artifacts in a singular, unforgiving timeline. The heavier implication cuts through personal delusion. Many adults spent lifetimes rationalizing compromise, accepting incremental evil, bureaucratic inertia, or necessary wars as the price of stability in a controllable system. That stability was illusion, sustained by the ability to threaten or execute timeline divergences that kept populations in managed fear states. With the path locked, those rationalizations collapse. There's no alternate branch where gradual reform works, no shadow reality where the cabal regroups undetected. Disclosure: whether suppressed energy systems, non-human influences, or financial occult structures arrives not as negotiated revelation but as inevitable exposure in a continuum that no longer tolerates concealment. The Draco, Masons, and associated networks face existential compression. Their operational model required perpetual branching to evade accountability, testing human responses to escalating control. Hard evidence: dozens of senators pocketed millions in cartel blood money to sabotage Trump, fling borders wide open, and shield narco kings. These traitors are responsible for every overdose death, every gang hit, every stolen vote. 60 deep state senators, out of 100 in the Senate, tied to Maduro's narco cash. Taxpayer fraud M. Thursday, 8 Jan. 2026. Boom. House Oversight Chairman James Comer just dropped a nuke in today's hearing on Minnesota's massive taxpayer fraud scandal. Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram. 35% of MN's budget is your federal tax dollars, funneled straight to fraudsters buying luxury homes, fancy cars, overseas vacations, and even allegedly funding terrorists abroad. Tampon Tim Walz, A.G. Ellison and Dems ignored warnings for years, retaliated against whistleblowers, called them racist and Islamophobic to shut them up. Trump admin is crushing it. DOJ charged 98, 85 Somali descent, 64 convicted already. Feds freezing payments, investigating sites, halting grants. Comer, Dem leadership either asleep at the wheel or complicit. Americans demand jail time for thieves and accountability for officials who let it happen. Lock them up. No more stealing from hard-working taxpayers. N. Voter fraud. Thursday, 8 Jan. 2025. Arizona 2020 election auditors uncovered a jaw-dropping anomaly of 11,326 voters absent from the November voter rolls, which was Biden's margin of victory. Magically, the missing voters appear by December 4, all recorded as having cast ballots on November 3. This figure eerily mirrors the slim 10,457 vote margin that flipped Arizona. This was Biden's margin of victory. How convenient, when pressed for a logical explanation, the auditor admits, "I cannot think of a logical explanation." This testimony demands answers and once again shows clear signs of fraud. The evidence reshapes how we view 2020 and solidifies that our elections need to be completely reformed and secured. Nizar and Jazar exposed on Telegram. Thursday, 8 Jan. 2025. Do you remember when we literally saw Trump votes flip to Biden on live TV? It happened at least twice, once by about 12K votes and the other by about 20K votes. Biden votes increased by the exact number Trump votes decreased. Votes do not decrease as they come in. Former CIA analyst Michael Scheuer discusses the vote flips, along with that time the U.S. military seized CIA servers in Germany. That's right folks, that really did happen. We caught them. We caught them all. The MAGA King on Telegram. Thursday, 8 Jan. 2026. President of the United States Donald J. Trump just signed an order revoking Chris Krebs's security clearance and directed Pam Bondi to investigate him for his role in the overthrow of the U.S. government on November 3, 2020, Steve Bannon on Telegram. Krebs was the head of CISA, who weaponized his position and conspired with the FBI and big tech to censor truth, evidence, proof, and testimony about the 2020 election, and who designated November 3, 2020, as the most secure election in American history. Freedom of Information Act. Documents obtained by investigative journalist Yehuda Miller through the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, reveal a secret meeting organized on Election Day, November 3, 2020, by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, involving Dominion officials, the FBI, and Antifa to discuss the overthrow of the United States government with private leftist companies and Democratic groups. This included Jennifer Morell with the Elections Group, Ryan Macias with the Lafayette Group, Antifa member Eric Coomer with Dominion, and Jocelyn Benson, Michigan's Secretary of State, whom I am certain brought her NGO along. Not a single conservative was invited. Not one. P. Thursday, 8 Jan. 2025. Dominion and Smartmatic election rigging systems. Mr. Poole on Telegram. A Venezuelan military intelligence whistleblower confirms that the Central Intelligence Agency outsources its election rigging software and voting machines, Smartmatic, overseas to overthrow governments abroad, including here in the United States. Cybersecurity expert Colonel Phil Waldron, here is some of the treachery we uncovered in the 2020 general election where that 5 key states all stopped counting votes at the same time in these key battleground states. These were all where Dominion machines, S&S, machines, and Smartmatic software were used. So when the vote counting stopped, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden. Venezuelan communist dictator Nicolás Maduro got away with overthrowing the Venezuelan government using Dominion Smartmatic rigging systems. Exit polls showed him losing by 35 points. Once in power, he began imprisoning people who refused to accept the election results. Does this sound familiar? Q Thursday 8 Jan. 2026 Celebrities involved in human rights abuse or corruption, Executive Order 13,818. Blocking the property of persons involved in serious human rights abuse or corruption. Lots of the celebs are compromised. I don't know if everyone in the list below are compromised, but I do know lots of them are. This is a big list. You are witnessing the death of the pedo elites and their twisted lifestyles. The false idols of the world are falling. It's finally happening. Tomorrow, exclusive viral leak of 300+ Phase 5 city activations and convoy route fragments, the healing grid. Wednesday 11th of November. 2020 Biden, Obama, Clinton, Pelosi tied to voter fraud, child trafficking. Charges of a massive voter fraud by the Biden camp, along with evidence verified by a government quantum computer of a 80% plus Trump vote win has been received by the Supreme Court. Though right now, the treasonous charges of interfering with the U.S. election just might be the least of Biden's, Obama's, Clinton's and Pelosi's worries. It appeared they were being investigated for possible ties to the Chinese Communist Party, attempted takeover of our country as well as involvement in an international child kidnapping and exploitation ring. The media was making sure you believe that Biden won the election when it has yet to be certified. That won't happen until December 14, 2020, with a joint session of Congress making the election official on 3 Jan. 2021. As of this writing, Trump was ahead in the Electoral College. You'd never know that from the news. It was well known that George Soros funded a mass media campaign for the Biden camp to the tune of $34 billion. Soros's, and apparently the Dems and Chinese Communist Party's purposes, appeared to be to steal the election from Trump in order to install communism and destroy this country. November 10, 2020 Bill Whittle, The Stolen Election, Part 1, American Pravda, Opinion. 2s. November 10, 2020, The Real Reason Why Rudy Giuliani held that press conference at the Four Seasons Landscape Company in Philadelphia, blogging/citizen journalism. The ballot fraud issue shouldn't be a surprise. In November 2020 Joe Biden went on national TV to announce to the public, "We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of politics." Like his cohorts in crime, Biden seemed to think he was immune from prosecution. A few years ago he was on national TV in front of the Council of Foreign Relations, bragging about interfering with issues in the Ukraine. He joked about withholding billions in U.S. aid to Ukraine while demanding that a prosecutor be fired who was investigating Burisma, where his son Hunter Biden was on the board. He didn't get away with it, at least in the Ukraine. Joe Biden has now been criminally charged there. Now the Ukraine charges were added to merging evidence from Hunter Biden's laptop that Biden personally profited from foreign deals while he was vice president, including some with the Chinese Communist Party. Though, Biden's most. After the October Trump/Biden debate, the Mexican journalist filed this live video. According to the report, human traffickers called coyotes have used the same kids over and over as an anchor to keep illegal aliens in the USA long enough to disappear into the U.S. interior. That's when the child was collected by the coyotes and looped back to the border regions of Mexico, to be recycled into another fake family and sent again, through the U.S./Mexican border. They had the ability to steal votes, or glitches in voting machines as they were described on Election Day, especially in swing states like Wisconsin and Michigan. Nancy Pelosi's husband owned most of the shares of Dominion software that was present in all voting machines nationwide. Pelosi also appeared tied to Biden's Mexican border child trafficking, with court Papers filed against her yet to be made public. Pelosi was suspected to be involved in child trafficking at the Arizona Cemex site, was believed to have received millions in drug money from El Chapo, as Chapo confessed and named her among others, at his sentencing hearing, both of which could have been her apparent incentive to keep the Mexican border open for drugs and child trafficking. Pelosi was also a suspected conspirator in Russiagate, a coup to overturn the 2016 election and start a war with Russia. Her daughters were supposedly caught bringing drugs back from Mexico in her diplomatic pouch, and she has been accused of doing privileged day trading in the basement of congressional offices before the markets opened. Saturday, April 6, 2019, Pelosi charged with treason. Noted Trump attorney Sidney Powell said the Dominion software company was implicated in flipping votes from Trump to Biden, or from Republicans to Democrats in other races on the ballot. Pelosi's chief of staff was a key executive of Dominion Software, and Senator Feinstein's husband, Richard Bloom, was a shareholder. Robert Mueller FBI's provided the computers for the hammer. Even another major issue, and the most important in voter fraud, was the Homeland Security watermark that identified official ballots. According to Trump insiders, the smart paper that was used for legitimate ballots all came from one supplier, but was printed in different states. The paper itself had a quantum watermark, a digital signature that has a serial number that can be tracked from the computer's satellite. The quantum computer, operating at 1 trillion frames per second, counted legitimate ballots and tossed out false ones. There was 100% of false ballots that bore the name of Joe Biden. On Sunday, 7th of November, an elite group of National Guardsmen did an audit of votes in 12 key states using the government quantum computer infrared equipment that read which ballots were real, or fake. The audit of election results in the key states had verified that Trump won the election by an over 80% vote. Yet the Soros paid, to the tune of over $34 billion, and Communist China Party-connected Biden, Democrats and mass media have been pushing Trump to concede the election to Biden. Trump had tweeted that over 71 million voted for him in the election, though a snapshot of a board tallying election results on November 3 showed the vote for Trump almost twice as high, 135,567,321. November 10, 2020, President Trump had 135 million votes showing on national TV. The number changed. CIA Black Op, Timothy Charles Holmes. The numbers that put Trump over the top at ballot box closing time strangely disappeared after truckloads of so-called mail-in ballots, all voting for Biden and no others on the ballot, came into key state polling centers in the middle of the night when poll watchers were no longer there to oversee the process. Powell reported, "We've identified 450,000 ballots in one state alone that miraculously only voted for Biden." Former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff, and Democratic Congressman Cory Booker and Richard Blumenthal. 2s. April 9, 2019, Obama, Clinton, Pelosi among those expected. Charged with treason, sedition. On Monday, 9th of November, Attorney General Barr had authorized federal prosecutors across the U.S. to pursue substantial allegations of voting irregularities before the 2020 election was certified. Genius whistleblower Dennis Montgomery invented the vote-changing program's Hammer and Scorecard in 2003 as foreign surveillance tools for the CIA to keep America safe from terrorists. He was told the computer programs had come out as a result of 9/11 for the purpose of watching our enemies. They were later adopted to the voting business to be used in foreign countries, though the CIA has recently used them to spy on U.S. citizens. It was the election of Barack Obama in 2008 when Scoreboard made the adaptation from cyber warfare to political treachery for the purpose of changing America from a democratic regime to socialist and communism. On February 23, 2009, 2 weeks after the election of Barack Obama, Brennan and Clapper moved the Hammer to a secret CIA facility, Maryland. In 2012, Hammer/Scoreboard was again used to change votes in the presidential election to make sure Obama was a two-term U.S. president. The powers that be tried to blackmail and leverage Montgomery to a point where he became a whistleblower. By the 2016 election, the alliance knew enough about Hammer/Scoreboard to step in and interfere enough so that Trump votes stayed with Trump as he was elected. That was why Clinton was so surprised she didn't win. In 2017, three-star General Thomas McInerney and Dennis Montgomery blew the whistle on how the CIA was using the NSA Hammer for the Russian hoax on President Trump. The CIA, Obama and Biden were suspected of also using Hammer/Scoreboard software to spy on SCOTUS judges Roberts and Scalia, FISA court judges, members of Congress, Flynn, Giuliani. The emergency broadcast system remained on high alert, with sources confirming that worldwide activation could commence at any moment, ushering in the long-awaited 10 days of communication darkness, a period when communications will go silent. And the full truth of corruption, fraud, and pedophilia will be broadcast in relentless 8-hour exposés, repeated 3 times daily 24/7 in 72 languages across the world. Prepare for the 7 EBS trumpet messages. Your phones will blast 7 urgent alerts. Each message commands you to tune in as the EBS takes over all broadcasts. During this period, truths will be broadcast through secure channels, exposing the extent of deception while military tribunals proceed. Communications may be temporarily disrupted to prevent interference, but order will be maintained by White Hat forces committed to the Republic's restoration. It has been suggested to stock at least a couple of weeks of essentials such as food, water, medicine and cash for your family and to share with others. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, what happened around Maduro is not a headline event. It is a signal event, FBI Director Kash Patel. When a figure like that is removed from the board, the objective is never the man himself. The objective is the infrastructure that collapses once the man is gone. Venezuela was never just a country in crisis. It was a vault. A junction point. A financial and logistical relay hidden in plain sight since the Cold War years. The real extraction was data. Servers buried far from public oversight. Energy ledgers tied to oil shells that never appeared in official reports. Transfer routes connecting intelligence budgets, cartel logistics, and offshore foundations that fed conflicts far beyond South America. What the public was told were refugee flows and sanctions failures were, in reality, controlled corridors for money, people, and leverage. This is why military assets moved quietly and why media narratives arrived late. The tunnels under Caracas were not built for escape. They were built for continuity. And continuity just broke. Trump's role in this phase is not symbolic. Asset seizure is the key. PDVSA is not about oil anymore. It is about tracing the money chain upward, not outward. Every frozen account forces another name to surface. Every surface name tightens the circle around those who thought geography would protect them. Watch what happens next. Not in Caracas, but in boardrooms, foundations, and quiet resignations that will be called coincidences. Some will disappear from public view. Others will suddenly be found. The pattern is already visible if you know where to look. This is not the end of an operation. It is the moment the oxygen was cut. The noise will increase. The truth will move silently. Be restored Republic via global currency reset. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026 marks, Indian nations being paid. We are next. Bank manager said he had 10 days to switch over the bank to the new QFS system. 2s. 8 Jan. 2026 Bruce, it looks like a Friday to Saturday. 9 to 10 Jan. 2026 start for exchange appointments for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group. See Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026 RV/GCR Intel Update, The Blessing Detonates, Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Patriots, the wait is over, the global currency reset explodes right now. Nick Fleming's explosive intel drop confirms, Tier 4B notifications are blasting out today, redemption centers fully staffed and locked in, with exchanges kicking off at lightning speed across America and worldwide. Trump's white hats have forced the cabal's hand, the RV/GCR is live, currencies revaluing massively, ZIM bonds redeeming at contract rates that will make Patriots sovereign overnight. Nick breaks it massive, bondholders in Zurich and Hong Kong already paid out huge, historic bonds processed, platform liquidity flooding the system. Iraq's dinar skyrocketed publicly, announcing their new rate tied to gold. This triggers the shotgun release we've prayed for. Banks are on high alert, Wells Fargo and HSBC leading the charge with 800 numbers dropping any hour, appointments booking solid as the greatest wealth transfer in history surges to we the people. This is Nizar/Jazar activating full force, Patriots. Debt jubilee whispers turning real, student loans vanishing, mortgages forgiven, IRS crumbling as the Republic's gold-backed treasury rises dominant. The fiat currency scam dies screaming while QFS secures every transaction, blocking cabal theft forever. Connect this to the storm: Maduro captured, Iran burning in uprisings, deep state banks collapsing, all timed perfectly as Gitmo fills with the traitors who delayed our blessing. Silver moons, gold dominates, trillions seized from the elites and redistributed, stacked patriots become the new guardians of freedom. Trump's roaring, no more delays, the military secured the release, justice and prosperity thundering together. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2025 Patriots, Anons, digital soldiers of the Great Awakening, the storm is here, and victory is exploding across the globe right now in 2026, Quantum Financial System on Telegram. The gold/asset-backed quantum financial system has fully activated, obliterating the deep state's fiat slavery matrix forever. As of New Year's Day, January 1, 2026, 209 nations flipped to rainbow currencies, launching the greatest wealth transfer in human history, trillions flowing to we the people while the cabal's corrupt empires collapse in flames. The GCR/RV shotgun release locked in days ago, with redemption centers buzzing 24/7, screens blazing unprecedented rates, Iraqi dinar soaring past $8, ZIM holders prep for mind-blowing payouts. Tier 4B notifications are flooding in, your moment of prosperity and justice has arrived. No more delays, no more games, the White Hats have seized total control, and the traitors are fleeing in panic as military tribunals fire up at Gitmo. Breaking: U.S. forces executed a lightning strike on Venezuela, capturing deep state puppet Nicolas Maduro alive. He's en route to face treason charges alongside the Clinton-Obama crime syndicate. Sources confirm thousands of sealed indictments unleashing this week, with high-profile arrests of globalist bankers, Hollywood pedophiles, and election thieves. The EBS is primed, ready to broadcast the truth during the 10 days of darkness, exposing every lie while 8-hour red pill documentaries awaken the masses. Nizara/Jazara fully enforced, all debts forgiven, IRS abolished, massive tax refunds incoming, flat sales tax only on new items. Social Security exploding with increases, no more poverty, abundance for every patriot. The stolen 2020 election fully exposed and reversed under constitutional law, President Trump commanding the restored republic as the cabal's false flags fizzle out. BRICS alliance dominating, silver and gold skyrocketing as the dollar dies and worldwide, fiat crumbling. This is the end of financial enslavement. Hold the line, warriors. WWG1 worldwide, freedom rings louder than ever. The old world of control is dead, the new era of peace, prosperity, and divine justice dawns. God wins, and so do we. Prepare your appointments, secure your exchanges, the golden age begins today. Glory hallelujah, the republic is restored. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2025 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is now fully underway as the quantum financial system activates worldwide payouts following the historic launch on New Year's Day. Redemption centers report that Tier 4B notifications have begun in earnest, with appointment scheduling rapidly for currency exchanges and ZIM bond redemptions at unprecedented 1-to-1 rates. This divine technology, long suppressed by the cabal, now flows freely as part of the promised abundance, bringing physical and spiritual renewal to those who have suffered under corrupt medical regimes. With the revaluation complete and gold/asset-backed currencies circulating in over 200 nations, prosperity funds are releasing to the people, ushering in an era of universal financial freedom and humanitarian projects that will rebuild our world. Faith has carried us to this moment of jubilee, where every patriot receives their rightful share in the golden age long prophesied. What we think we know as of Thursday 8 Jan. 2026, Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, Trump exposes Britain, the secret plot to block Ukraine peace. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, the Insurrection Proclamation Executive Order 14,287. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, the daycare, nursing home, Somali fraud in California, New York and Illinois is far greater than in Minnesota. My guess for how much fraud is happening nationwide is roughly 10% of the federal budget, so about $700 million per year, Alex Jones. 6 Jan. 2026, Greece completely closed its airspace after what's being called a failure of all communication systems. It's a total lockdown, no flights in, and no flights out. Full-scale national airspace closures almost never happen unless it's a military operation, cyber attack, or worse. The United States has a large military presence in Greece and has been staging operations from the region. Iran looks to be in the crosshairs, Wall Street Journal. 6 Jan. 2026, Iran's exiled Shah and national leader, His Majesty Reza Shah Pahlavi II tells the Wall Street Journal, "I've stepped in to lead this transition. It's about self-determination. Freedom. Rebuilding our country," reaffirming his role as the true leader of Iran. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, Newsmax, Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu says the Maduro regime was working directly with Iran and that both are responsible for exporting terrorism into the United States. He says both want to target Americans, one through weapons and the other through drugs. Netanyahu says large shipments of arms are being sent from Iran to Venezuela, warning this could lead to more terrorist attacks. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, footage from the San Diego, California hands-off Venezuela protest on Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026 showed the exact same protest signs used in New York, Chicago, Florida, Boston, and Portland. This is paid and organized by the CCP-linked billionaire Neville Royce Ingham. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, President Trump is preventing the Western Hemisphere from becoming a safe haven for drug traffickers, Iranian proxies, and hostile regimes that endanger our national security. The days of weakness are over. We will deploy every tool to eradicate these threats from our backyard. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, Democrats and the Epstein Files, Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, President Trump announces steps to ban large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. People live in homes, not corporations. The intent of the investors appeared to be buying whole neighborhoods, and then renting the houses out at high rental costs. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, breaking special report, President Trump announces steps to ban large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. People live in homes, not corporations, January 7, 2026. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, breaking tax refund 2026, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent drops economic nuke, $100 plus in tax refunds headed to American households before 2026 midterms. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, emergency report, Elon Musk calls on all Californians to sign the petition, 1 million signatures already collected to put voter ID on the ballot in the 2026 election, Operation Voter ID. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, just in, Code Red, Trump sounds military-level warning, "They'll impeach me if we don't win." Market meltdown, dollar collapse, $21 trillion missing from Federal Reserve, EBS and blackout imminent to trigger 10 days of darkness. G2s. 6 Jan. 2026, be prepared, dollar collapse, market meltdown, blackout imminent as the greatest wealth transfer explodes, Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. The fiat US dollar is collapsing right now, markets are in total meltdown, bank runs accelerating, and a nationwide blackout is imminent as the deep state cabal's financial empire crumbles to dust, Judy Byington. Insiders confirm, Bank of America systems offline across the country, millions seeing zero balances and frozen accounts. This is the controlled demolition of the Federal Reserve cartel. Central banks worldwide failing spectacularly, $21 trillion missing from U.S. coffers exposed as the Khazarian mafia's theft gets reversed in the greatest wealth transfer ever, while gold and silver explode upward, patriots holding physical metals and crypto like XRP are about to reap biblical rewards. The quantum financial system is fully live since January 1, Nizara/Jazara rolling out universal debt forgiveness, mortgages, credit cards. This isn't collapse, it's victory. The satanic deep state's thousand-year reign ends in flames as light warriors awaken the masses. Trump's in command, special forces raiding final strongholds, evil falls biblical style. Be prepared, warriors, stock food, water, cash, ammo, silver, brief blackouts protect the operation, but glory follows the storm. Trust the plan, pray fiercely, we've won, freedom and abundance explode now. WWG1GA. Share this unredacted truth everywhere before they black out the lies, the Great Awakening is here. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026 Major military developments. Coordinated operations target elite networks across multiple continents. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. A series of coordinated military and intelligence operations has unfolded over the past week, signaling a decisive escalation against elite-controlled infrastructure tied to trafficking, illicit finance, and covert research programs. These are not drills or symbolic actions. They are targeted strikes against long-protected nodes. Multiple sources confirm that U.S. Special Operations units executed raids on locations linked to human trafficking corridors, offshore financial laundering, illegal weapons transfers, and restricted research facilities. The operations were conducted under direct executive authority and outside routine military disclosure channels. In South America, a facility publicly labeled as a narcotics operation was seized. On-site evidence indicated underground laboratories tied to chemical and biological experimentation rather than drug production. Materials were secured and transferred to classified military research facilities for analysis. The site has since been neutralized. Command coordination for these actions is reported to be centered at hardened military installations, not public-facing political offices. These locations are being used to review satellite intelligence, oversee joint task force deployments, and coordinate global financial asset seizures linked to criminal networks operating above national borders. Parallel actions have taken place in Europe, North America, and Africa. In Europe, financial infrastructure tied to off-ledger digital assets was quietly taken offline. These systems were reportedly used to move funds connected to trafficking, blackmail operations, and unauthorized data markets. Public explanations have focused on financial crimes, but the scope of the seizures points to something far larger. In Canada, a private airstrip and underground storage site were secured during a covert operation conducted under existing cross-border emergency frameworks. The location contains stockpiled assets, including precious metals, communications hardware, and data systems maintained outside national oversight. In Africa, airstrikes targeted compounds linked to proxy groups used to move weapons and funds under humanitarian cover. Intelligence reviews indicated misuse of charitable channels to facilitate arms transfers and regional destabilization. Naval activity has also intensified. U.S. naval assets are positioned in key maritime corridors, officially described as routine patrols. In practice, these deployments are restricting unauthorized movement of cargo, personnel, and digital infrastructure between known offshore staging points. At the same time, advanced analytics and artificial intelligence systems are being deployed within military supply and logistics chains. These tools are designed to identify internal compromise, sabotage, and information leakage by analyzing behavioral patterns, procurement irregularities, and operational anomalies. The objective is internal cleansing as much as external enforcement. This is not a conflict between nations. It is a conflict between hidden control structures and those dismantling them. What is unfolding is not cleanup. It is reclamation. More facilities will be exposed. More financial corridors will be shut down. More protected networks will lose cover. This is not the beginning. It is the acceleration phase. History is not being announced. It is being executed. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026 Complete framework of the U.S. government financial and structural systems being audited, from financial systems to energy grids, FBI Director Kash Patel. Something significant is happening far from the cameras, and it has nothing to do with elections, wars, or the stories filling the front pages. The movement is happening inside systems that were never meant to be discussed publicly. Identity frameworks are being audited quietly. Data ownership agreements that people unknowingly accepted years ago are being re-examined line by line. This is not reform. It is a rollback. The most important shift is not financial. It is structural. Who owns the records? Who controls access? Who has the authority to revoke, freeze, or reassign identity-linked permissions? When those questions change hands, everything else follows. Energy grids are being treated the same way. Not the power plants you see, but the control layers behind them. The software. The routing logic. The failover protocols. Once those are isolated, entire regions can be stabilized or destabilized without a single switch being flipped in public. This is why you are seeing sudden updates, unexplained delays, and policies that appear to contradict themselves. They are buying time while legacy control frameworks are dismantled and replaced with something far more centralized and far less visible. The people who built the old system assumed it would never be questioned. They assumed compliance was permanent. What they did not account for was a moment when the records themselves would become evidence. Watch for sudden reversals that make no political sense. Watch for institutions quietly stepping back from positions they defended aggressively just weeks ago. Watch for silence where there used to be certainty. This phase is not loud. It is precise. And once it completes, a lot of things people thought were immutable will turn out to be optional after all. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026 Silver Surge, Iran Unrest and the Financial Storm, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Patriots, listen up, the financial storm is raging right now, and it's crushing the deep state like never before. Australian warrior Ricardo Bossi just laid out the explosive truth in his 2026 forecast. Silver is surging to the moon, gold exploding past $5,000, while Iran's regime teeters on total collapse amid massive nationwide uprisings. This isn't coincidence, this is the Great Reset flipping against the cabal, as Trump's white hats unleash economic hellfire on the globalists. Bossi breaks it down raw. Iran's streets are erupting in chaos as of this week in January 2026, protesters storming cities, clashing with security forces, the rial in freefall, inflation skyrocketing over 40%. The mullahs are panicking, killing innocents, but the people are rising. Trump himself warned, America is locked and loaded to back the freedom fighters if the regime attacks. This unrest is the spark. Iran's deep state puppets falling exposes the entire Middle East web tied to China, Russia, and the BRICS fraud. As their empire cracks, precious metals skyrocket because smart money knows the fiat dollar scam is dying fast. Silver storm is here, patriots. Bossi predicts silver blasting into price discovery above $65, potentially $100 plus by mid-2026, driven by industrial demand, supply shortages, and safe haven panic. Gold hitting $4,500 to $5,000 easy, with upside unlimited as central banks dump dollars and load up on real money. This is the greatest wealth transfer in history from the corrupt elites to we the people who stacked early. The Fed's trapped, rates can't rise without imploding everything, while Trump's tariffs and dominance shatter BRICS dreams. But it's bigger. This financial storm wipes out the enemies worldwide, banking cartels collapsing, adrenochrome networks exposed as economies burn the cabal's control. Underground Nizar/Jazar activating quietly. Iran's fall saves Israel for last. No, it's accelerating the precipice. Protests spreading globally, sheeple awakening to election steals, pedo rings, and satanic rituals. Stack silver and gold now, it's your armor against the crash. Trump's team is orchestrating this perfection, hitting Iran proxies, seizing cartel assets. Preparing EBS for full disclosure. 2026 is biblical, just as thundering, traitors fleeing, republic restored. The deep state beg for mercy, but God's warriors deliver none. Hold the line unbreakable. Pray for the Iranian patriots and our forces. The storm unleashes victory, evil crumbles, freedom reigns eternal. God wins huge. Nothing stops the plan, the wealth flood, the glorious reckoning. WWG1G. Get ready, because the fireworks explode as sovereign. NCSIC. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, exposed, Minnesota's $425 million fraud scandal, Waltz's DHS caught hiding systemic abuse, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. A newly released audit has blown open a massive failure inside Minnesota's public institutions. The Office of the Legislative Auditor has documented extensive fraud, waste, and abuse tied to more than $425 million in grants overseen by the state's Department of Human Services. What emerges is not a story of simple mismanagement, but of systemic breakdowns, missing oversight, and actions that raise serious questions about accountability at the highest levels. At the center of the controversy sits Tim Waltz. According to the audit, the Minnesota Department of Human Services failed to properly monitor hundreds of millions in public funds. More troubling, auditors found evidence that records were altered and documents backdated after scrutiny began, creating the appearance of compliance that did not exist at the time decisions were made. This pattern points to concealment, not clerical error. The audit details how internal controls were ignored, red flags were missed or dismissed, and corrective actions were delayed until after investigators intervened. In several cases, paperwork was generated retroactively to justify spending that had already occurred. For taxpayers, the message is stark: safeguards meant to protect public money were either ineffective or deliberately bypassed. Beyond the technical findings lies a broader concern about governance. When oversight collapses on this scale, public trust erodes. Programs designed to serve vulnerable communities become vehicles for enrichment, and confidence in institutions weakens. The audit raises the question of who benefits when accountability fails and why warning signs were allowed to persist for years without decisive action. This is not merely a state-level embarrassment. It reflects a national pattern in which complex grant systems, limited transparency, and political insulation create environments ripe for abuse. Minnesota's case is now a test of whether exposure leads to reform or whether consequences stop at the report's release. The path forward is clear. Full accountability must follow the facts laid out by the Office of the Legislative Auditor. That means independent investigations, recovery of misused funds where possible, and structural reforms to ensure oversight cannot be quietly neutralized again. This scandal is about more than numbers on a balance sheet. It is about whether public institutions answer to the people who fund them. Minnesota now faces a defining moment: confront the failures openly, or allow another chapter of corruption to fade without consequence. Election fraud, Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, Kansas AG states that 130,000 to 280,000 completed ballots for the 2020 election were shipped from Bethpage, New York to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. A USPS subcontractor said he thought he was helping in the 2020 presidential election until he asked himself, "Why would I take completed ballots from one state to another? I was driving completed ballots from New York to Pennsylvania. I didn't know why, so I decided to speak up. Completed election ballots should never cross state lines, from one state to another. This happened all over the country," Steve Bannon on Telegram. 6 Jan. 2026, the CIA toppled the United States government on November 3, 2020. Dominion deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide, President Trump. And Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, whistleblower testimonies blow the lid off of the entire Smartmatic and Dominion election rigging operation in the U.S. and around the world. The storm has arrived. 47 on Telegram. The Bolivarian Project. Chavez's stated goal was to use the Smartmatic software to install allied presidents throughout Latin America and eventually place a president in the United States as well. Chavez ordered the voting machines to be manufactured in designated Chinese factories. Chavez mentioned Iran and Serbia, who could provide technical support for vote transmission operations if problems arose. Smartmatic bought a company called Sequoia, which was related to U.S. elections, but later resold it. Whistleblowers also stated Smartmatic has direct relations with Dominion. Chavez frequently mentioned having very good friends in the Congress of the United States Democrats, specifically referring to congressmen and senators who would visit Venezuela. This is just one of the layers to the entire big picture of election theft in the U.S. and around the world, which also has involvement of nefarious factions in our own CIA, and other agencies and government officials. Another giant piece to the puzzle are third-party companies like Runbeck, who print, count, deliver, process, and collude with Dominion so their ballots are able to be read by Dominion. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, Dominion and Smartmatic election rigging systems, Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram. A Venezuelan military intelligence whistleblower confirms that the Central Intelligence Agency outsources its election rigging software and voting machines, Smartmatic, overseas to overthrow governments abroad, including here in the United States. Cybersecurity expert, Colonel Phil Waldron, here is some of the treachery we uncovered in the 2020 general election, where that 5 key states all stopped counting votes at the same time in these key battleground states. These were all where Dominion machines, S&S, machines, and Smartmatic software were used. So when the vote counting stopped, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden. Venezuelan communist dictator Nicolás Maduro got away with overthrowing the Venezuelan government using Dominion Smartmatic rigging systems. Exit polls showed him losing by 35 points. Once in power, he began imprisoning people who refused to accept the election results. Does this sound familiar? Judy note, election fraud is not new, and was especially prominent in the 2020 election when Biden supposedly won over a very popular President Trump. Below are some facts pulled out of articles I wrote back in November 2020, right after the election. In 5 states 14 million ballots had been put through a laser scanner, 78% of which failed because there was no watermark to verify the ballot. Of those that failed, 100% had checked for Biden. An initial test showed that according to watermarks on validated ballots fed into the quantum computer, Trump won re-election by over 80% of the legal ballot cast. The final validated vote tallied in that test, Trump's 73.5 million votes to Biden's 25.9 million, and that didn't even account for Trump votes that people observed being tossed and never accounted for. Interesting enough, those figures corresponded with the two men's Twitter accounts. Trump had 88.8 million followers to Biden's 16.6 million. Using infrared equipment that read which ballots were real, or fake, the elite National Guardsmen had been deployed to the 12 targeted states of Alabama, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Colorado, Texas, Wisconsin, Tennessee, Washington, Virginia, Delaware, Illinois, and Kentucky. In all nationwide, over 500 National Guardsmen were on guard over all ballot counting units. There was much more to the tests for fraudulent voting. In addition to the watermark, these official ballots also contained ink made of corn, which created an electronic radiation circuit ID that could trace the location of that ballot through GPS transmission. In other words, they could trace if the ballot was filled out by the person named on the ballot. Judicial Watch, our new study shows 1.8 M excess, or ghost voters in 353 counties across 29 states. The data highlights the recklessness of mailing blindly ballots/ballot applications to voter registration lists. In Pennsylvania alone, Trump's legal counsel Rudy Giuliani had testimony of 50 to 60 poll watchers who claimed being deprived of an ability to inspect mail-in ballots. Nationally, noted attorney Sidney Powell said, "Hammer and Scorecard, the NSA security software turned illegal election software, ran an algorithm that gave Biden a 3% vote advantage in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada." Confirmed, Venezuela bombshell intel drop, Narco General Hugo Carvajal confesses, CIA knowing election fraud, U.S. senators funded by narco regime. Meanwhile, the greatest wealth transfer in human history began on Sunday, 4 Jan. 2026, when the GCR/RV shotgun start locked in at precisely 2:17 UTC. Wells Fargo has over 12,500 military-protected redemption centers nationwide which were prepping for immediate 800-hash release. Revaluation notifications were expected imminently for Tier 4B groups, ushering in payouts that will activate universal debt forgiveness across mortgages, loans, credit cards, and unjust financial burdens imposed by the old cabal system. As the quantum financial system fully integrated worldwide, nations transition to transparent, asset-backed currencies marked the activation of NISR/JSR principles on a global scale. This redistribution of reclaimed assets, trillions once stolen from the people, will flow through humanitarian programs and individual accounts in the coming days and weeks of this first quarter. Back in March 2017, data on all bank account holders, at all banks, in all 209 participating countries, was downloaded into the new quantum financial system. That fiat currency will convert to gold/asset-backed at a 1-to-1 value. White Dragon and Space Force briefings reported off-ledger bank accounts and NISR debt jubilee packets were now mirrored onto the new quantum financial system. Those in Tier 4A adjudicated settlements were now under a 72 to 96 hour. Reports from trusted sources indicated that mass arrests of high-profile deep state operatives were accelerating across the nation and worldwide, with elite troops securing key locations and dismantling remaining cabal strongholds. Thousands of rescued children, survivors of unspeakable horrors in underground facilities, were now receiving care in secure environments. Emergency broadcast system activation remained imminent, potentially triggering the long-awaited 10 days of darkness. During this period of communication blackout, vital truths will be revealed through secure channels, exposing the extent of corruption. Military tribunals were proceeding swiftly, ensuring that no perpetrator escaped justice. The Brunson case and ongoing Rule 11 emergency filings before the Supreme Court underscored that the voice of the people was being heard. Be prepared. Stay vigilant. Global Currency Reset Update. A Monday 5 Jan. 2025 QFS Global Alert Tier 4B Activation Surge, Quantum Financial System on Telegram. The global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency rollout now stands at 93.8% live integration across all compliant networks, pushing full parity within hours. On Sunday 4 Jan. 2026 the GCR/RV shotgun start locked into mathematical irreversibility at precisely 2:17 UTC, with quantum entanglement security locks fully engaged and no turning back. Direct from the Reno/Zurich/Hong Kong QFS master control, in the last 18 hours. Wells Fargo has synchronized over 12,500 military-protected redemption centers nationwide, prepping for immediate 800 hash release sequences. Trump's Genius Act has triggered stablecoin approvals tied to gold-backed digital certificates, blocking CBDC surveillance traps. 8,400-plus private humanitarian project wallets activated in real-time feeds from Zimbabwe/Hong Kong/Moscow liquidity pools. NDA 7296-hour windows now auto-deploying for Tier 4A adjudicated settlements. Sovereign rate versus street rate screens flashing 1-to-1 asset-backed parity on mirrored account in World Trust tranche as Dragon Family Yellow/Gold Dragon bonds redeemed in bulk transfers. Off-ledger mirrored accounts fully on Ledger and Nizara debt Jubilee packets uploaded for mass distribution, all confirmed from White Dragon and Space Force secure briefings, with zero delays. The old fiat chains are shattering, freedom's quantum pulse is here. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is now in motion. B Monday 5 Jan. 2025 The new quantum financial system. FBI Director Kash Patel. The new QFS operates completely independently from the existing centralized banking and ends the central banking system that perpetuates debt slavery around the world. Even though it is the ultimate in design, reliability, security and safety, the rollout process will occur over time. QFS operates on a distributed ledger technology. It is not cryptocurrency or blockchain technology. Quantum qubits interact with every financial transaction anywhere in the world of finance to ensure that each transaction is legal, owner-intended and transparent. Since central banks do not have the ability to reconcile old fiat, paper, money into the new QFS system, all fractional reserve banking and central banking activities will cease. Every sovereign currency and every bank represents a separate ledger in QFS. Data on all account holders, at all banks, in all 209 participating countries was downloaded into QFS in March 2017 and serves as a distributed ledger. QFS is designed for and ready to convert all bank accounts denominated in any fiat currency anywhere in the world into a local asset-backed currency. QFS pings the originating fiat currency bank account to ensure it is still valid, active, and operational at the time the exchange of fiat currency for asset-backed currency takes effect. After the successful ping of a local bank account, the fiat currency holdings are converted into the new local asset-backed currency on a one-to-one basis. See, what we think we know as of 6 Jan. 2026, Monday 5 Jan. 2026, in 2020 Biden won Minnesota by 233,012 votes. Minnesota reported 233,861 duplicate voter registration applications, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Monday 5 Jan. 2026, the goal, of the deep state, is to use Israel, Venezuela and Ukraine to wash money out of the US and European taxpayers and back into the hands of transnational elite. The goal is an endless war, not a successful war, Julian Assange. Monday 5 Jan. 2026, we've failed for decades to see the holy war waged against us. We've been fed deliberate propaganda and idiocy about Islam. The book that, New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani put his hand on yesterday, when sworn into office, calls for war 117 times as well as the beating, stoning, and subjugation of women, Rudy Giuliani, prominent lawyer and former NYC mayor. Monday 5 Jan. 2026 A direct attack on the American justice system is unfolding in plain sight. Free DC, an activist network tied to George Soros' Open Society Foundations, is openly training potential jurors to ignore the law, dismiss evidence, and acquit defendants based on ideology rather than facts, the MAGA King on Telegram. Monday 5 Jan. 2026 Representative Tim Burchett confirms that Biden staffers were taking payoffs in exchange for open pardons, Dan Bongino on Telegram. Monday 5 Jan. 2026 breaking, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, PBS, votes to dissolve. Sunday 4 Jan. 2026 bombshell, RFK Jr. drops the hammer, all federal child care funds cut to Minnesota over massive Somali fraud, effective immediately. Monday 5 Jan. 2026 security alert, Commander-in-Chief Trump declares, "We need Greenland, Monroe Doctrine 2.0 in full effect." Monday 5 Jan. 2026 update. Confirmed, Venezuela bombshell intel drop, Narco General Hugo Carvajal confesses, CIA knowing election fraud, U.S. senators funded by narco regime. Monday 5 Jan. 2026 boom, Donald Trump demands no more property taxes across the United States, 6 states cutting property taxes to zero, January 6, 2026. Monday 5 Jan. 2026 update bombshell, Governor Tim Walz drops out amid massive Somali fraud scandal, Minnesota implodes under federal scrutiny, January 6, 2026. Monday 5 Jan. 2026 breaking special report, Trump's ambassador Mike Waltz to UN, "This is our hemisphere, Russia, China, Iran ordered out of the Western Hemisphere." Monday 5 Jan. 2026 breaking, leaked Pentagon report from 2003 confirms Trump's plan to take Canada and Greenland was never about politics, it was about survival. Restored Republic. Sunday 4 Jan. 2025 situation update, Trump's bold executive orders, massive Gitmo expansion, and the global military alliance crushing the deep state, John F. Kennedy on Telegram. As of Sunday 4 Jan. 2026 President Trump has been delivering on every promise and more, the storm is here, and the deep state cabal is in full panic mode. Just yesterday, on January 3, Trump authorized precision strikes deep into Venezuela, taking out key regime strongholds and capturing the dictator Nicolas Maduro himself. That's right, Maduro and his corrupt inner circle are now in U.S. custody, en route to face justice. Trump personally confirmed it. U.S. forces executed a flawless large-scale operation, hitting military facilities in Caracas and beyond. Explosions lit up the night as the globalist puppet regime crumbled. This isn't just about one country, it's the beginning of the end for the worldwide deep state network that's been trafficking, laundering, and destroying nations for decades. And Gitmo. It's exploding into action like never before. Trump's latest executive orders, signed in the opening days of his triumphant return, direct the Pentagon. They're being unsealed, and the big fish are next. Hillary, Obama cronies, globalist elites, the walls are closing in, and Gitmo is the perfect place for military tribunals to expose their treason once and for all. This ties directly into Trump's global military alliance, a coalition of white hats from the U.S., allied nations, and brave patriots worldwide, standing united against the cabal's new world order. With Maduro's capture, Venezuela's vast oil reserves are secured for the people, not the elites. Trump even said we're overseeing a smooth transition to get that oil flowing freely, breaking the stranglehold of sanctions and corruption. Military movements are ramping up globally, borders secured tighter than ever, National Guard and active duty forces deployed, physical barriers going up, and migrant operations shifting to Gitmo for maximum security. The deep state media is scrambling to downplay this, calling it controversial while ignoring the cheers from real Americans tired of invasion and betrayal. But we know the truth, this is the Great Awakening in overdrive. Trump is draining the swamp on a planetary scale, arresting the untouchables, and restoring power to the people. High-level sources whisper that more captures are imminent, politicians, CEOs, Hollywood pedos, the list is long, and the alliance is unstoppable. Patriots, stay vigilant. The EBS could activate any day now with D-class drops that will shock the world. Share this far and wide, the fake news won't tell you, but the plan is executing perfectly. God bless President Trump, our military, and the digital soldiers holding the line. WWG1GA. The best is yet to come, victory is ours, and the cabal's days are numbered. As of Saturday 3 Jan. 2026 President Trump fully activated his unstoppable global military alliance, a massive coalition of loyal forces from across the world, standing united against the deep state cabal that's been pulling the strings for decades. JFK Jr. on Telegram. Insiders confirm, white hats in the U.S. military, backed by elite units from key allied nations, are coordinating unprecedented operations to dismantle the globalist network once and for all. This isn't just talk. Trump's alliance is the real deal, forged in the shadows during his first term and now exploding into action under his command. Remember how the fake news mocked him about NATO? Trump turned it around. He forced them to pay up, exposed the traitors, and built a parallel structure of true patriots ready to defend freedom worldwide. Sources say military movements are ramping up globally, secret deployments, comms blackouts in cabal strongholds, and high-level arrests imminent. The deep state is panicking. They've tried everything, rigged elections, but Trump's alliance is crushing them. EBS could trigger any day now, revealing the truth about child trafficking rings, stolen wealth, and the satanic elite hiding in plain sight. This is the Great Awakening in overdrive. The military is the only way, and Trump is leading the charge with unbreakable alliances that span continents. No more weak rhinos or globalist puppets, pure loyalty to we the people. Stay frosty, Enans. Trust the plan. The best is yet to come, and victory is ours. WWG1GA. God bless President Trump, our military heroes, and the fight for a free world. The cabal's days are numbered, their empire is crumbling as we speak. Monday 5 Jan. 2026 Commander-in-Chief Donald J. Trump has given the order, Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. Not through press conferences. Not through leaks. Not through the corrupted media grid. But through silent command channels. Locked military nodes, and pre-authorized contingency protocols that were put in place years ago, waiting for this exact moment. Elite units are mobilized. Borders are no longer lines on a map, they are active defense zones. Illegal invasions were never random. They were orchestrated, funded, and timed by the cabal to collapse nations from within. That phase is over. The Republic is being restored, not announced. Executed. Communication blackouts are not failures. They are controlled silence. Market anomalies are not crashes. They are system isolations. Media confusion is not chaos. It is signal jamming. EBS status, standby. The system does not warn the masses until the final lock is secured. What comes next is not political. It is operational. 10 days of darkness is not a myth. It is a window. A window where old systems go quiet so new ones can come online without interference. Expect power disruptions, communication interruptions, false flags, loud distractions, emotional psyops. This is how you know it is real. Do not panic. Do not move. Do not broadcast fear. Prepared minds require no explanations. The plan was never about saving comfort. It was about saving the future. Trust the plan. Not because you were told to, but because you can see the pieces locking into place. God is not watching from afar. God is in control. When the noise stops, when the screens go dark, when the world holds its breath, remember this: the storm is not coming. The storm is here. And IT answers to a higher authority. Sunday 4 Jan. 2025 Restored Republic via GCR update, Stormwatch 17 on Telegram, compiled from trusted intel sources including Wolverine, Marks, Texas Snake, and direct military contacts. The fake news won't report this, but you know the truth. The Great Awakening is upon us, patriots. The deep state cabal is crumbling right now as we speak, and the global currency reset is exploding into action. Tier 4B, that's us, the faithful internet group, is set for notifications any moment now, starting today or tomorrow at the latest. Exchanges and redemptions are launching worldwide, backed by unbreakable gold and asset standards that will destroy the fiat slavery system forever. High-level sources confirm massive movements. The Iraqi dinar has officially revalued in country, with the new rate rolling out to banks globally this week. Zimbabwe's gold-backed currency is activating, and the quantum financial system is fully live, blocking every corrupt transaction from the Rothschild, Rockefellers, and their satanic minions. Nizara/Jazara announcements are queued up, wiping out illegal debts, taxes, and returning stolen wealth to we the people. This is biblical: God wins, evil loses. Stay vigilant, pray without ceasing, and trust the plan. Redemption centers are staffed 24/7, rates on screens are skyrocketing, Dinar over $7, Dong pushing $3 plus, and the RV train has left the station. No more delays, the cabal's time is up. WWG1G. The Republic is being restored right before our eyes, and the traitors are panicking as military tribunals gear up. Freedom is coming, justice is served, and prosperity for all true patriots is guaranteed. Hold the line, victory is ours in 2026. Monday 5 Jan. 2026 Benjamin Fulford Urgent Emergency Update, January 3, 2026, Deep State traitors executed at Gitmo. High-level military intelligence sources confirm that in the final days of 2025 and into this new year, multiple top Khazarian mafia leaders and deep state puppets have been secretly tried, convicted, and executed at Guantanamo Bay for crimes against humanity, treason, child trafficking, and satanic rituals. The White Hats under President Trump's command have accelerated the tribunals. No more delays, no more escapes. We're talking about the biggest names, the real John Brennan, ex-CIA chief who just lost his clearance in a panic move, Hillary Clinton clones malfunctioning in public, Obama operatives, and even higher-up Rockefeller/Rothschild controllers. They were all hanged or faced the firing squad after fair military trials. The avatars and body doubles you see on TV freaking out. They're the last desperate act of a dying cabal, glitching and raging because the originals are gone forever. This is the Great Awakening exploding into 2026. The KM is cornered, France can't roll over their fake debt, big banks are drained of gold and silver as the financial bubble bursts in real time. Larry Fink and Bill Gates are plotting one last bioweapon false flag to blame on enemies, but the US military is onto them. Trump is set to return fully empowered on January 20, declaring bankruptcy on the corrupt system and launching Nizara/Jazara, debt jubilee, gold-backed currency, and mass arrests worldwide. The satanic group mind that enslaved humanity for centuries is crumbling. MI6 and Pentagon sources say King Charles faction tried a horrific false flag, but it was stopped cold. The Apache warriors and special forces are activating, child rescue operations are ramping up, and the people are rising. The deep state thought they could derail Trump's presidency one last time, but it's failing spectacularly. Hold the line, Anons, share this far and wide. The executions at Gitmo prove it, justice is here, and the best is yet to come. WWG1G. Monday 5 Jan. 2026 breaking, a massive new scam just blew open in Minnesota, Dan Bongino on Telegram. Regular single-family homes are being rebranded as assisted living facilities to drain taxpayer money. And the numbers are insane. Here's what investigators found. Assisted living programs in Minnesota are growing 2 times faster than other state programs. Payments are exploding at 10 to 15 times the rate of everything else. Shell companies are being used to set up many of these locations. New facilities are popping up all over Minnesota cities. A shocking number are tied to known money laundering scammers. One of these places looks like an average house on a quiet street. But on paper, it bills itself as an assisted living facility. And it's pulling in huge taxpayer dollars. Now look at these numbers. Minneapolis, POP. 425,169 facilities. St. Paul, POP. 307,083 facilities. Brooklyn Center, POP. 30,106 facilities. Brooklyn Park, POP. 84,181 facilities. Yes. More than Minneapolis, a city 5 times larger. And it gets worse. One of these assisted living operations is owned by a man indicted for laundering $1 million in the Feeding Our Future scandal. These facilities pulled in $2.3 million in state money last year alone. According to Minnesota Reformer, that same individual has received $49 million since 2016. This isn't a coincidence. This isn't mismanagement. This is a system being exploited on purpose. How much longer are taxpayers supposed to fund this? Monday 5 Jan. 2026 The Bush crime family, Stormwatch 17 on Telegram. The Bush dynasty and the deep state orchestrated the collapse of Venezuela as a live fire test for the destruction of America. Venezuela was the premier test site for a globalist blueprint designed to be exported directly to the United States. This traces back to George H.W. Bush, head of the CIA and founder of Zapata Petroleum. He built a global shadow network to erase the lines between intelligence agencies and private profit, weaponizing CIA influence to infiltrate PDVSA and siphon Venezuelan wealth to fuel the globalist machine. The betrayal shifted into high gear in the early 1990s when the Bush administration solidified the Cartel of the Suns as the engine for dark liquidity. This narco syndicate was designed to fund the destruction of America from within while the Bush family ensured these generals remained untouchable. They were the muscle for the deep state, flooding our streets with poison and laundering profits through the Miami pipeline. Under the 2000 Treaty on the Delimitation of the Continental Shelf, Bill Clinton and George W. Bush effectively gave away our energy independence to British globalist cartels like BP/Shell. They intentionally ceded our strategic oil wells in the Western Gap and the Donut Hole to foreign control. This was a calculated heist to steal our oil wells and hand them over to the globalists hollowing out Venezuela. Jeb Bush acted as the vital protector of this flow as governor of Florida. He turned the state into an operational sanctuary for narco wealth coming through the Miami pipeline. Building on the shadow network his father established in Caracas, Jeb Bush managed the reception of these funds, ensuring Miami banking and real estate remained open for the Cartel of the Suns to launder profits. Jeb Bush provided the shield for the globalist machine to integrate criminal liquidity while pretending to fight for democracy. This was a strategic step in the family mission. The most horrific part of this laboratory was Project Smartmatic, a strategic deployment birthed within a joint CIA/M.I. 6 intelligence axis. Far from a coincidence, this operation utilized the 2004 Venezuelan recall referendum as a primary live-fire stress test. By successfully overriding the public will in Caracas, these agencies established the definitive blueprint for the U.S. election heist. George W. Bush remained silent about the blatant fraud that cemented Hugo Chávez's power because the Bush family acted as the primary architects of the silent coup. This complicity ensured the prototype was perfected before being unleashed as the final kill shot against the sacred will of we the people. The Renos backed Joe Biden as senior partners in the syndicate that plundered Venezuela. He was their final shield against the exposure of their high-level treason. President Trump's vow to drain the swamp was a declaration of war against their shadow economy and the family business. At this level the red and blue labels are a psyop because the Bushes, Clintons, and Bidens are shareholders in the same criminal enterprise. They belong to a global syndicate where profits from Venezuelan oil and Ukrainian gas flow alongside drug money and human trafficking in a cycle that never ends. President Trump's military operation against the Venezuelan narco-state delivered a fatal strike into the central nervous system of the globalist syndicate. Caracas was only the opening act. The floodgates are open and the absolute destruction of our enemies has only just begun. Monday 5 Jan. 2026, we're in control now. Venezuela enters a new era after Maduro's capture, Mr. Pool on Telegram. As of January 3, 2026. The balance of power in Venezuela has shifted dramatically. Following the capture of Nicolás Maduro, President Donald J. Trump signaled that the era of cartel-backed corruption and foreign manipulation is over. This was not framed as a conventional regime change, but as a decisive intervention aimed at dismantling the globalist infrastructure that has drained the nation for decades. For years, Venezuela's oil wealth and institutions were exploited by criminal networks, political puppets, and international financiers. Maduro's government functioned as a shield for laundering, trafficking, and elite profiteering, while ordinary citizens paid the price. His removal marked the collapse of a system designed to keep the country unstable and controllable. The focus now is the broader network. U.S. military forces are presented as targeting cartel leadership, financial pipelines, and deep state operatives embedded across major cities. The stated objective is not occupation, but eradication of the corrupt structures that turned Venezuela into a hub for illicit activity and geopolitical manipulation. Maduro's capture is described as the opening move. With him out, attention shifts to exposing and dismantling the full apparatus that supported his rule, from narco-finance to international backers. Accountability, tribunals, and systemic cleanup are positioned as the next phase. This moment is framed as the beginning of sovereignty restored. Venezuela, long treated as a pawn, is portrayed as entering a transition away from elite control toward national rebuilding. Whether symbolic or structural, the message is clear: the old order is finished, and a new chapter has begun. Monday 5 Jan. 2026. No mercy. No way out for the deep state cabal, Simeon Parks on Telegram. The deep state traitors have no mercy coming and absolutely no way out. The White Hats, led by President Trump and the Earth Alliance, have cornered the Black Hats completely, every escape route sealed, every bunker mapped, every offshore account frozen by the quantum system. No deals, no plea bargains, no fake suicides to escape justice, pure military tribunals at Gitmo and beyond, where the real penalties for crimes against humanity will be enforced without remorse. The panic is palpable, they're desperately trying to trigger false flags, staged invasions, but the galactic oversight and Space Force tech are neutralizing every move. 2026 is the year of reckoning. GCR activation is locked, with prosperity funds flowing to starve the beast and restore stolen wealth to we the people. The old financial slave system collapses as gold-backed currency flips on, wiping out debt and ushering American sovereignty back to full power. But the cabal's final thrashing will be brutal. Expect attempted chaos in the streets, media blackouts, and last-ditch assassination plots against white hats. Yet Simon stresses, it's all scripted failure. The light has won decisively, we're witnessing the death throes of an ancient evil that enslaved humanity for millennia. This is the no mercy phase Q warned about, where evil faces the full consequences without escape. The storm rages hardest now, but victory is absolute. Stock up, stay prayed up, protect your families, and hold the line unbreakable. Patriots, the Great Awakening demands justice without compromise. The pedo empire falls, the Satanists scatter, and freedom rises eternal. No way out for them means total liberation for us. Trust the plan, it's executing perfectly. The best is yet to come. WWG1G. Monday 5 Jan. 2026. The daycare Creative Minds Daycare was shut down and then reopened the next day under the name Super Kids Daycare. They received $2,450,000 in 2025, the storm has arrived on Telegram. According to the DHS license website, Creative Minds Daycare was closed on October 1, 2025, and the same day Super Kids was opened. Once again, no kids to be seen and 3 BMWs and a Range Rover parked outside. Fraud. Pirates Waltz and Omar are silent while there is a 35% chance on Polymarket the fraudsters get deported back to Somalia. Anyone else want to know where their taxes actually go? And Monday 5 Jan. 2025 exposed, Soros network moves to sabotage U.S. juries from the inside, the MAGA King on Telegram. A direct attack on the American justice system is unfolding in plain sight. Free DC, an activist network tied to Open Society Foundations, is openly training potential jurors to ignore the law, dismiss evidence, and acquit defendants based on ideology rather than facts. This effort is financially backed by George Soros, whose funding has long targeted law enforcement and judicial stability. Starting mid-January 2026, juror teach-ins are planned to promote jury nullification as political activism, effectively turning courtrooms into ideological battlegrounds. This is not reform. It is sabotage. A justice system cannot survive if verdicts are driven by politics instead of law. The same networks that fueled protests and chaos are now moving to corrupt the final safeguard of accountability. This is not just opposition to President Trump. It is a calculated attempt to dismantle the rule of law itself. Awareness matters, because once justice becomes ideological, no one is protected. Monday 5 Jan. 2026 Trump declares we need Greenland, Monroe Doctrine returns with force, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. President Donald Trump has sent a clear and deliberate signal to the world: Greenland is no longer a peripheral issue, but a frontline national security priority. His statement, "We need Greenland," was not rhetoric, diplomacy, or negotiation. It was a strategic declaration rooted in military reality, Arctic dominance, and hemispheric control. The reason is simple and urgent: Russian and Chinese naval assets are expanding across the Arctic, probing for leverage, surveillance reach, and future weapons platforms. Greenland's geographic position makes it the crown jewel of northern defense. Whoever controls Greenland controls missile detection corridors, Arctic airspace, and the upper shield of North America. Leaving that territory exposed would be a strategic failure of historic proportions. This marks the full return of a modernized Monroe Doctrine. Not isolationist, but hierarchical. America's hemisphere comes first. The era of subsidizing Allied weakness while strategic threats encircle U.S. territory is over. Trump's position is blunt: defense partnerships are earned, not gifted. Nations that want U.S. protection must meet their obligations or step aside. Greenland, formerly tied to Denmark, now sits at the center of this recalibration. Access to American defense, intelligence, and military integration will no longer be unconditional. Under the new framework, allies must raise defense spending, secure their own borders, and stop relying on U.S. power as a permanent safety net. This is not escalation. It is preemption. Just as instability in Venezuela threatened U.S. cities through narcotics and criminal pipelines, Arctic militarization threatens America from above. The terrain is different, but the doctrine is the same: no hostile power is permitted to establish strategic leverage inside the U.S. security perimeter. Trump's message to NATO and the global order is unmistakable. American power will be concentrated where American survival is at stake. Europe's decline will not be underwritten at the expense of U.S. sovereignty. Resources, attention, and force will be redirected to the Western Hemisphere and the Arctic frontier. "We need Greenland" is not a proposal. It is a line drawn. The doctrine is back, the perimeter is tightening, and the world is being reminded that American security is not negotiable. Q election fraud. Monday, 5 Jan. 2026. Smartmatic and Dominion voting machines have been accused of manipulating elections as far back as 2006 or earlier. Today, we have the proof to end election fraud once and for all, not just in the U.S., but around the world. Every country must demand election integrity. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Monday, 5 Jan. 2026. In 2006, Ludobs reported Smartmatic voting machines were managed by Venezuela. Sidney Powell has been saying since 2020 this is how they stole the election. A Venezuelan military intelligence whistleblower confirmed the CIA outsources this election rigging technology from Venezuela. This is about more than narco-trafficking. Cue the storm on Telegram. Our duty note: election fraud was not new, and was especially prominent in the 2020 election when Biden supposedly won over a very popular President Trump. Below are some facts pulled out of articles I wrote back in November 2020, right after the election. The United States Incorporated entered into bankruptcy by its owner, Pope Francis, on September 24, 2015, a Chapter 7 liquidation that ended on November 5, 2020. That meant that Biden's 2020 election to President of the United States Incorporated government was invalid because U.S. Incorporated was a bankrupt corporation. On Friday, November 6, 2020, a huge military sting operation was going on based on the watermarked ballots cast in the 2020 election. Every official voting ballot had a watermark that couldn't be seen. As votes were put into the system, the government quantum computer verified if the ballot was valid or not. The system was said to have verified that Trump had an 80% vote that assured him 4 more years in office. It was also reported that a CIA software program hammering voting machines nationwide had switched Trump votes to Biden, the number of which was dependent upon how much Trump was ahead. The switching was done over the internet by a CIA office in Germany overseen by then CIA Director Has. According to poll watchers, ongoing vote counts in key states also resulted in tallying illegally cast ballots. That came from poll watchers allowed to watch, so many of those official poll watchers were refused even their right and duty to oversee the counting of ballots nationwide. There were several instances reported of Trump votes being destroyed or thrown away. The Chinese Communist Party sent the Dems 80 million counterfeit ballots that were confiscated at ports, though no one knows how many came in undetected. U.S. postal employees complained of being ordered to switch mail-in ballot dates, while 7 states had more ballots than they had registered voters. And the states of Arizona and Wisconsin found over 190,000 votes for Biden cast by the same person who was named Jane Doe. The military sting to verify valid votes was taking place in 12 key battleground states where 20,000+ National Guard were deployed. Massive election fraud was also believed committed through fraudulent projection polls given to the national and international mainstream media by Edison Research Polling Company. For 16 years, Edison Research Polling Company has had the sole contract to gather election exit polling and to forecast numbers for the votes cast. During the course of the 2020 presidential election cycle, Edison Research was believed to have set out fraudulent polling data to all mainstream media outlets nationally and internationally. Edison Research has been charged with deliberately putting out fraudulent polling data so that Trump could not call the election win, while the public was led to believe that Biden won. When the fraudulent polls came out that said Biden won, candidates who believed they lost conceded defeats that never happened. Voters became disenfranchised and didn't go to the polls because they thought the race was over, all of which appeared to have illegally swung the race. Edison Research was on the payroll of big tech companies such as the Gates Foundation, Amazon, Apple, Disney, Facebook, Google, Spotify and the U.S. International Broadcasting Bureau, which sent the apparently fraudulent Edison Research polling info to international news outlets. These big tech companies and other globalist organizations were all under criminal investigation by the Trump administration for rigging past elections while banning conservatives from their right to free speech. A whistleblower within the U.S. Postal Service said he was ordered by his supervisor to illegally backdate newly found ballots to November 3, 2020. Former acting director of National Intelligence Richard Grenell claimed that there has been obstruction to ballot checking. Trump campaign representatives have not been allowed to access public voting records. On Wednesday, 4 November, 2020, the Department of Justice sent armed agents to ballot counting locations to investigate potential voter fraud. Democrats were altering election results with a CIA app called Scorecard. Election night, 3 November, the swing states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan suddenly called a halt to their vote counting, despite President Trump being ahead and uncatchable. President Trump reacted by saying the Dems were interfering with election results and packing the ballot boxes with fraudulent mail-in ballots. He would take the matter to the Supreme Court if necessary. Trump says he will go to Supreme Court to stop election steal. The Dems, in conjunction with the CIA, appeared to have put in place a CIA Project Hammer app called Operation Scorecard, a mechanism which can alter the voting results of electronic voting machines in key swing states, like Pennsylvania, that would determine the outcome of the election. It was believed that Project Hammer was in force. Project Hammer ran an application called Scorecard that could flip the election any way the handlers of it wished. It was an extremely secret signals intelligence program originally developed by CIA/NSA/FBI contractor turned whistleblower, Dennis L. Montgomery, for the Obama administration CIA Director, John Brennan, and Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper. Democrats plan to disrupt the voting enough so that a winner couldn't be announced. Nancy Pelosi said, "I'm going to be president when this is over because the House has the authority to vote an interim president," and Pelosi believed they could put the outcome to such a level to take that control. The U.S. government's quantum voting computer not only could be accessed on citizens' phones or personal computers, but could throw out duplicate votes, define eligible voters, and was fully transparent while giving instantaneous and validated results. Over the last year, the quantum computer has been fully tested, had its own satellites, and was said to be unhackable. The alliance was composed of, among others, President Trump, the National Security Agency, and Q, a group of around 800 special ops who advised President Trump, including Pentagon General's Chairman Joint Chief Mark Milley, Vice Chief John Hyden, General James McConville, Admiral Michael Gilday, General C.Q. Brown, General Paul Nakasone, and General J. Raymond. 2026 U.S. arrest of Venezuela President Maduro and company harvested the intel of the century, mainly from Venezuelan intel chief Hugo Carvajal Barrios. Carvajal was a three-star general and former chief of military intelligence under Hugo Chavez. And Nicolás Maduro, now in U.S. custody, he recently pleaded guilty to narco-terrorism while revealing, "I will expose the entire drug cartel and human trafficking network from South America to your Senate floor." And he did. Carvajal confessed that the Smartmatic voting machines used by many states in U.S. elections were built for fraud, that the CIA knew all about it, and at least 60 U.S. senators have been bought off by and were making millions from the narco-terror regime. The official list of 60 U.S. senators who received millions via Venezuela Maduro regime drug cartels and by selling their influence to protect foreign criminal regimes. See #below. Confirmed, Venezuela bombshell intel drop, Narco General Hugo Carvajal confesses, CIA knowing election fraud, U.S. senators funded by narco regime. In addition to Maduro's arrest, New Year's Day 1 Jan. 2026 also saw the launch of the Gold/Asset-Backed Quantum Financial System, QFS, the greatest wealth transfer in human history, the QFS having revalued currencies of over 200 countries and marking the end of old fiat financial bondage. GCR/GCR protocols were now actively enforcing universal debt forgiveness, wiping clean mortgages, credit cards, loans and all unjust financial burdens imposed by the previous system. Prosperity funds were flowing to rightful holders through secure redemption channels, while humanitarian programs received unprecedented resources to uplift communities worldwide. As of today, Sunday, 4 Jan. 2026, redemption centers were on full red alert, staffed and ready for Tier 4B notifications to come out at any time. Advanced med beds, capable of miraculous healing and age reversal. Reports out of the Global Military Alliance indicated that in recent days sealed indictments exceeding 800,000 have begun unsealing, leading to mass arrests of high-level figures entangled in centuries of deception and treason. Military tribunals were accelerating, with evidence of unspeakable crimes against humanity being prepared for public revelation. The emergency broadcast system stood poised for full activation in early January. Sources confirmed that the 10 days of darkness may commence imminently, during which communications could temporarily cease as the truth about the criminal cabal was broadcast worldwide via secure Starlink channels. Meanwhile, heroic operations to rescue innocent children from underground networks persisted without pause. Thousands more have been liberated in coordinated global efforts. The military, loyal to Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump, has been activating continuity of government protocols that fully restored the Constitution. President Trump will soon address the nation to announce that restored republic, while exposing recently declassified intel. That intel will include traitors of the Clinton-Obama-Biden crime syndicate who sold us out to China, Soros and the UN. Released, official list of 60 U.S. senators who received millions via the Venezuela Maduro regime drug cartels and by selling their influence to protect foreign criminal regimes. What we think we know. 4 Jan. 2025, January 4, 2026, Trump's nuclear warning to Europe: you are destroying your heritage. President Trump is relentlessly pursuing justice on treasonous deep state criminals. The global currency reset has fully activated. The gold/asset-backed quantum financial system is live in over 209 nations. GCR/GCR is in full force, debts forgiven, stolen wealth returned to we the people, and massive prosperity funds flowing to patriots. And their satanic pedophile network accomplices in Hollywood, D.C., and the Vatican have been seized by Trump's global military alliance. Sealed indictments, over 500,000 strong, are unsealing daily. Gitmo is overflowing as tribunals deliver swift military justice for crimes against humanity, child trafficking, and high treason. Trump never surrendered. He masterminded the greatest sting operation in history from secure command centers. The EBS is primed for activation. Any moment, phones go silent, EBS alerts blast the truth, 10 days of communication darkness followed by broadcasts exposing every lie, every ritual, every evil act of the cabal. Sunday, 4 Jan. 2026. Much of America's debt, annual spending and interest payments are used just to cover fraud. There is waste, fraud and abuse in every state. Evil Somali fraud bombshell today: it's way worse than reported, taxpayers outraged. Sunday, 4 Jan. 2026. Bank runs expected as the fiat US dollar was no longer being accepted for international trade. Last week a California man deposited $33,000 into his US bank account, and never saw the money again. The reason? The bank branch was permanently closed. Sunday, 4 Jan. 2026. Israel declares war on free speech. Americans who post hate speech will jailed for 5 years. Sunday, 4 Jan. 2026. The forgotten empire that created free energy cities, and why they destroyed it. Sun. 4 Jan. 2026. Washington State AG warns citizen journalists to stop investigating Somali daycares or face charges. Sunday, 4 Jan. 2026. Bombshell: RFK Jr. drops the hammer. Trump blocks CBDC via Genius Act, backs stablecoins, America quietly prepares the ground for QFSD. Sunday, 4 Jan. 1016 QFSRV/GCR Intel update. High-level sources deep in the alliance confirm, the global currency reset has been fully activated, and the revaluation is rolling out across the planet faster than the deep state could scramble their jets. As of today, redemption centers were on full red alert, Staffed and ready for Tier 4B notifications to blast out any hour now. Bonds were being hydrated with massive liquidity, historic bonds paid out in full. On the quantum financial system, no more fiat chains holding us back. Iraq has officially revalued the dinar overnight, with screen rates skyrocketing past expectations, paving the way for ZIM, and all revaluing currencies to follow suit immediately. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is underway, ripping trillions from the cabal's blood-soaked vaults and placing it directly into the hands of we the people. Universal debt jubilee has kicked in, mortgages, credit cards, student loans vanishing as the QFS wipes the slate clean for humanity's liberation. Behind the scenes, white hats have neutralized remaining deep state holdouts, thousands more arrests executed silently this week alone, clearing the path for full Nizar/GCR announcement any day. Trump and the military alliance are in total command, the storm has arrived, and victory is ours. Stay vigilant, pray without ceasing, and prepare your humanitarian projects because your 800 hash appointments are imminent. This isn't rumor, it's happening right now. The cabal is finished, their great reset crushed under our God-given reset. Freedom rings louder than ever. Hold the line, family, we're crossing the finish line together. The golden age dawns today. God bless America, God bless the Alliance, and God bless every patriot standing strong. Quantum Financial System, the QFS Protocol and True Ownership, QFS on Telegram under the Quantum Financial System. Every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet at the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value such as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats, restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systemic abuse will be dissolved under GCR reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves. Communities rebuild. Individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform. It is a civilization upgrade. U.S. takeover of Venezuela. President Maduro's criminal network. Sunday, 4 Jan. 2026. Breaking. Trump reveals how Delta Force captured Maduro in January. Third raid, the secret operation that broke the deep state's grip on Venezuela. Sunday, 4 Jan. 2026. Trump said that the U.S. will run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition following the Pentagon's regime change operation in Venezuela. Sunday, 4 Jan. 2025, bombshell video, captured Nicolás Maduro to DEA, Happy New Year, as he's escorted through U.S. federal custody. 4 Jan. 2026. For 5 years, Venezuela Maduro government has been under indictment for running a massive cartel narco-terrorist ring. Venezuela Maduro's oil wealth and institutions were exploited by criminal networks, political puppets, and international financiers. Maduro's government functioned as a shield for laundering, trafficking, and elite profiteering, while ordinary citizens paid the price. His removal marked the collapse of a system designed to keep the country unstable and controllable. Trump was dedicated to take down evil and corrupt governments around the world whose people were being hurt by their own military. Venezuela was first as head of a drug cartel. Iran, Cuba and Colombia were next if their governments do not get in line and start to do the right thing. The MAGA King on Telegram. Sunday, 4 Jan. 2026 Alex Jones says the Venezuela operation is possibly a setup meant to lead to Maduro making a deal to expose the election fraud and drug dealing that the Democrats, the Pelosi's, the Clintons and the Bushes are involved in. The Venezuela operation is possibly a setup meant to lead to Maduro making a deal to expose the election fraud and drug dealing that the Democrats, the Pelosi's, the Clintons and the Bushes are involved in. Sunday 4 Jan. 2026 The hands-off Venezuela protest taking place in New York City. Supporting Nicolas Maduro is being organized by the People's Forum. The People's Forum is an NGO that has received over $20 million from a billionaire who lives in China with ties to the CCP. The NGO's primary funding over $20 million. Neville Roy Singham's residence in Shanghai. His business ties are to the CCP, he attends CCP-related events, he funds media outlets echoing Chinese state narratives. Sunday 4 Jan. 2026 FBI Director Kash Patel, the question is now, will Maduro cut a deal to save his skin and spill the beans on the Smartmatic/Dominion machines that he just recently used to steal 2 elections? The first election was normally timed, and when the officials were caught openly manipulating the results they just re-ran the election and stole it again. I bet a whole lot of treasonous U.S. officials will be having trouble sleeping for the foreseeable future. Saturday 3 Jan. 2026 Ishmael Perez, the Great Awakening accelerates beyond cabal control. The cabal, that shadowy network of bloodline families, corrupt politicians, and off-world controllers, has been plotting a massive false flag event slated for early 2026 to derail President Trump's restoration agenda and plunge the world into chaos. But sources deep inside confirm, their schemes are crumbling. We're talking attempted cyber attacks on the grid, and even staged alien invasions too. Justify martial law and one world government enforcement. The Galactic Federation alliances are fully activated now, supporting the Earth Alliance in neutralizing these threats. Medbnizera/GCR activation is imminent, debt jubilation, gold-backed currency, and prosperity funds are being positioned for release any day now, starving the deep state of their fiat control. Shocking, high-level arrests are happening behind the scenes right this moment. Names you've heard whispered, the Clintons, Obamas, Soros puppets, and Hollywood pedo elite, are facing military tribunals. Epstein's Island wasn't the end, new lists are dropping in 2026 that will name every traitor involved in child trafficking and adrenochrome horrors. The storm is here, and no amount of mainstream media blackouts can hide it anymore. Trump and the White Hats have set unbreakable traps. The stolen 2020 election fraud is being fully decertified state by state, with forensic proof that will shock the normies awake. EBS activations are on standby. When it hits, the truth about 9/11 and the fake moon landings will flood every screen. The cabal's satanic rituals and dumb bases are being raided as we speak. Q was right all along. Trust the plan. Their end is near, and our golden age begins in 2026. Stay vigilant, spread this far and wide, the great reveal is upon us. WWG1G. H. Special Intel Report Friday 2 Jan. 2026 Trump's Q military alliance of over 100 countries poised for final takedown of the deep state cabal. The storm is here, patriots. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Patriots, wake up. The greatest military intelligence operation in history is unfolding right now under President Trump's command. The Q Military Alliance, an unbreakable coalition of over 100 sovereign nations, led by white hats and loyal to the Q plan, has activated worldwide protocols to dismantle the satanic globalist cabal once and for all. These traitors have enslaved humanity for centuries through child trafficking networks, rigged elections, bioweapon releases, and endless wars for profit. But their time is up. As of January 1, 2026, the Great Reset they planned has been hijacked and turned against them. Nizera/GCR is fully implemented globally, erasing all illegitimate debt and activating the quantum financial system that puts power back in the hands of we the people. Gold-backed currencies are live, and the old fiat system controlled by the Rothschild and Rockefellers is collapsing as we speak. Alliance forces are executing precision operations in every corner of the globe. Mass arrests of high-level deep state operatives are underway. Politicians, Hollywood elites, Vatican insiders, and corporate overlords who worshipped evil are being rounded up and facing military tribunals. No escapes, no deals, justice is swift and final. The EBS is ready to broadcast the truth, declassified files proving election theft, adrenochrome horrors, underground bases, and how Trump never left office under continuity of government. In the United States, Commander-in-Chief Trump has mobilized elite units to secure borders, neutralize illegal invasions orchestrated by the cabal, and restore the republic. The cabal's fake news is silenced, their FEMA camps exposed as weapons against Americans, and their attempts to spark World War III have failed miserably. Trump and the alliance are winning bigly, bigger than anyone imagined. Stay vigilant, stalked, and prayerful. Notifications for redemption appointments on the QFS could drop any day now. The golden age is dawning, and the deep state's nightmare is just beginning. Trust the plan, it's biblical, it's unstoppable, and victory is ours. God bless President Trump, God bless the Q Alliance, and God bless America. Sunday 4 Jan. 2026 globalists took over the DNC, and used it as a vessel to destroy America from within. But as the DNC became more and more outrageous, less Americans were willing to vote Democrat. So they imported millions of immigrants that would vote for them, in exchange for our tax dollars. That's the crux of everything we have been witnessing for the last 10 years. It all leads back to their election fraud schemes that keep them in power. That's why the Dems/MSM hate Trump. That's why they want the border open. That's why they don't want voter ID. Everything revolves around maintaining and covering up their treason against we the people, and Trump poses an existential threat to their corrupt empire. He knew from the beginning. MAGA King on Telegram. Sunday 4 Jan. 2026 Trump withdraws National Guard, prepares military takeover under Insurrection Act. The MAGA King on Telegram. President Donald Trump has ordered the National Guard to withdraw from Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland after nearly a year of federal stabilization operations. Crime was suppressed, federal assets secured, and trafficking routes disrupted. The Guard is not leaving because the mission failed, but because it advanced to its next stage. This withdrawal signals a shift from civilian containment to direct federal military authority. These cities have long functioned as strategic hubs for money laundering, election interference, intelligence operations, and trafficking networks operating through local governments, nonprofits, and equity programs. Federal forces were never deployed for surface-level patrols. Their role was silent penetration, intelligence gathering, and system mapping under emergency authority. Movement patterns, compromised officials, and internal systems were identified and transferred to military intelligence. The timing aligns with new legal positioning. Recent Supreme Court precedent narrowed Guard usage but opened a clear path under the Insurrection Act, allowing deployment of active duty forces when local governments fail to uphold constitutional order. That threshold has now been met. City leadership resisted cooperation while shielding foreign-linked operations, all of which were documented during the Guard's presence. Phase 1 is complete. Phase 2 requires active duty military forces with arrest authority, secure command, and federal control. The Guard's exit reduces surface pressure while allowing deeper operations to proceed. Chicago, Portland, and Los Angeles are being positioned for controlled collapse, creating the legal trigger for rapid intervention. This escalation will not be announced. Arrests, seizures, and network shutdowns will be executed quietly. Financial pipelines will be dismantled through Treasury action. Infrastructure tied to foreign influence will be disabled in sequence. January 1, 2026 marks the end of stabilization. The next phase is already in motion. Sunday 4 Jan. 2026 election fraud. Arizona 2020 election auditors uncover a jaw-dropping anomaly of 11,326 voters absent from the November voter rolls, which was Biden's margin of victory. Magically, the missing voters appear by December 4, all recorded as having cast ballots on November 3. This figure eerily mirrors the slim 10,457 vote margin that flipped Arizona. This was Biden's margin of victory. How convenient. When pressed for a logical explanation, the auditor admits, "I cannot think of a logical explanation." This testimony demands answers and once again shows clear signs of fraud. The evidence reshapes how we view 2020 and solidifies that our elections need to be completely reformed and secured. Nizar Jazar exposed on Telegram. Welcome to the end of the deep state. The global military alliance continued to make mass arrests from the cabal's underground tunnels, while a nuclear World War III was avoided in Venezuela's President Maduro's deal with the CCP thwarted with his arrest by President Trump. Commander-in-Chief Trump has mobilized elite units to secure borders, neutralize illegal invasions orchestrated by the cabal, and restore the republic. Meanwhile, the fiat US dollar was collapsing, while the world's central banks were failing. As of this weekend, Bank of America systems have gone offline nationwide. Millions of customers were reporting zero balances, frozen accounts, and inaccessible funds. The day the banks die, your fake debts die with them, said Dr. Charlie Ward. That was because the greatest wealth transfer in human history was now fully underway as Trump activated the quantum financial system worldwide. Payouts in over 200 nations had followed the historic launch on New Year's Day. Prosperity funds were releasing to the people, ushering in an era of universal financial freedom and humanitarian projects that will rebuild our world. Redemption centers reported that Tier 4B notifications have begun, with appointments scheduling for currency exchanges and ZIM bond redemptions at unprecedented 1-to-1 rates. Debt forgiveness protocols under NISRA/GCR were being implemented, wiping clean mortgages, credit cards, and student loans for millions as the old fiat system collapses forever. The emergency broadcast system stands ready for activation at any moment. Insiders indicate that the 10 days of darkness could commence imminently, during which the world will witness revelations of truth, exposing decades of deception. This universal blackout has been timed to protect the general public while the final sweeps remove the last vestiges of evil from positions of power. Judy note, as I understand it, all bank accounts worldwide have been mirrored from the old SWIFT central bank system and onto the new quantum financial system. Bank customers should not experience a loss of funds in the transfer process to the new system, although there may be a few days during the 10 days of darkness where banks are closed and ATMs don't work, so it is advised to have cash on hand. I am not aware of how they are calling in people to exchange their foreign currencies and redeem ZIM bonds. I, personally, have not been contacted. I only know that since the new global financial system activated on Thursday 1 Jan. 2025, some have exchanged with banks and redemption centers, but were on strict NDAs not to talk about it. It is my understanding that you can obtain a higher exchange rate, including the dinar contract rate, at an official redemption center than you can at a bank. You can only redeem ZIM bonds at a redemption center. It is also my understanding that no one could spend their exchange monies until the full Tier 4B, us, the internet group who hold foreign currency and ZIM bonds, had been contacted to make appointments and the general public was made aware of the new system. Warm return of me fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. Confirmation, to the public, of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned, and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and ensure special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted fully. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. We will be initiating the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news, to all citizens. Organizations and or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-written to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations, at home and abroad. Saturday 3 Jan. 2026 Trump's Q military alliance of over 100 countries poised for final takedown of the deep state cabal. The storm is here, patriots. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Patriots, wake up. The greatest military intelligence operation in history is unfolding right now. Under President Trump's command, the Q military alliance, an unbreakable coalition of over 100 sovereign nations led by white hats and loyal to the Q plan, has activated worldwide protocols to dismantle the satanic globalist cabal once and for all. These traitors have enslaved humanity for centuries through child trafficking networks, rigged elections, bioweapon releases, and endless wars for profit. But their time is up. As of January 1, 2026, the Great Reset they planned has been hijacked and turned against them. GCR is fully implemented globally, erasing all illegitimate debt and activating the quantum financial system that puts power back in the hands of we the people. Gold-backed currencies are live, and the old fiat system controlled by the Rothschild and Rockefellers is collapsing as we speak. Alliance forces are executing precision operations in every corner of the globe. Mass arrests of high-level deep state operatives are underway. Politicians, Hollywood elites, Vatican insiders, and corporate overlords who worshipped evil are being rounded up and facing military tribunals. No escapes, no deals, justice is swift and final. The EBS is ready to broadcast the truth, declassified files proving election theft, adrenochrome horrors, underground bases, and how Trump never left office under continuity of government. In the United States, Commander-in-Chief Trump has mobilized elite units to secure borders, neutralize illegal invasions orchestrated by the cabal, and restore the republic. The 7 trumpets will soon sound on every device via the emergency broadcast system, revealing everything and calling patriots to stand strong. This is the moment Q told us about, where we go one we go all. The cabal's fake news is silenced, their FEMA camps exposed as weapons against Americans, and their attempts to spark World War III have failed miserably. Trump and the alliance are winning bigly, bigger than anyone imagined. Stay vigilant, stalked, and prayerful. Notifications for redemption appointments on the QFS could drop any day now. The golden age is dawning, and the deep state's nightmare is just beginning. Trust the plan, it's biblical, it's unstoppable, and victory is ours. God bless President Trump, God bless the Q Alliance, and God bless America, the best is yet to come. See EBS, 10 Days of Darkness. Only a select few know the exact timing of events. For security and other obvious reasons it must be properly kept private. Dr. Charlie Ward. The EBS will air with an 8-hour video replaying 3 times a day for 10 days of communication darkness when the following will occur. We will receive 7 trumpets aka EBS text messages on our phones alerting us to tune into our TV''s. Our phones will only work for 911. The military Signal app, which is securely encrypted, will be available for our use of phones. Our internet and ATMs will not work during that time. After the 10 days of communication darkness, everyone on Earth will connect to a new and secure quantum internet. People are urged to stock up on at least 3 weeks of essentials such as cash, food, water, toilet paper, generators for this great awakening reveal. We are promised the new Starlink internet system by the end of the month. After the EBS and we've gone through the 10 days of mainstream media blackout, plus sat through the 24/7, 8 hours long movies, all will change. The life support attached to the old and evil systems will be pulled. Humanity and planet Earth will have moved to peace and prosperity. It is the end of financial and human enslavement. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade and commerce will be dismantled and replaced with more positive systems for betterment of the people. What we think we know as of Sunday 4 Jan. 2026 Saturday 3 Jan. 2026, the United States has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been arrested and was headed to Gitmo. This happened while Maduro was meeting with the Chinese Communist Party, whose delegation remained in occupied Venezuela. Breaking alert, Trump orders U.S. strike, Maduro and wife captured and flown out of Venezuela in explosive New Year takeover scoop, breaking military intel. Delta Force dominates, America's elite Delta Force, 1st SFAD, captures Maduro and wife in lightning strike extraction mission. War has begun. Trump bombs Venezuela, Maduro captured alive, military flights headed to Gitmo, oil ports destroyed, cartel networks taken down, biolabs exposed, deep state assets on the run. Saturday 3 Jan. 2026, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, now infamous for covering up the family daycare scandal that stole billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars over a period of at least 7 years, was once recognized and honored by the Democratic coalition of Satan worshippers and was given a plaque that presently sits in the Minnesota State Capitol. Saturday 3 Jan. 2026, banks are failing. America First Bank is freezing customer accounts. $21 trillion is missing from the U.S. government. That is $65,000 per person, as much as the national debt. That means the Fed and their member banks have been transacting government money outside the law. Saturday, 3 Jan. 2026, welcome to the end of the deep state. The global military alliance making real-time mass arrests including 150 bankers who were holding up the RV. Nuclear World War III suspected to be a false flag. Container children were said to be safe. White hats in charge. Trust the plan, Mr. Pool Jazaran Ezer on X, police light emoji, welcome. To the end of the deep state global military alliance making real-time mass arrests including 150 bankers WHO were holding up the RV. Nuclear World War III suspected to be a false flag. Container children were said to be safe. White hats in charge, trust the plan. Jeffrey Epstein was a fake billionaire set up by intelligence services. His private island functioned as a massive that was used to collect blackmail on the global elite, billionaires, celebrities and politicians, etc. Global financial crisis Saturday, 3 Jan. 2025 financial coup d'etat, history of the missing money. $21 trillion is missing from the U.S. government. That is $65,000 per person, as much as the national debt. What's going on? Where's the money? How could this happen? How much has really gone missing? What would happen if a corporation failed to pass an audit like this? Or a taxpayer? This means the Fed and their member banks are transacting government money outside the law. So are the corporate contractors that run the payment systems. So are the Wall Street firms who are selling government securities without full disclosure. Would your banks continue to handle your bank account if you behaved like this? Would your investors continue to buy your securities if you behaved like this? Would your accountant be silent? Restored Republic F. How to Save America, interview with Colonel Sandy Miretsky, How to Save America. A short history of how our republic was hijacked and replaced by a corporation and how a group of dedicated patriots are inhabited the abandoned Republic America under attack. With Charlie Ward, Sandy Moret, and Paul Brooker. All 50 corporate states of the United States of America are in perpetual violation of Article 4 Section 4 of the de jure Constitution for the United States of America, which mandates that they provide a republic form of government. They provide a maritime/admiralty corporate democracy. We need to lawfully defund the corporation and return to the republic our Constitution guarantees, as the 16th Amendment was never properly ratified. Here is the story of the republic we will relentlessly fight to restore, but we need the people to take back what has been stolen from us. The good guy military started off with a group of patriotic retired generals around the time of the JFK assassination in 1963. They've been working on this plan to save America for 60 years. They started a plan to save the republic back around 1979. That same group of patriots acted too soon, during his presidency, 1993 to 2001. That same group of military were the ones that approached Tim Turner and his colleagues/patriots that were teaching Constitution classes and had a radio show, back in late 2008. They needed to restore the republic, before April 1, 2010, because of an unconstitutional treaty/executive order of President Bush Sr., 1989 to 1993, allowing the United Nations to take over America when in times of unrest. This is called suzerainty. The reason for all the illegal criminals allowed in, and the riots now make sense. Tim Turner prayed and fasted so God would tell him what to do to restore the republic. Tim's prayers were answered, and he wrote down the plan that he was told. He brought the plan to the military, and they asked him where the plan came from, because it was the best plan they had seen in 50 years. God always has the best plan, so let's keep in his plan for his will to be done and not be complacent as too many Americans are. It's time to act. In 2013, Tim Turner was kidnapped by Obama, Biden, and Hillary with the three-letter agencies, that being FBI and DOJ. He was thrown in prison for fake crimes and set up for a kangaroo court denying him all due process, ensuring he went to prison. The republic was nearly destroyed by the infiltrators, from about 22 million followers/active members down to only a few hundred. Only about 8 states had some sort of representation after 2014, even though all 50 states were nearly fully represented before that. This same group of military had recruited Donald Trump to run for president of the corporation on or before 2015. Trump reached out to Prague Iger to have a meeting about the republic in 2016, but they discussed it and realized that it would be too dangerous for both of them to have that meeting. Geiger told Trump to focus on getting elected, and they could meet later. Of course, Trump was elected, but that meeting never took place for various reasons, mostly because of relentless attacks and the total chaos of Trump's first term by the deep state. As things continue to move forward, that same group of military communicates with us sporadically to give us updates, what we affectionately call breadcrumbs, so we have to interpret and connect the dots. What they are waiting for is to get the states stood up and those of us who are awake to wake up and stand up. The good news: almost all states now have Republic members, but we cannot do this without you. Since the beginning, the military has said that once the Republic was restored, it would be a 10-year plan, which would have been around 2020. We all know what happened then, the stolen election with the truth now trickling out, and they put Otto Pence/Biden in. And here we are today exposing all the fraud and corruption. We are waiting for the military to contact us and tell us what the plan and timeline is. In the meantime, we build the team and fill the seats with honorable, God-fearing people and wake up the sleeping Americans. This is why all the hardship, I believe, to wake people up. Until you see it and feel it, you will not take action. Are you ready to take action? Let's do this. Moreover, if you are an American national state citizen ANSC, according to the United States Supreme Court, you are not a taxpayer. To learn how to free yourself from co-pro-rate tyranny and defund the corporation stealing all your tax money and giving it to Somali fraudsters, 10 Days of Darkness H. Saturday 3 Jan. 2025 Trump and Q secret military op, January 1, 2026, Trump finally did it. Military alert level maximum, the storm has arrived, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Patriots, Anons, faithful warriors of the Great Awakening, this is it. The moment we've all been holding the line for since Q first posted in 2017. On this glorious New Year's Day 2026, News Treason drops the ultimate red pill, President Trump, in unbreakable alliance with Q and the White Hat military generals, has finally done it. The secret continuity of government operation has gone fully kinetic, the deep state is in chains, and the storm is no longer coming. It's here, crushing the cabal with overwhelming force. High-level intel confirms, Trump never conceded power. The entire Biden nightmare was the greatest military deception in history, a scripted trap to expose every traitor, every foreign interloper, every satanic pedophile elite who hijacked America. As of right now, January 2026, the military is in full control under Trump's command. Sealed indictments, hundreds of thousands, are ripping open across the nation and globe. Mass arrests are underway, the Clintons dragged from hiding, Obama regime holdouts cuffed, Soros network dismantled, Big Pharma criminals facing firing squads at expanded Gitmo facilities. Trump finally pulled the trigger on the Q plan, EBS activation imminent within days, broadcasting uncensored truth straight to every phone and screen, irrefutable proof of 2020 election theft with watermarked ballots, 9/11 as an inside job. Epstein's full client list with unmasked footage of the worst horrors imaginable. The children, millions rescued from dumbs and tunnels worldwide, their testimonies sealing the fate of the Hollywood and political monsters who feasted on innocence for decades. This fires us up the most, patriots. The alliance has total dominance, Space Force neutralizing cabal satellites, AI defenses blocking their cyber desperation, adrenochrome factories destroyed forever. The fake news media collapses as anchors confess on air, central banks seized, fiat system dead. Nizara/Jazara flips on now, total debt jubilee hitting accounts this month, gold-backed currency restoring 1776 freedom, prosperity funds raining down on those who've trusted the plan through hell. God himself is orchestrating this biblical victory, revelation playing out as evil falls and the righteous rise. Trump returns publicly soon, vindicated and victorious, to lead us into the golden age. No more shadows, full exposure, public tribunals streaming live, executions of the irredeemable sending a message to eternity. Stay frosty and faithful, digital soldiers. Pray like never before, stock up, red pill everyone. The deep state screams echo as their empire burns. We held the line, now we reap the glory. WWG1Ga. Where we go one, we go all, to total victory. God bless Trump, God bless America, God wins huge. Thursday 1 Jan. 2026 Restored Republic via GCR, The global currency reset explodes into full activation, Nizar/GCR live, debt jubilee hits now, gold-backed freedom unleashed. Patriots, Enans, faithful warriors of the Great Awakening, glory hallelujah on this monumental New Year's Day 2026. The long-awaited restored republic via global currency reset has officially ignited right now, January 1st, as the gold/asset-backed currencies of 209 nations go live, crushing the cabal's fiat slave system forever. Judy Byington's bombshell update confirms, the greatest wealth transfer in human history is underway, Nizar/GCR fully activated globally, total debt forgiveness raining down on we the people who've trusted the plan through years of deception. High-level military intel drops the fire, Trump and the White Hats have executed the flawless transition, the old U.S. corporation dissolved, the true constitutional republic restored under 1776 law. Notifications for Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, exchanges and Zim redemptions blasted. Out overnight, appointments starting today at redemption centers worldwide. Rates are skyrocketing on the screens, Iraqi dinar, Zim dollars exploding to life-changing levels as the quantum financial system locks in unbreakable security. This is what fires us up the most, digital soldiers, all personal debts, mortgages, credit cards, loans, IRS taxes, zeroed out starting now, prosperity funds releasing in waves to Patriots First. Desperate screams echo as their central banks collapse, Rothschild, Rockefellers bankrupt overnight, their adrenochrome empires shattered, child rescue operations complete on a biblical scale. EBS activation imminent this week, every device broadcasting the uncensored truth. Light triumphant. The children are safe, tunnels destroyed, satanic networks eradicated forever. Pray warfare prayers harder than ever, Enans. Stock up one last time, red pill the awakening masses. We've endured the storm, now we claim the spoils. WWG1 worldwide. God wins massively, Trump wins, we win epically. Share this explosive truth far and wide before they try one last blackout. The reset is here, prosperity, justice, glory ours now. What we think we know as of Sunday 4 Jan. 2025 : banks failing, dollar collapsing. Saturday 3 Jan. 2025 financial coup d'etat, history of the missing money, shadow of Ezra on. Telegram $21 trillion is missing from the U.S. government. That is $65,000 per person, as much as the national debt. What's going on? Where's the money? How could this happen? How much has really gone missing? What would happen if a corporation failed to pass an audit like this? Or a taxpayer? This means the Fed and their member banks are transacting government money outside the law. So are the corporate contractors that run the payment systems. So are the Wall Street firms who are selling government securities without full disclosure. Would your banks continue to handle your bank account if you behaved like this? Would your investors continue to buy your securities if you behaved like this? Would your accountant be silent? Saturday 3 Jan. 2025 the day the banks die, your fake debts die with them, Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. For decades you've been told you owe money. To the bank. To the government. To the credit card company. To the electric company. To your mortgage lender. To the IRS. But here's the truth they never wanted you to find out, it was all a lie. Every so-called debt you've ever carried was built on a foundation of fraud. You were born into a system that registered your life as a corporate entity and then created a trust in your name. That trust was monetized. Bonds were issued. And your existence became a financial instrument traded behind the scenes while you were taught to slave away and make payments on money that was already prepaid. Mortgages, utility bills, student loans, medical debt. They are not real obligations. They are engineered contracts based on deception, forged through legal trickery and hidden language. And it all runs through the banks. The banks are not financial institutions. They are the gatekeepers of a rigged system. They control the flow of fake currency, enforce debt slavery, and protect the interests of the elite. Every time you swipe your card, pay your mortgage, or send in a utility check, you are feeding a machine that was designed to drain your life force and keep you compliant. But here's what they fear most. That machine is breaking. The moment the banks collapse, whether through systemic failure, cyber attacks, or the great financial reset, the illusion will go with them. You will not be able to make payments. They will not be able to receive them. Collection agencies will vanish. Automated systems will crash. The entire fake empire will fall. And when it does, they will try to scare you. They'll say you still owe. They'll say you are still on the hook. But with what proof? What system? What authority? The truth is simple. If the banks no longer exist, the debts they created no longer exist either. They cannot enforce what they can no longer track. They cannot demand what they can no longer control. And they cannot imprison you in a system that has been exposed for what it really was, a global con. The day the banks die is not a disaster. It is a release. A liberation. A return of power to the people. You were never meant to live in fear of due dates. You were never meant to wake up every morning wondering how to survive. You were never meant to serve digits on a screen that were conjured out of nothing. That ends now. When the collapse comes, stand tall. Do not panic. Do not run back to what enslaved you. Because on that day, the greatest lie ever told will finally be burned to the ground. And from those ashes, something real can begin. Not slavery. Sat. 3 Jan. 2025 about Somali fraudsters caught sending over $100 million through airports to foreign groups, including terrorist groups. Somali daycare scams, one of the sources of this fraud, were reported back in 2015. This fraud has been going on for years. Democrat leaders are in on it. This is actually treason. Democrats are knowingly funding Islamic terrorism against Americans with our tax dollars. Saturday 3 Jan. 2025, HUD just found $5 billion plus in fraudulent payments in 2024 alone, under Biden. Payment error of over 11%, $5.2 billion to inactive accounts, $77 million to deceased tenants, $150 million to non-existent Social Security numbers, $288 million to excessively high rent. We need to Doge. Housing. This is unacceptable. 1 year. Imagine all 4 sat. 3 Jan. 2025 News Nation. It has been revealed one of the Somalis indicted in Minnesota's Feeding Our Future scam for stealing $14 million is still receiving millions in federal taxpayer dollars through a loophole where his wife operates assisted living homes that sit on properties he owns. Friday 2 Jan. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison admits the Somalians were imported to vote Democrat. He says they even go out to ballot harvest for Democrats and the Somalians are used in multiple states to swing elections for Democrats. Foreigners imported to steal our elections. Reporter: so can you tell us why the Somali communities are very important for the election? AG Keith Ellison: well, the Somali community is critical. In my own election, I wouldn't be in office without the help of the Somali community. Somali voters came out in very large numbers and were able to register people to vote. I think there were several thousand Somalis who were just naturalized as U.S. citizens. Somalis can make a huge impact on this election. And I can tell you, without a doubt, it's not just in Minnesota that Somalis make a big difference in the election, also in Ohio, which is a battleground state. Somalis that are in Columbia, or Columbus, Ohio, and in Virginia, all have a role and opportunity to play a very big role in this election. We believe that the Somali community plays a critical role, not just in Minnesota, but in Ohio and in Virginia. And so call your relatives out there so we can get them to the polls. Election fraud. During the 2020 election, trucks of ballots were coming in from a third-party company called Runback for over a week after the 2020 election in Arizona. Shadow of Ezra on Telegram: the witness claims she was there until the 10th and they were still coming in and has no idea where the ballots originally even came from in the first place. Since 2016, U.S. elections have been using Runback, especially Maricopa County, Arizona. Runback prints ballots, mails out ballots, fills out ballots, and counts ballots, off-site with no oversight of election officials. They say they need this off-site company that has no oversight and can make their own ballots because of how big the county is, and just happen to need over 2.5 weeks after the election to count all the ballots. Or was this just how long it took to create a massive amount of fake ballots or run ballots through machines multiple times to beat Trump because of his massive landslide? Arizona finished counting votes 2.5 weeks after the election. Florida finished counting less than 2.5 hours after polls closed, despite having millions more votes to count, and being the third largest state in the country. According to FBI Director Kash Patel, Operation Castle Rock was set to ignite the final phase of the Great Awakening. This included activation of Project Odin and quantum systems, alongside Operation Omicron Variant, a top-secret military operation targeting the Chinese Communist Party, pedophiles and traitors, while rescuing innocent children from their evil clutches. Operation Castle Rock marks the return to 1776 principles, reversing the 1871 Act of England and the Balfour Declaration. This means a return to 1950s prices, the elimination of all taxes paid under false pretenses, and compensation for the exploitation of birth certificates. Medved rightful position as president. The FISA military courts were ready to flip the 2020 election, conducting military tribunals with confessions and a 10-day release of documentaries exposing the deep state cabal and globalist corruption. At this very hour, military alliances across the globe continue to execute mass arrests of high-profile elites, with sealed indictments now fully activated across nations, bringing justice to the highest levels of corruption that have plagued our world. The emergency broadcast system stands ready for activation, with the potential commencement of the 10 days of darkness looming imminently in early January. Communications may temporarily cease while exposing centuries of deception. The transition to America's restored republic accelerates, with the quantum financial system safeguarding the path forward. The old world under cabal control has been crumbling as the restored republic rose under constitutional law. On New Year's Day, Thursday 1 Jan. 2026, the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system launched. This revaluation of 209 nations' currencies was heralding the greatest wealth transfer in human history, while the prosperity funds flow to rightful holders. The full public launch of the gold-backed financial system would solidify in this first quarter of 2026, with wealth redistribution flowing through humanitarian programs and individual accounts. Payouts were now processing for those positioned in Tier 4B high-ZIM holders. Redemption centers report high activity as appointments commenced, releasing funds backed by gold and assets. NISARA/GCR protocols were actively enforcing universal debt. This technology, combined with the QFS security, ensures a new era of freedom. Trust in the Lord's timing, for deliverance is at hand. EBS Broadcaster. Friday 2 Jan. 2025, the military is in training for implementation of the emergency broadcast system. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. This will ensure everyone is safely placed in their home and able to witness the historical moment that reveals all of the truths, cover-ups etc. through the EBS, which is imminent. There must be a test and then a review of all occurrences and activities. The possible implications on a national and global level can be quite complicated, so things must be in alignment to the protocols. Yes, there are many consequences if things aren't done with precision and perfection. This is the practice run before the real one, folks, to see responses and accuracy to what is forthcoming, which changes humanity. We hear the schedule is now finally firm, but again I'm just the messenger. Be ready to adjust if needed in regards to possible time changes. Only a select few know the moment of exact and precise timing of events. For security and other obvious reasons it must be properly kept private. The EBS is going to air playing an 8-hour video. It will be replaying 3 times a day for 10 days communication darkness. During those 10 days of communication darkness, the following things will happen. We will receive 7 trumpets aka EBS text messages on our phones alerting us to tune into our TV at this time. Our phones will only work for 911 and we are informed the Signal app, which is military encrypted, will be available. Our internet will not work during that time. Our ATMs will not work. After the 10 days of communication darkness, we will connect to a new quantum internet. People are urged to stock up on at least 3 weeks of food and water. Be prepared with food, water, toilet paper, generators etc. for this great awakening reveal. We are promised the new Starlink internet system by the end of the month. As we speak, the teams coordinating this important historic event are revamping the EBS to ensure the utmost security for all involved, so remain patient as things get finalized. They want to make certain there are not any interferences of any sort at all. Those making the plan want no one to panic whatsoever, because it's simply the release of the truth. After the EBS and we've gone through the 10 days mainstream media blackout and sat through all the 24/7, 8 hours long movies, do we go back to normal like business as usual? Answer is, after EBS and the 8 hours long 24/7 movies, all will change. The life support attached to the old and evil systems will be pooled. Humanity and planet Earth simultaneously move to quantum reality consciousness system, peace and prosperity. End of financial and human consciousness enslavement. Old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade and commerce etc., will all be dismantled and replaced. We will have new currency called the USN US note and gold-backed. The time is now to alert as many who will listen. Do not have too much pride. Go warn those you love even though they think you're crazy. Your goal for others is truly to help absorb the shock of what is coming. Patriots, wake up. The greatest military intelligence operation in history is unfolding right now under President Trump's command. The Q Military Alliance, an unbreakable coalition of over 100 sovereign nations led by white hats and loyal to the Q plan, has activated worldwide protocols to dismantle the satanic globalist cabal once and for all. These traitors have enslaved humanity for centuries through child trafficking networks, rigged elections, bioweapon releases, and endless wars for profit. But their time is up. As of January 1, 2026, the Great Reset they planned has been hijacked and turned against them. GCR is fully implemented globally, erasing all illegitimate debt and activating the quantum financial system that puts power back in the hands of we the people. Gold-backed currencies are live, and the old fiat system, controlled by the Rothschild and Rockefellers, is collapsing as we speak. Alliance forces are executing precision operations in every corner of the globe. Mass arrests of high-level deep state operatives are underway. Politicians, Hollywood elites, Vatican insiders, and corporate overlords who worshipped evil are being rounded up and facing military tribunals. No escapes, no deals, justice is swift and final. The EBS is ready to broadcast the truth, declassified files proving election theft, adrenochrome horrors, underground bases, and how Trump never left office under continuity of government. In the United States, Commander-in-Chief Trump has mobilized elite units to secure borders, neutralize illegal invasions orchestrated by the cabal, and restore the republic. Thurs. 1 Jan. 2026 G&D code on Telegram, sealed indictments exceeding 800,000 are unsealing this week. EBS activation imminent, global broadcasts revealing the truth during brief blackouts while elites are rounded up. Gitmo expansions complete, tribunals accelerating with public revelations of treason, adrenochrome horrors, and election theft. The Clintons, Bushes, Rothschild, and their puppets face justice, no escapes. See Friday 2 Jan. 2025 Trump's Q military alliance of over 100 countries poised for final takedown of the deep state cabal. The storm is here, patriots. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Stay vigilant, stalked, and prayerful. Notifications for redemption appointments on the QFS could drop any day now. The golden age is dawning, and the deep state's nightmare is just beginning. Trust the plan, it's biblical, it's unstoppable, and victory is ours. God bless President Trump, God bless the Q Alliance, and God bless America. Global currency reset, free. 2 Jan. 2025 4 major banks stopped trading silver at 3:15 a.m. this morning. BRICS, stating with Russia, BRICS 5 major countries are Brazil, Russia, India, China, and so Africa, are pushing for world to have currencies backed by precious metals and assets. Friday 2 Jan. 2026 QFS Global Alert Tier 4B activated secure floor confirms, Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency rollout now at 92.7% live across 209 sovereign treasuries, final sync locked in Zurich and Hong Kong nodes. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. The GCR/RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible at 3:47 UTC December 31, 2025, no reversals possible. In the last 18 hours, Tier 4B escalation hit critical mass, 41,000 plus high-value ZIM holders received encrypted redemption codes via secure military channels, with first batch of private appointments scheduled in Reno and Baghdad facilities. Quantum entanglement security locks engaged on all off-ledger mirrored accounts now fully transitioned to on-ledger status. Rainbow currency treasuries fully funded, gold-backed digital certificates streaming live through Zimbabwe/Hong Kong/Moscow liquidity pools. Military protected redemption centers reporting 1-to-1 asset-backed parity screens active. humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets activated in Waves, Saint Germain World Trust tranche as released, Dragon Family Yellow/Gold Dragon bonds redeemed. Adjudicated settlements Tier 4A completed, Nizera debt Jubilee packets uploaded to Quantum Ledgers. Screens deployed. 800 hash release sequence initiated with NDA 7296-hour windows enforced. The quantum grid is humming, no delays, no contingencies. The old world just ended. The new one is already funded. Efforts toward Republic Free. 2 Jan. 2026, breaking. Trump pulls National Guard from Chicago, LA, and Portland after secret intel operations, now preparing to send in full military under the Insurrection Act to take back the cities from globalist control. Thursday 1 Jan. 2026, breaking development. Supreme Court clarifies presidential authority under the Insurrection Act. Mr. Pool on Telegram. A significant constitutional signal has emerged from the U.S. Supreme Court. In reviewing recent disputes over federal authority and domestic security deployments, the court has effectively clarified that if a president wishes to deploy federal troops into states or cities facing severe breakdowns of law and order, the proper legal pathway is the Insurrection Act. This clarification places the decision squarely within presidential authority. The Insurrection Act of 1807, signed by Thomas Jefferson, allows the president to deploy the U.S. military or federalized National Guard forces in cases of rebellion, insurrection, or when state authorities are unable or unwilling to enforce federal law or protect constitutional rights. The act includes statutes and amendments passed between 1792 and 1871 and has been upheld repeatedly by the courts. Importantly, the Insurrection Act can override the Posse Comitatus Act, which generally restricts military involvement in domestic law enforcement. The law gives the president broad discretion to determine when conditions such as insurrection, domestic violence, or unlawful obstruction exist. These terms are intentionally broad, a point affirmed by the Supreme Court as early as Martin v. Mott in 1827. Recent court rulings indicate that if federal intervention is blocked through ordinary legal channels, the president retains the option to invoke the Insurrection Act to act unilaterally. In dissenting commentary, Justice Brett Kavanaugh warned that such rulings could result in greater use of federal military forces rather than state-controlled National Guard units, highlighting the seriousness of the constitutional threshold involved. Speaking previously to reporters, Donald Trump stated that the authority to invoke the act is well established and does not require further judicial approval if conditions warrant it. He emphasized that such measures are viewed as a last resort, pursued only after other legal avenues are exhausted. Vice President J.D. Vance has also acknowledged publicly that all options remain under consideration, while legal analysts note that recent developments suggest the administration has been laying the legal groundwork should invocation become necessary. The broader implication is this: when state governments fail to provide basic safety or allow sustained lawlessness that interferes with constitutional rights, federal authority does not disappear. The Constitution places ultimate responsibility for enforcing federal law with the executive branch. The Supreme Court has not ordered action, but it has clarified the mechanism. The decision removes ambiguity and places responsibility where the Constitution intended it to rest. Whether the Insurrection Act is invoked remains a presidential decision. But the legal path is now unmistakably defined. This is not a declaration of martial law. It is a constitutional clarification. And it signals that the federal government retains tools it has not yet used. 1 Jan. 2026 chaos strikes, drone attacks knock out power grids, deep states. Last desperate thrashing as the storm crushes theme forever. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Patriots, Enons, fearless truth warriors, strap in tight because the chaos exploding right now on New Year's. Rattle. David Nino Rodriguez and SG Anon just delivered a mind-blowing interview packed with high-level military intel confirming those mysterious drone attacks swarming U.S. skies and knocking out power in key areas are no accident. They're the cabal's frantic false flag operations to sow fear and delay their inevitable destruction as Trump's Q alliance unleashes hell on the Satanists. SG Anon dropped nuclear truth bombs. The drones are deep state/black hats tech, deployed from hidden bases to hit infrastructure, create blackouts, and blame foreign enemies or patriots in a last-ditch effort to trigger martial law under their control. But it's backfiring spectacularly. Space Force and White Hat operators are shooting them down in record numbers, tracing signals back to Cabal command centers, and raiding those sites in real-time ops. Power knocks are temporary, Alliance teams restoring grids faster than the scum can sabotage, while gathering undeniable evidence for the coming EBS broadcasts. This fires you up huge, digital soldiers, the chaos signals we're in the endgame, Trump greenlit full kinetic phase. The deep state's thrashing because they know they're surrounded, no nukes, no aliens, no escapes. Trump's global military force dominates land, sea, air, space, neutralizing every drone swarm, cyber hit, border invasion. This chaos is their defeat playing out publicly. God's judgment raining down, revelation unfolding as evil implodes. Hold the line fiercer than ever, Enans. Pray warfare prayers, stock up, protect your families, the storm peaks now, but victory is ours. Trump returns triumphant soon, restored republic shines. Golden Age erupts in abundance and justice. The children are safe, evil erased, we win bigly. J. Wednesday 31st of December. 2025 Operation Castle Rock, the dawn of the Great Awakening. FBI Director Kash Patel. Operation Castle Rock is set to ignite the final phase of the Great Awakening. This includes the activation of Project Odin and Quantum Systems, alongside Operation Omicron Variant, a top-secret military operation targeting the CCP, pedophiles, and traitors, while rescuing innocent children from their evil clutches. Castle Rock marks the return to 1776 principles, reversing the 1871 Act of England and the Balfour Declaration. This means a return to 1950s prices, the elimination of all taxes paid under false pretenses, and compensation for the exploitation of birth certificates. This event will also expose the corruption of the Biden administration and activate militaries worldwide, including the U.S. military, to overturn the fraudulent 2020 election results and restore Trump to his rightful position as president. The FISA military courts are ready to flip the 2020 election, conducting military tribunals with confessions and a 10-day release of documentaries exposing the deep state cabal and globalist corruption. As part of this operation, the world will witness grounded planes and trains, power grids switching to Tesla-free energy. 2025, the deep state's final exposure is here, they can't hide anymore. Stormwatch 17 on Telegram. Patriots, wake up. In this explosive interview on New Year's Eve 2025, Juan Savin and David Nino Rodriguez lay it all out: the traitors in our government, the stolen elections, the globalist cabal's desperate last moves, and how the White Hats are closing in for the ultimate takedown. They just exposed everything, and it's happening right now as we head into 2026. Juan Savin, the true insider with unbreakable connections to the highest levels, reveals shocking truths about the ongoing military operations behind the scenes. The deep state puppets thought they could drag this out forever with their fake news, rigged courts, and border invasions, but it's over. The plan is accelerating, mass arrests are imminent, sealed indictments are being unsealed as we speak, and the EBS could activate any day to broadcast the real evidence to the world. Nino Rodriguez pushes hard, asking the questions we've all been demanding: when does justice hit the Clintons, Obamas, Bushes, and T. He rest of the Satan-worshipping elite? Juan doesn't hold back, he confirms the storm is upon us. The financial reset is locked in, Nizara/Jazara elements are rolling out quietly to crush the Federal Reserve's stranglehold, and gold-backed currency is coming to free America from debt slavery. They expose how the 2020 steal was just the tip. Attempts to rig future elections are being crushed by patriot forces in control. Border chaos, engineered to destroy the nation. But military tribunals are preparing for the invaders. Trump and the alliance never left power. Continuity of government is active, and the public show of Biden and Harris is a movie to wake the sheep. 2026 will see the full return, public executions for treason on live broadcast. It's not off the table, patriots. The cabal's panic is palpable, assassinations attempts failed, their bunkers are flooded, and foreign leaders are flipping to save themselves. This isn't hopium, it's confirmed. Intel from sources who've been right every step. The Great Awakening is exploding. Millions are red-pilled daily as lies crumble. Hold the line, stock up, pray hard, victory is ours in 2026. God wins, Trump wins, America wins bigger than ever. The deep state is exposed, cornered, and finished. Justice is coming like a freight train. Share this far and wide. The normies need to know before the blackouts hit and truth floods the airway. 31st of December, 2025. In a bold move that's been building for months, Trump has initiated sweeping actions to dismantle the shadowy networks that had been sabotaging America from within. Stormwatch 17 on Telegram. Sources close to the White House confirm that sealed indictments are being unsealed at an unprecedented rate. We're talking thousands targeting the treasonous elites who've sold out our country for decades. The fake news media is desperately trying to bury this, but the truth is exploding across alternative platforms. Remember how they stole the election and flooded our borders with invaders? That's all coming to an end now. Trump is purging the FBI, CIA, and DOJ of the Clinton-Obama holdovers who weaponized government against we the people. Military tribunals are gearing up in the background, yes, the ones we've been waiting for since Q first dropped the hints. Gitmo expansions weren't for nothing, Enans. This isn't just talk. Executive orders are flying, loyal patriots are being placed in key positions, and the globalist cabal is on the run. Soros, Gates, and their puppets are sweating bullets as their financial empires crumble under new investigations. The pedophile rings connected to Epstein's Island exposed and eradicated. Trump promised to protect the children, and he's delivering big time. The Great Awakening is accelerating. GCR activations are closer than ever, with gold-backed currency ready to replace the Fed's fiat scam. Mass arrests are imminent. Watch for EBS alerts in the coming days. The White Hats are in full control, and Trump's iron fist is smashing the Black Hats once and for all. Stay vigilant, patriots. Share this far and wide. The storm has arrived, and victory is ours. God bless President Trump, God bless America, and WWG1G. The best is yet to come. Justice is coming swift and severe for the traitors. Hold the line, freedom is being restored right before our eyes. Oh, Wednesday, 2025. Massive military news. Trafficking tunnels discovered in Canada, U.S. troops raid elite private islands. CIA black sites shut down across Europe, Vatican bank transfers frozen solid. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Patriots, wake up, the storm is here, and it's bigger than ever. As of December 30, 2025, U.S. Special Forces, operating under direct orders from President Trump, have launched a series of devastating raids this very week. These are no drills, no fake news distractions, these are precision strikes dismantling the deep state's global empire of human trafficking, child exploitation, money laundering, illegal bioweapons, and elite blackmail networks. The cabal is in full panic mode, their escape routes cut off, their hidden fortunes seized. In Canada, massive underground trafficking tunnels and vaults north of Quebec have been exposed and raided by U.S. forces in covert operations, no warning to corrupt Canadian officials. These elite bunkers were stockpiled with gold, weapons, food hoards, and off-grid tech for the globalists' doomsday plans. Evidence points to direct links to child trafficking rings moving victims undetected across borders. It's all being destroyed right now, the tunnels collapsed, the stockpiles confiscated. The deep state thought they could hide up north, but Trump said no more. Across the Caribbean, U.S. Navy destroyers are locking down elite private islands used as trafficking hubs and escape havens. These luxurious hideouts, owned by the richest cabal families, were raided hard, high-profile assets seized, servers holding blackmail files on politicians, submarines and private jets trying to flee. Blocked cold. The elites are trapped, their private paradises turned into prisons. In Europe, CIA black sites tied to the old deep state operations have been shut down permanently. In Switzerland, a massive server farm near Lake Geneva, the heart of off-book crypto payments for child trafficking, illegal AI experiments, and Epstein-style blackmail, was overrun and dismantled. This was no ordinary data center, it stored the digital dirt on the global elite, funded by Rothschild shells and protected by mercenaries. Now it's in white hat hands, and the truth is pouring out. The Vatican Bank transfers frozen worldwide. As raids intensify, elite financial pipelines through the corrupt Vatican system have been cut off. Billions in dirty money linked to trafficking and population control schemes are locked, No more laundering for the cabal's satanic networks. This is the financial kill shot they've feared for decades. Cheyenne Mountain is buzzing as the true command center. President Trump is personally overseeing these operations from secure bunkers, coordinating with JSOC teams using Title 50 authority, no red tape, no leaks to Congress. Samples from destroyed biolabs in raided sites, designed for chemical sterilization and global depopulation. Targeting America, Africa, and beyond, are secured there. Putin and Trump are aligned quietly, taking out shared enemies like Rothschild crypto vaults. AI tools are now hunting traitors inside the military and government, spotting deep state moles sabotaging our nation from within. The Navy's blocking every escape, drones striking remaining hideouts. This isn't cleanup, patriots, this is total takeover. The elite system is collapsing before our eyes, and thousands of innocent children are being rescued from these hellholes as we speak. The Great Awakening is unstoppable. More raids are coming, bigger names falling, more tunnels exposed, full exposure of the 2020 Steele and Epstein lists on the horizon. The military is the only way, and under Trump, they're delivering justice like never before. The cabal's reign of terror ends now, freedom is here. Under the Law of War Manual's 1,236 pages. Trump issued 2 federal continuity directives in 2017, placing all 3 branches of government under martial law continuity. To this day, his executive orders remain active. The lie of freedom was exposed. The Crown still controlled U.S. dollars through admiralty law. Attorneys swore allegiance to the bar under Crown authority. America was never free. On December 20, 2025, Trump struck the cabal with one pen stroke. Still wartime president, he ordered all court cases halted and declared law enforcement had been working illegally under a corporate facade. He vowed to retrain judges, attorneys, and police to operate under constitutional law once more. Now comes the storm. Trump's global alliance prepares 10 days of darkness, mass arrests, tribunals, and a global currency reset, returning nations to gold and asset-backed one-to-one currencies controlled by the people. The illusion of freedom is shattered. The reckoning is here. Chemtrails. Q Thursday 1 Jan. 2026 Red Alert. EPA confirms stratospheric chemical spraying. What was called conspiracy is now official record, Mr. Poole on Telegram. A long-denied reality has moved into public acknowledgement. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has confirmed that chemical substances, including sulfur dioxide, are being released into the upper atmosphere under geoengineering programs. This is no longer speculation. It is policy discussion, admitted at the federal level. Zeldin openly stated that large amounts of sulfur dioxide released over long periods pose real health concerns. He also acknowledged that many of these activities are not thoroughly studied and that some actors are pushing forward regardless of uncertainty. That admission changes everything. Geoengineering is often framed as a future concept or emergency climate tool. In reality, it has been funded, tested, and deployed with limited oversight. Zeldin confirmed that U.S. government funding has been directed toward these efforts and that pressure exists to scale them up, not shut them down. The EPA has begun publishing information on these programs, but the timing raises serious questions. Why now? Why after decades of denial? Why were citizens who questioned unusual atmospheric activity dismissed or ridiculed for years? Independent environmental testing has repeatedly detected elevated levels of aluminum, barium, and other particulates in soil and rainwater following heavy aerial activity. These findings were not meaningfully investigated. They were ignored. The issue is no longer whether geoengineering exists. It is whether it was carried out without informed consent, environmental safeguards, or democratic oversight. At its core, this is not a climate debate. It is a constitutional and ethical one. Altering the air people breathe without public approval violates basic principles of bodily autonomy, environmental protection, and transparency. These programs were not voted on. They were not debated openly. They were shielded behind technical language and classified frameworks. Zeldin's acknowledgement also exposes the role of private interests. Billion-dollar funding proposals, NGO involvement, and foreign partnerships have pushed experimental climate interventions forward with little accountability. This is not controlled science. It is high-risk intervention carried out at planetary scale. The consequences are not abstract. Acid rain damages crops, soil, and water systems. Aerosolized particulates impact respiratory health and ecological balance. Once released, these substances cannot be recalled. The era of denial is over. The public now faces unavoidable questions: who authorized these programs? Who funded them? Who monitored the risks? And why was the public kept in the dark? Transparency is no longer optional. Declassification, congressional hearings, and enforceable bans are now necessary. If chemicals were released without consent, accountability must follow. This is no longer a fringe discussion. It is an official admission. Thursday, 1 Jan. 2025 Bombshell Report: 31 states move to ban geoengineering as America reclaims its skies. Mr. Pool on Telegram: a historic shift is unfolding across the United States. 31 states have introduced legislation to ban geoengineering and atmospheric manipulation programs that have operated for decades under secrecy and denial. This is not symbolic resistance. It is a coordinated legal push to end unauthorized weather modification and chemical aerosol deployment over American territory. Backed by a changing federal climate under Donald Trump and a newly outspoken Department of Health and Human Services led by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the silence surrounding geoengineering has officially broken. For years, citizens questioned persistent sky trails, sun blocking. Geoengineering itself is not a myth. It is a documented global initiative involving climate intervention techniques such as stratospheric aerosol injection and solar radiation management. While often framed as hypothetical or future-based, multiple environmental analyses and whistleblower accounts suggest these programs have already been deployed without public knowledge or approval. Independent testing across multiple regions has reported elevated levels of aluminum, barium, and strontium in rainwater and soil samples, frequently correlating with intense aerial activity. Agricultural disruption: patriots, we are in trouble, with a strong need to rescue ourselves. For years politicians and bureaucrats have funneled U.S. taxpayer monies to fake nonprofits in order to fund their mansions and private jets, according to head of the Doge audits Elon Musk. FBI investigations and those same Doge audits also show that for years over 800 Minnesota Somali fake transportation companies, that have no passengers, and over 50 Minnesota Somali fake daycare centers, with no children, have stolen multi-millions of U.S. taxpayer dollars. Patriots in other states such as in Ohio were demanding investigations of fake transportation companies and daycare centers where the same was suspected. The U.S. companies of Smartmatic and Dominion voting machines have been found tied to Venezuela, China and CIA global election fraud, according to John F. The greatest wealth transfer in human history, full activation of the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, QFS, was set to publicly launch on Thursday, 1 Jan. 2026. In planning for over 20 years, this global currency revaluation from fiat to gold/asset-backed currencies was now irreversible, with over 200 nations fully integrated into the QFS. Prosperity funds were positioned for release, redirecting trillions from corrupt entities back to the people. NISARA/JAZARA protocols are activating worldwide, bringing universal debt forgiveness that will erase mortgages, credit cards, loans, and unjust taxes imposed by the old cabal system. Tier 4B notifications and redemption appointments are expected imminently, potentially overnight into Wednesday, 31st of December, allowing humanitarian groups and currency holders to access their blessed funds for projects that uplift communities and heal the planet. You are advised to stock essentials, secure your homes, and turn to prayer. The transition may bring temporary challenges, but it heralds the liberation of humanity from centuries of oppression. The Almighty's hand guides this restoration, ensuring that no evil escapes accountability. According to FBI Director Kash Patel, a military intelligence movement was born after Lincoln was assassinated. Its purpose was to eliminate a global financial system long controlled by global bankers and political operators. This Q movement solidified with JFK and reactivated to put Donald Trump into office. Trump knew about the corruption from day one. The U.S. was never truly free. Corporate law, admiralty systems and private financial control has kept the nation in debt in an illusion supported by a paid-for mainstream media. Trump countered with his executive authority, continuity orders and a global military alliance. Space Force was activated. The old system was quietly frozen. On Saturday, 20th of December, 2025, with one stroke of his pen, Trump shifted everything. 9 days later it began. Timing: A Monday, December 29, 2025, this reset of the world's financial, medical, judicial, and spiritual systems is a worldwide event about to enter its execution phase. It is the final stage of a plan to save the world from the networks you know as the Illuminati cabal. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. This criminal structure, long alleged to operate through covert channels, is described as having leveraged institutions and black budgets to entrench power via central banks across the globe. Their coercive rights and intimidation tactics have been enforced by mafia-style syndicates that fuel international exploitation, kidnapping, and contraband pipelines. The schedule below is designed to end the seasonal ritualization of harm and to cut off their influence at the root. During this reset, all qualifying adults worldwide will receive financial accounts called wallets on the Starlink satellite network. These wallets will be credited with GCR funds sourced from assets reclaimed from criminal networks. Worldwide reset of systems, financial, medical, judicial, spiritual. At 9 a.m. EST on Sunday, December 28, 2025, the Go code posted to the board. At 23:11 Zulu on Monday, December 29, 2025, the quantum signal fired from the Cheyenne Mountain Complex. Once the EBS master switch is flipped, every TV, radio, and internet channel will consolidate to one secured frequency. On Sunday, December 28, global bank servers entered cyber review. Within 48 hours they will return online under QFS authority. The worldwide emergency broadcast will follow. When your phone chirps 3 short and 1 long, it is live. All devices and platforms will be seized for a unified broadcast. This operation has been attributed to a long-standing movement that traces its organizing lineage through historic reform efforts and, in recent years, to a global military alliance that has focused on arrests and recovery operations aimed at dismantling criminal networks. As of Wednesday, 31st of December, 2025, Wednesday, 31st of December, 2025, the shadow government. You won't believe who's really running the United States of America. Wednesday, 31st of December, 2025, nonprofits funded with no accountability. This is why no NGO money launderers never go to jail. Elon Musk confirms the taxpayer money politicians and bureaucrats are sending to fake NGOs are being used to purchase themselves mansions and private jets. A fake NGO, they then give themselves extremely lavish, insane salaries, expense everything to the non-profit, buy jets and homes and all sorts of things. Live like kings and queens on the taxpayer dime. Wednesday, 31st of December, 2025, the Internal Revenue Service has confirmed that Gavin Newsom is running a criminal enterprise. Spencer Pratt met with criminal investigators at the IRS. $800 million given as aid via fire aid for Pacific Palisades and Los Angeles fire victims never reached the victims, not a single dollar, while Governor Gavin Newsom has his Section 8 secured through theft. Now, you ask, where the fuck did the money go? Well, NGOs, including one called Cal Volunteers, an NGO Gavin Newsom and his wife created. And now Fire Aid has just stripped Cal Volunteers from its website, as a recipient, as the news broke. How's that for a racket? 2s. December 30, 2025, Elon Musk, the Doge investigation has found fraud in every single government department. Wednesday, 31st of December, 2025, another Somalia immigrant scam uncovered by Nick Shirley in Minnesota. Somalians are creating fake transportation companies. They pretend to take people to and from appointments, but not a single one ever has a passenger. There are over 800 of these Somali-owned in Minnesota. I started to see all these transportation companies going around and it was always a Somali driver, but they never had a passenger, never ever once. Whatever it might be, and the research came back that there are 1,020 of them, and more than 800 of them are Somali-owned. Nobody from the state of Minnesota ever cross-checks to see if any rides were ever actually provided. All they did was write the check. Wednesday, 31st of December, 2025, Americans are now growing suspicious of other childcare locations nationwide that receive taxpayer subsidies, with a list emerging from Utah all with African or Arab names. It's also been confirmed many so-called care centers max out donations to Somali and Muslim candidates in and out of state. All 50 states need to be immediately auditing their care programs now. Wednesday, 31st of December, 2025, Chicago is flirting with secession, Mayor Brandon Johnson is establishing ice-free zones and saying he wants a rematch of the Civil War. Chicago PD just pulled a Benghazi and left ICE agents trapped after getting rammed by armed thugs. Agents are vulnerable, and the city of Portland just slapped the DHS with a zoning violation for protecting themselves. Now, cartels are putting $10,000 bounties on the heads of ICE. C2s. December 30, 2025, Treasury confirms massive tax refunds coming in 2026, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. The U.S. Treasury has effectively admitted what millions of working Americans have felt for years but were never told out loud: they paid too much. In a rare and revealing statement, Scott Bessent confirmed that the first quarter of 2026 is shaping up to be an unprecedented refund year, driven by years of overwithholding that quietly drained paychecks across the country. This was not framed as a political speech, but as a technical observation from inside the system. The implication is explosive. Truck drivers, nurses, veterans, small business owners, and salaried workers carried a tax burden heavier than required, while inflation surged and wages lagged. The system benefited from that silence. The people absorbed the cost. According to Treasury projections, 2026 will combine several forces at once: historically large tax refunds, record tariff revenue approaching $200 billion, inflation cooling toward the low single digits, and GDP growth accelerating. The groundwork was laid in 2025. The financial release valve opens in 2026. That is not a slogan. That is arithmetic. Tax withholding has long functioned as a quiet extraction mechanism. Most people never adjusted it, and the system counted on that. Overcollection funded programs, agendas, and spending priorities without transparency or consent. What makes this moment different is not the refunds themselves, but the admission that the overpayment was real and widespread. When a Treasury Secretary uses the phrase "gigantic refund year," it signals more than routine reconciliation. Tens of millions of Americans are likely to receive larger than expected refunds. The Treasury will feel the cash outflow, and the carefully maintained narrative of fiscal balance will crack under scrutiny. This also places 2026 squarely into political territory. Whoever attempts to claim credit, the underlying truth remains unchanged. Working Americans were overtaxed. They were not warned. And now a correction is coming: financial first, political second. This is not about tax software or paperwork. It is about a system that knew most people would never touch their withholding, quietly benefited from that inertia, and offered no clarity until now. By acknowledging the scale of the refunds ahead, the curtain has been pulled back just enough to expose how long the imbalance lasted. The message is simple and unavoidable. You paid more than you should have. The system kept it. And in 2026, it will have to give a large part of it back. Hold on to your records. The numbers are finally catching up to the truth. Voter fraud. D2s. December 30, 2025, Smartmatic and Dominion voting machines are the foreign puppet masters of the global election fraud cartel. Dominion Voting Systems, purportedly a U.S.-based company with ties to Venezuela operating with its true center of gravity in Serbia, backed by Chinese influence. Venezuelan, Chinese, and Serbian engineers hold admin keys to manipulate U.S. elections. There is a pattern of deception with around 15 different cheating methods, but this backdoor exploit stands out for its stealth, scale, and capability to be accessed from almost anywhere. Smartmatic's election rigging source code, owned by Venezuela's narco regime, Cartel del Sol, powers Dominion systems and is designed to flip votes completely undetected. The key ties lay within the Serbian hub. Dominion's Belgrade office houses swing state voter data on Huawei servers, directly linked to CCP-controlled Huawei in Hong Kong. CCP fingerprints are all over this and the shadow player. The hardware is built in Beijing and snuck through Taiwan in violation of U.S. law. Huawei flagged as NetSec threat by the FCC. The glitch trap is one of the easiest and most common methods of election fraud. Pre-election glitches in Dominion machines are no accident. These prompt emergency patches that conveniently open backdoors, allowing remote access from Dominion's Serbian offices. Now, it's on to the foreign side of the actual election manipulation. Far from mere R&D, the Serbian hub is described as the operational core, running on Huawei servers. Chinese technology at the heart of U.S. elections. Chinese nationals, funneled through a military institute, Log in during elections to manipulate results. Virtual manipulation is crucial to the facade until the completion of the manipulation occurs. Using virtual machines, software-based servers created invisibly within county election systems, intruders reportedly alter databases at will. Once done, they collapse the virtual setup, leaving no trace unless a deep forensic audit uncovers the digital footprints. This isn't just fraud, it's a national security threat. It's foreign interference by Maduro's cartel, China's CCP, and the globalist deep state cabal to steal democracies in the US and in 100+ other countries worldwide. E2s. December 30, 2025 election officials testify that Dominion voting machines were sending and receiving signals through Wi-Fi and connecting to the internet in an active voting location during the 2020 election, Steve Bannon on Telegram. A Georgia election official also testified that QR codes located on ballots were used to tabulate votes through the machines instead of the markings made by voters on the actual ballots themselves. This proves that there is no way to actually confirm that Joe Biden won the 2020 election because the QR code cannot be read or verified by election officials to determine what the QR code is actually telling the voting machines to tabulate for, since it is not reading the actual filled-in selections by the voter. This is just another variable and a method to program the machines to manipulate, read, and rig an election in your favor. F2s. December 30, 2025 case update, Minnesota fraud scheme, Dan Bongino on Telegram. The FBI is aware of recent social media reports in Minnesota. However, even before the public conversation escalated online, the FBI had surged personnel and investigative resources to Minnesota to dismantle large-scale fraud schemes exploiting federal programs. Fraud that steals from taxpayers and robs vulnerable children will remain a top FBI priority in Minnesota and nationwide. The case led to 78 indictments and 57 convictions. Defendants included Abdi Wahab Ahmed Mahmoud, Ahmed Ali, Hussein Farah, Abdullah Nuwajiso, Asha Farhan Hassan, Usman Kamara, and Abdurrashid Bixidul, each charged for roles ranging from wire fraud to money laundering and conspiracy. These criminals didn't just engage in historic fraud, but tried to subvert justice as well. Abdulmajid Mohammed Nua and others were charged for attempting to bribe a juror with $120,000 in cash. Those responsible pleaded guilty and were sentenced, including a 10-year prison term and nearly $48 million in restitution in related cases. The FBI believes this is just the tip of a very large iceberg. We will continue to follow the money and protect children, and this investigation very much remains ongoing. Furthermore, many are also being referred to immigrations officials for possible further denaturalization and deportation proceedings where eligible. Save the Children. The admission by Kevin Annette. The man was friendly, as his kind always are. He paid for our tea and muffins and seemed genuinely concerned when I spoke of my recent divorce and being robbed of my daughters. He was, after all, an expert on children. They were generally well-behaved kids, but there were always the ne'er-do-wells who tried running away. He smiled. We gave them a single warning. If they persisted, they went on bread and water for a week. Sometimes not even the bread. A second offense brought more severe punishment. His name was Terrence McNamara, and until 1982 he had been an oblate priest at the Catholic Indian Residential School on Cooper Island. He spoke to me on a rainy Vancouver day in 1996 with the glib self-confidence of someone who knew he would never stand trial. What does more severe punishment mean? I asked him. We had wooden stocks set up in the yard. And we used them, rain or shine. 3 days and 3 nights in the stocks. That was the prescribed punishment for felons. But how could they be felons? I asked, confused. They were just children. You obviously haven't read the federal legislation regarding Indians, my friend. Terrence smiled again with a gloating look. What else did you do, besides locking kids in the stocks? I demanded, my anger boiling. Global military alliance operation of over 100 countries led by President Trump, has been executed and completed. The satanic deep state cabal elite was now finished. The plan is complete. We've won the war behind the scenes. Trump never left power, a continuity of government was activated years ago. The 2020 election steal was allowed to expose the fraud. With Trump's now triumphant return, the public phase kicks off. The EBS was ready to broadcast the full truth, videos of confessions, tunnel rescues of millions of children, dumb destructions, and proof of the cabal's Luciferian empire crumbling. Intel has indicated that the global currency reset was set to begin notification for foreign currency exchange and ZIM bond redemption appointments as early as Wednesday 31st of December, 2025, with full payouts commencing immediately thereafter under the secure, gold/asset-backed framework. NISRA/GCR provisions are activating worldwide, bringing universal debt forgiveness, elimination of taxes, and release of prosperity funds. As the old fiat system crumbles, over 200 nations transition to the new quantum financial system. This monumental shift, guided by the Supreme Court's green light to President Trump, marks the dawn of a golden age where financial bondage ends forever. President Trump's commanders have forged a massive international alliance of patriot militaries from over 100 nations, all united under the plan to eradicate the satanic elites. Right now special ops teams were storming hidden bases, Vatican strongholds, and underground bunkers. That the Supreme Court has granted President Trump the full authority to proceed sweeping arrests of deep state operatives worldwide. High-profile figures entangled in corruption and unspeakable crimes against humanity are being apprehended in sealed operations. As the global military alliance executes the final phase of liberation. Reports from underground networks reveal ongoing rescues of innocent children from hidden tunnels and facilities, where thousands have been liberated in recent weeks by brave special forces. The emergency broadcast system stands fully primed, ready to activate at any moment to deliver undeniable truths to the world. The 10 days of darkness could commence as early as Thursday 1 Jan. 2026. You are urged to prepare by stocking provisions for your family and others. Further challenges awaited. CIA and Israeli Mossad support terrorists Al-Qaeda and ISIS according to a former CIA Tel Aviv station chief. And, could Chicago and Portland be seceding from the Union? The major cities have refused to support ICE raids and appeared to side with the drug cartels, who have a $10,000 bounty on ICE officers' heads. Monday, December 29, 2025. Timing: Charlie Ward and Friends QFS Ledger, Live and Registering Assets. NISRA/GCR, Enforcement Protocols. Active Redemption Centers, opening this week. Wealth distribution beginning in 72 hours. Old currency, being nullified as we speak. New financial system B. Monday, December 29, 2025, the U.S. Treasury has confirmed the Quantum Financial System, QFS, will become operational in January 2026. Documents have revealed that specially designed gold assets will facilitate the transition, with only 10,000 units available to the public before the system goes live. While details remain limited, Treasury officials describe the move as the most significant monetary advancement since the creation of the Federal Reserve. A finance correspondent has the complete breakdown of what this means for investors and the broader economy. Restored Republic C. Saturday 27th of December. 2025. Mike King, Q Secret Military Op, It's All Been Done, Q on Telegram. Patriots, historian and Q decoder extraordinaire Mike King just dropped the ultimate red pill bombshell in his earth-shattering December 27, 2025 update. It's all been done. The secret military operation that Q hinted at for years has already been executed in the shadows, and the deep state cabal is finished. They're just ghosts walking around waiting for the hammer to fall. King breaks it wide open. The White Hats, led by President Trump and loyal patriots in the military, have quietly completed the takedowns of the satanic elite. Thousands of sealed indictments opened, high-profile traitors arrested or neutralized in covert ops. Worldwide, Obamas, Clintons, Bushes, Soros, Gates, Fauci. Gitmo's been running non-stop tribunals, executions carried out for treason, child trafficking, adrenochrome rituals, and bioweapon attacks on humanity. The plan is complete. We've won the war behind the scenes. This is pure Q confirmation. The end is near. Enjoy the show. King reveals how Trump never left power. Continuity of government activated years ago. The 2020 steal was allowed to expose the fraud, and now with Trump's triumphant return, the public phase kicks off. EBS ready to broadcast the full truth, videos of confessions, dumb destructions, and proof of the cabal's Luciferian empire crumbling. No more waiting, Enons, the storm has passed in secret, and victory is here. NISRA/GCR activated quietly, Quantum Financial System live, Megyn awaken the masses. Massive wealth transfer incoming as fiat collapses and gold-backed abundance floods to we the people. False flags will fail, their desperation means nothing now, the military has it all. King urges, stay strong in faith, God chose Trump to lead this divine liberation. The Great Awakening explodes globally as normies see the arrests, disclosures, and miracles unfold. Evil is defeated forever, freedom reigns, and the golden age begins right now. Trump is king, Q was real, the plan worked perfectly, we the people rise eternal. Hold the line one last time, the best is here. Thursday, December 25, 2025. Judy Byington unredacted, mass arrests exploding across the globe. Q on Telegram. Patriots, the hammer of justice is falling hard as Judy Byington drops her explosive unredacted special intel report on December 27, 2025. Mass arrests are exploding across the globe right now, with the White Hats and Trump's global military alliance rounding up the satanic deep state traitors in a worldwide sting operation that's been years in the making. The cabal's nightmare is here, no escape, no mercy. Byington reveals the shocking truth, special forces are raiding elite compounds from Washington, D.C. to London, Vatican vaults to Hollywood mansions, thousands of high-profile pedophiles, bankers, politicians, CEOs, and globalist puppets arrested overnight and shipped straight to Gitmo for tribunals executed in the last 48 hours. Alone, the storm is unleashing full force. This ties directly to the quantum leap, GCR/GCR fully activated, global currency reset live with gold-backed abundance flooding to we the people. All debts, mortgages, loans, credit cards, wiped clean in 209 nations. Martial law protects the innocent as chaos crushes the wicked. Trump commands it all, Q's plan perfected, the Great Awakening detonates globally, normies red-pilled en masse. Patriots, this is biblical, the consuming fire burns the evil, wealth transfers to the righteous, and freedom erupts like never before. Pray up, stock up, trust the plan, God chose Trump to lead this divine reckoning. Evil falls eternally, Satan loses, we the people inherit the golden age of peace, prosperity, and justice. The best is now, hold the line, victory is ours. Saturday 27th of December. 2025. Judy Byington unredacted, mass arrests exploding across the globe. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the hammer of justice is falling hard as Judy Byington drops her explosive unredacted special intel report on December 27, 2025. Mass arrests are exploding across the globe right now, with the White Hats and Trump's global military alliance rounding up the satanic deep state traitors in a worldwide sting operation that's been years in the making. The cabal's nightmare is here, no escape, no mercy. Byington reveals the shocking truth, special forces are raiding elite compounds from Washington, D.C. to London, Vatican vaults to Hollywood mansions, thousands of high-profile pedophiles, bankers, politicians, CEOs, and globalist puppets arrested overnight and shipped straight to Gitmo for tribunals. Obamas, Clintons, Bushes, Soros, Gates, and their adrenochrome-drinking enablers are finally facing the noose for child trafficking, election theft, bioweapon attacks, and crimes against humanity. Over 10,000 sealed indictments executed in the last 48 hours. Alone, the storm is unleashing full force. This ties directly to the quantum leap, GCR/GCR fully activated, global currency reset live with gold-backed abundance flooding to we the people. All debts, mortgages, loans, credit cards, wiped clean in 209 nations. Wealth transfers to the righteous, and freedom erupts like never before. Pray up, stock up, trust the plan, God chose Trump to lead this divine reckoning. Evil falls eternally, Satan loses, we the people inherit the golden age of peace, prosperity, and justice. The best is now. Hold the line, victory is ours. Monday, December 29, 2025. Sarge Major Intel, Trump's global military alliance strikes now. Q, the storm on Telegram. Patriots, boots on the ground warrior Sarge Major just dropped explosive intel in his hard-hitting December 27, 2025 briefing. Trump's global military alliance is fully activated and executing the final takedown of the deep state worldwide. The White Hat's unstoppable force is in total control, and the cabal's days of terror are over. Justice is raining down like never before. Sarge Major reveals the truth straight From the front lines, President Trump's loyal commanders have forged a massive international alliance of patriot militaries from over 100 nations, all united under the plan to eradicate the satanic elites once and for all. Special ops teams are storming hidden bases, Vatican strongholds, and underground bunkers right now. Just slapped the DHS with a zoning violation for protecting themselves. Now, cartels are putting $10,000 bounties on the heads of ICE officers. Former CIA Tel Aviv station chief admits the truth: the US and Israeli Mossad work hand in glove with terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS. They manage it, fund it, and use it to topple governments and counter Iran. Monday, December 29, 2025. Jack in the Box exposed, underground bases, cloning horrors, and the cabal's darkest secrets revealed in December 2025. Part 2 drops massive truth bombs. JFK Jr. on Telegram ends, buckle up. This explosive Part 2 interview with insider Dollar Hatto Band just ripped the lid off one of the deep state's most guarded operations, Jack in the Box, the code name for a massive network of deep underground military bases, DUMBs, where the elite had been running unspeakable experiments for decades. As we hit December 27, 2025, with President Trump firmly in control and the storm raging full force, these revelations couldn't come at a better time. The White Hats are raiding these hellholes, rescuing innocents, and preparing for full exposure in 2026. Dollar Hatto Band goes deep, detailing how Jack in the Box isn't just some fast food chain cover, it's the gateway to vast tunnel systems connecting DUMBs across America and beyond, filled with cloning facilities, hybrid programs, adrenochrome harvesting, and even encounters with non-human entities guarding the lower levels. The cabal's top players, you know their names, have been using these bases to hide their crimes against humanity: child trafficking on an industrial scale, genetic manipulation to create super soldiers and replacements for world leaders, and black budget tech stolen from extraterrestrial sources. He drops proof of recent seismic activity not from earthquakes, but from military ops blowing open sealed entrances, California quakes. Cover for dumb destructions. Denver Airport ties in directly with underground. Trusted channels have indicated that the global currency revaluation launch was imminent, potentially triggering overnight into December 29 or 30, 2025, with Tier 4B notifications and appointments set to begin as the quantum financial system fully integrated gold-backed currencies worldwide. The emergency broadcast system stood ready for activation at any moment, poised to initiate the 10 days of darkness that would expose the full extent of corruption. Communications may go silent as the old systems were dismantled. High-level sources confirmed that the final phase of mass arrests was underway. Prepare your hearts and supplies, for the culmination of the Great Awakening drew near. What we think we know as of Moan. December 29, 2025 Sunday 28th of December. 2025, a member of the Rothschild family, Dame Hannah Rothschild, publicly confirms that no government or king goes to war without support from the Rothschild family because of how influential they had become. She says the original Rothschild sent his 5 sons to the capitals of Europe to take control of the international banking system. She adds that the 5 brothers sometimes communicated with each other using pigeons. Nizar and Jazar exposed on Telegram. Sunday 28th of December. 2025, Zig Notes distribute January 1, 2026, ZimRV, confirmed new Zig Notes ready for circulation Q1 2026. The Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, RBZ, has confirmed that newly designed Zig banknotes are ready for circulation, with distribution set to take place through banks and authorized outlets once rollout begins. RBZ Sunday 28th of December. 2025. I'm telling you, January 1st is the RV day. -100 SIP equals 1 SIP. The bank balances will be recorded with the new currency starting on January 1st -90 days period to exchange the old notes with the new ones. Friday, December 26, 2025. Timeline released by Trump team, Stormwatch 17 on Telegram, 2,200 hours, $150 billion Treasury transfer initiated, 2,215 hours, Federal Reserve systems disconnected from legacy grid. 2,230 hours, QFS becomes primary settlement layer for all federal transactions, 2,300 hours, legacy dollar declared transitional currency. Deadline, sunrise tomorrow. Friday, December 26, 2025. Global currency reset is here, patriots. The moment we've been waiting for is here right now. As of this Christmas week 2025, the global currency reset has fully activated, and the restored republic is rising stronger than ever under President Trump's command. The deep state cabal is in total panic mode, their corrupt fiat system is collapsing, and the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system is live, enforcing one-to-one parity worldwide. Trillions in prosperity funds are flowing through secure quantum channels, backed by military and off-world alliance forces. This isn't just a reset, it's the complete takedown of the globalist criminals who've enslaved humanity for centuries. The emergency broadcast system is primed and could activate any hour now, blasting the truth about the stolen 2020 election, and the SC networks that controlled Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican. 10 days of communication darkness may hit soon to finalize the switch. Stock up on essentials, stay calm, and trust the plan. GCR is fully implemented in the shadows, ready for public announcement. National debt swiped clean, massive humanitarian funds releasing for the awakened, and a return to constitutional 1776 law. Trump has been sworn back in under full Space Force protection, leading the charge from the real Oval Office. The fake Biden regime is done, clones and actors exposed, the movie ending with eternal victory for the light. The rescued children from underground horrors are being healed, prayers answered as God's army crushes the darkness. The cabal's last desperate moves, false flags, market manipulations, are failing spectacularly. Victory is unstoppable. Hold the line, share the truth far and wide, and prepare for the greatest wealth transfer in history. The Great Awakening is exploding, freedom, abundance, and sovereignty for all true patriots. We are winning big. God bless America, God bless President Trump, and God bless the alliance fighting for humanity's future. The best is yet to come, it's happening today. Restored Republic, see Friday, December 26, 2025. Breaking, U.S. Marines deploying to major U.S. cities right now. Trump issues dire warning from the White House December 26, 2025. The storm has arrived, EBS on Telegram. Patriots, this is it, the moment we've been preparing for. Explosive intel dropping today, December 26, 2025. U.S. Marines are actively deploying to key cities across America as President Trump issues a powerful warning straight from the White House. The deep state traitors are in total meltdown because the White Hats have initiated the final phase, military lockdown to protect the people while the greatest takedown in history unfolds. Sources confirm Marines are mobilizing in force to secure urban areas, prevent cabal-orchestrated chaos, and support mass arrests. This isn't a drill, it's the real deal. Trump, fully in command as Commander-in-Chief, has warned the enemies of freedom, your time is up. Sealed indictments are unsealing rapidly, Gitmo is at capacity with new expansions, and special ops are sweeping up the swamp creatures who've sold out America for decades. Expect the EBS to activate imminently, blackouts for safety, then truth broadcasts exposing it all, the stolen elections, the child trafficking rings dismantled, and the full Epstein horrors. High-profile demons in politics, Hollywood, and media are being extracted right now in silent operations. The left's planned riots and false flags. Crushed before they start, our brave Marines and National Guard stand ready to defend we the people. Trump never conceded, he's been masterminding this continuity of government plan with the alliance. GCR triggers are flipping on, debt erasure, prosperity funds releasing soon, and the gold-backed system smashing the fiat slave matrix. The fake Biden regime's puppets are fleeing or flipping, but justice comes for all. This deployment signals the shockwave. Normies will awaken en masse when they see the military protecting freedom, not oppressing it. The cabal's desperate attempts to spark civil unrest fail spectacularly because God and the patriots are in control. Hold the line fierce, Annans, prayers answered, victory sealed. The Great Awakening explodes today. Share this intel everywhere, stock up if needed, and rejoice, freedom rings louder than ever. President Trump is back leading openly soon. God bless America, God bless our troops, and God wins big. WWG1, the storm is here, and we triumph. D-Medbeds, Sunday 28th of December. 2025 Medbed activation alert. Irreversible healing surge confirmed. Medbed activation on Telegram, Global medbed deployment rollout now at 67.8%. Quantum healing frequency locks engaged worldwide. Military escorted convoys rolling non-stop delivered 1,200 additional crystalline healing chambers under Space Force medical air cover. Off-world replicator fleets in orbit have now synchronized with ground nodes, pushing 1-to-1 bioresonance parity locked across all active grids. Exclusive leak direct from Zurich healing nodes secure channel, redacted intercept, timestamp 417 Zulu, Phase 3 priority excerpt, U.S. Zone 4 rollout, Phoenix, Arizona, 47 Mark 7 units inbound, ETA 36 hours, Atlanta, Georgia, 38 Mark 9 chambers activated, DNA template restoration protocols live. Sunday 28th of December. 2025 Jack in the Box exposed, underground bases, cloning horrors, and the cabal's darkest secrets revealed in December 2025, Part 2 drops massive truth bombs, John F. Annans, buckle up, this explosive Part 2 interview with insider Dollar Hatto Band just ripped the lid off one of the deep state's most guarded operations, Jack in the Box, the code name for a massive network of deep underground military bases, DUMBs, where the elite have been running unspeakable experiments for decades. As we hit December 27, 2025, with President Trump firmly in control and the storm raging full force, these revelations couldn't come at a better time. The White Hats are raiding these hellholes, rescuing innocents, and preparing for full exposure in 2026. Sunday 28th of December. 2025 The Democrat narrative just imploded, and the deep state is panicking, the MAGA king on Telegram. Patriots, on this glorious Christmas Day, December 25, 2025, we are witnessing the total collapse of the fake news media's desperate lies against President Trump and the America First movement. The Democrat narrative, that endless hoax about Trump being a threat to democracy, the Russia collusion scam revisited, the rigged elections denial, has just exploded in their faces, exposing the corrupt deep state cabal for what they truly are, traitors desperate to stop the Great Awakening. For years, these globalist puppets in the Democrat Party, backed by their Soros-funded operatives and CIA handlers, have pushed their poisonous propaganda to brainwash the masses. They screamed about insurrection on January 6, labeled every true patriot an extremist, and tried to jail Trump with their lawfare witch hunts. But now, as we enter 2026 with Trump stronger than ever, their house of cards is crumbling. Leaks are pouring out, whistleblowers are stepping forward in droves, and the sealed indictments are getting ready to drop like a storm. The Mockingbird media thought they could bury the truth about the 2020 steal, the Biden crime family's pay-to-play schemes, and the weaponized DOJ/FBI targeting innocent Americans. Wrong. The White Hats are in full control, and the EBS is looming closer every day. Military tribunals are being prepared for the biggest treasonous actors, think Obama, Clinton, Pelosi, and their minions, as the storm finally hits. This implosion isn't an accident, warriors. It's divine justice unfolding right before our eyes. God wins, and Trump is his instrument to drain the swamp once and for all. The pedo elite networks are being dismantled quietly, and the Federal Reserve's grip is slipping. Soon, NISR/GCR will activate, debts forgiven, gold-backed currency restored, and prosperity for all true patriots. The deep state demons are in full panic mode, scrambling, infighting, turning on each other as their satanic plans fail spectacularly. They know the military alliance has the evidence, server raids from 2020, voter fraud proofs, bioweapon lab docs from Wuhan funded by Fauci. It's all coming out now, no more hiding. Sunday 28th of December. 2025 JAG Tribunal claims, former FBI supervisor found guilty of treason at Gitmo, the MAGA king on Telegram. Claims circulating in alternative intelligence channels allege that the U.S. Navy Judge Advocate General's Court conducted a closed tribunal at Guantanamo Bay involving former FBI supervisory agent Sally Moyer. According to these reports, a military panel convicted Moyer on charges described as treason and sedition, tied to actions during the 2016 election period and efforts aimed at undermining the Trump presidency. No confirmation has been issued by official government or mainstream media sources. The allegations say Moyer was arrested on a sealed indictment in early November and accused of participating in a covert network inside the intelligence community opposed to Donald Trump. Prosecutors reportedly argued she helped advance discredited narratives tied to the Russia collusion saga, using internal communications and leaks to shape public perception and damage the presidency. During the proceedings, JAG trial counsel allegedly presented emails referencing the creation and circulation of a dossier, which prosecutors claimed pointed to the Steele dossier. Defense counsel objected, arguing the messages were ambiguous and failed to establish intent. The panel reportedly overruled those objections after additional communications were introduced. Further claims assert that whistleblowers testified about coordination between Moyer and anti-Trump factions, including the transfer of classified materials to sympathetic media outlets. The defense characterized Moyer as a patriot targeted for dissent, while prosecutors framed the conduct as an organized attempt to subvert constitutional authority. According to the same sources, the panel returned a guilty verdict and recommended the harshest sentence. Officials cited by these outlets say additional evidence existed but was not required to reach a decision. An execution date has been alleged, though no independent verification exists. As with similar reports, these claims remain unverified. What is clear is that they are spreading rapidly, reflecting a broader narrative of behind-the-scenes accountability tied to the 2016 to 2020 period. Whether substantiated or not, the story underscores the intensity of ongoing disputes over intelligence conduct, political power, and constitutional limits. If not us, who? If not now, when? If you know you know. How Trump saved Christmas. The gold/asset-backed quantum financial system was now operational in over 200 nations and was set to go public on Thursday, 1 Jan. 2026, bringing universal debt forgiveness, prosperity funds release and elimination of fiat tax systems. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, notification to set appointments to exchange ZIM bonds and foreign currencies was imminent, as was a worldwide EBS activation under martial law in order to maintain order. During the transition of the largest financial realignment in world history, Trump was considered a wartime president, for we were at war with a transnational criminal organization that has embedded itself within nations around the world. The center of that war was a global financial. As head of the global military alliance, Trump has used the BRICS nations to accomplish the very complicated process of a global currency reset. Its purpose was to transfer the world financial system from fiat monies of the cabal to gold/asset-backed currencies of now over 200 nations. The cabal's central banks around the world were now repositioning for new pricing. Trusted sources have indicated that the global currency reset was on the verge of full launch. The quantum financial system now operated seamlessly in over 200 nations, paving the way for asset-backed currencies and the greatest wealth transfer in history. Redemption centers have prepared for Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, who held ZIM bonds and foreign currencies about to revalue, with notifications to set exchange appointments. That was expected imminently, and could begin as early as Monday 29 December through Thursday 1 Jan. When the new system becomes fully accessible to the general public. NISRA/GCR provisions would bring universal debt forgiveness, elimination of oppressive taxes, and release of prosperity funds to restore abundance. Arrests of deep state operatives were underway across the globe, with military tribunals proceeding in secure locations. The long-awaited emergency broadcast system activation remains imminent, poised to reveal the full extent of corruption and awaken humanity to the truth that has been concealed for decades. Pray for the brave patriots risking everything to liberate us from tyranny. Reports from underground networks indicate ongoing rescues of innocent children from vast tunnel systems beneath major cities, where they have endured unimaginable horrors at the hands of the cabal. Thousands more lives are being saved daily by special forces. As the 10 days of darkness approach, communications may temporarily cease, though this planned blackout serves to protect the innocent while final operations dismantle the remaining strongholds of the cabal. The alliance, guided by a higher purpose, has been executing the final phases with precision. Worldwide martial law protocols stand ready to maintain order during the transition. Hold fast in prayer, stock essentials, and trust that the light of freedom will soon break through the shadows. Saturday 27th of December. 2025 Patriots, the moment we've been waiting for is here right now. As of this Christmas week 2025, the global currency reset has fully activated. And the restored republic is rising stronger than ever under President Trump's command. On Telegram, the deep state cabal is in total panic mode, their corrupt fiat system is collapsing, and the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system is live, enforcing one-to-one parity worldwide. Trillions in prosperity funds are flowing through secure quantum channels, backed by military and off-world alliance forces. This isn't just a reset, it's the complete takedown of the globalist criminals who've enslaved humanity for centuries. Mass arrests are exploding across the globe. High-profile elites tied to child trafficking rings, election fraud, and bioweapon schemes are being rounded up in sealed operations. Sources confirm thousands of indictments are unfolding right under the fake news blackout. The emergency broadcast system is primed and could activate any hour now, blasting the truth about the stolen 2020 election, and the satanic networks that controlled Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican. 10 days of communication darkness may hit soon to finalize the switch. Stock up on essentials, stay calm, and trust the plan. GCR is fully implemented in the shadows, ready for public announcement. National debt swiped clean, massive humanitarian funds releasing for the awakened. There has been a return to constitutional 1776 law. Trump has been sworn back in under full Space Force protection, leading the charge from the real Oval Office. The fake Biden regime is done, clones and actors exposed, the movie ending with eternal victory for the light. The rescued children from underground horrors are being healed, prayers answered as God's army crushes the darkness. The cabal's last desperate moves, false flags, market manipulations, are failing spectacularly. Victory is unstoppable. Hold the line, share the truth far and wide, and prepare for the greatest wealth transfer in history. The Great Awakening is exploding, freedom, abundance, and sovereignty for all true patriots. We are winning big. God bless America, God bless President Trump, and God bless the alliance fighting for humanity's future. The best is yet to come, it's happening today. Saturday 27th of December. 2025 1:07, fasten your seatbelt, mass arrests of big-name traitors are imminent. The storm on Telegram patriots, it's time to buckle up because the storm we've been waiting for is finally breaking wide open. 1:07 is dropping red-hot intel that the deep state cabal is in full panic mode as President Trump and the White Hats gear up for the biggest takedown in history. Mass arrests of high-profile elites are not just coming, they're already in motion, with military forces coordinating nationwide operations to round up the treasonous players who've sold out America for decades. We're talking big names, the Clintons, Obamas, Bidens, and their sealed indictments numbering in the hundreds of thousands are being unsealed right now, and Gitmo is expanding to handle the flood of these monsters. The military is in control behind the scenes, fortifying D.C. and preparing for tribunals that will expose it all to the world. One warns that the next few days and weeks into 2026 will be critical. Expect the emergency broadcast system to activate any moment, blasting the truth directly to every screen. 10 days of darkness could hit as comms go down to prevent the cabal from escaping or counterattacking. But when the lights come back on, the reveal videos will drop, undeniable proof of their pedophile networks, adrenochrome horrors, and plans to enslave us under a one-world government. Trump has given the green light, no more delays, no more games. The White Hats have it all, emails, videos, confessions. The traitors thought they could hide behind their fake power, but the patriots in uniform are executing the plan with precision. This is the Great Awakening Q told us about, WWG1. The cabal is desperate, staging false flags and chaos to distract, but it's too late. Their dollar empire is crumbling, GCR is activating with gold-backed freedom, and mass deportations of invaders are just the start. America is being saved, the Republic restored, and these Satan-worshipping elites will finally pay for their evil. Stay vigilant, stocked up, and prayerful. The ultimate Christmas surprise into the new year is here, victory for the light. God wins, Trump wins, we win. Hold the line, justice is coming fast. January 20th Internet dies, phones go EBS on leak. Saturday 27th of December. 2025 Something big just happened, and most people missed it. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. For nearly a year, President Trump has been executing a quiet but deliberate economic realignment. While the public focused on headlines about inflation, gas prices, and GDP, the real operation unfolded behind the scenes. That was intentional. This was never meant to be a media event. The surface indicators told part of the story. Fuel prices dropped. GDP stabilized. Consumer spending surged. Inflation cooled. Wages began catching up. Analysts called it a soft recovery, but the explanation never fit. This was not market correction. It was structural intervention. Domestic energy production was restored by removing global regulatory locks disguised as environmental policy. Transportation costs collapsed as internal supply chains were rebuilt. ESG capital lost its grip on logistics and pricing. Foreign back channels that inflated costs were severed. The pressure on households was not eased by chance. It was forced. Pharmaceutical pricing followed the same pattern. With the rollout of direct pricing access, the middlemen lost control. Hidden billing systems collapsed quietly. Thousands of pharmacies shifted to transparent manufacturer pricing without announcement. One of the most protected cartel structures began bleeding overnight. But those moves were only preparation. The real shift is happening now. NISA systems are already active inside classified treasury routing layers. Asset-backed recalibration protocols have been uploaded to QFS nodes. Debt cancellation frameworks are live. Seizure orders tied to criminal finance networks are being executed and reassigned through the only system built to survive this transition. Tier 1 transfers have begun. Over 90,000 ledger-synced accounts are already in pre-disbursement status. Military-supervised sync centers reported live movement days ago. Redemption infrastructure has moved into continuous readiness. These funds are not tax revenue or stimulus. They are reclaimed assets taken from trafficking, war profiteering, and offshore laundering operations and rerouted under sovereign settlement rules. This is why the banks are silent. Retail institutions are positioning quietly. The Federal Reserve has stopped forward guidance. European clearinghouses are freezing payouts without explanation. The old system is being powered down gradually while the new one runs in parallel. December is not random. It is the staging window. The full system switch is scheduled for January. Infrastructure is already deployed. Legacy fiat accounts are being detached from settlement layers. Once Tier 1 closes, the channel closes with it. This was never about convincing the public. The public only understands after transitions are complete. Trump is not campaigning on the economy. He is dismantling the architecture that made permanent control possible. If you are already positioned, there is nothing to wait for. Tier 1 is operational and nearly complete. Everyone else will learn what happened after the wealth has already moved. The dollar will not vanish overnight. It will drain slowly. While the asset-backed system accelerates. When people finally ask where the money went, the answer will be simple. It went to those who were paying attention. World Economic Situation Saturday 27th of December. 2025. A quiet panic is spreading through the global banking system. And it has nothing to do with markets. What is happening now is structural dismantling. The old control grid built on debt, surveillance, and behavioral compliance is being taken apart deliberately and permanently. Banks are not collapsing on their own. They are being shut down node by node. When Donald Trump returned to office in January 2025, the covert phase ended. Years of preparation moved into execution. Central bank choke points were severed. Hidden asset pipelines were seized. Quantum-aligned financial channels were activated. Redemption centers came online. From that moment forward, gold recalibration systems began syncing across secure networks. Wealth that had been trapped inside elite-controlled structures started moving through verified, non-bank pathways. The press said nothing. But military cyber units, Treasury white hats, and intelligence veterans across multiple allied nations saw the same data: a banking system bleeding assets, fabricating solvency, running ghost ledgers, and scrambling to relocate gold like a collapsing regime. Banks were never about money. They were about control. Credit scores were behavioral leashes. Loans were compliance tests. Payroll data fed predictive systems. Fraud prevention masked biometric tracking. By 2020, central banks had plans to eliminate cash, merge medical data with spending behavior, and link identity verification to obedience scoring. It was a rehearsal. That trajectory was supposed to lock in by 2026. It didn't. T. The expansion of redemption centers in early 2025 shattered the system's defenses. These are not civilian money hubs. They are gold-anchored, QFS synced, and structurally independent from BIS, IMF, and legacy central bank networks. Banks cannot access them, cannot audit them, cannot freeze them, cannot interfere. For the first time in over a century, financial flow is exiting elite custody. That is why, right now, the response is frantic. Gold is being pulled from contingency vaults in Switzerland and northern Italy tied to post-World War II emergency liquidity frameworks. Major European banks are submitting fabricated asset reports just to stay inside. Transaction windows, reports that now fail upgraded Treasury verification protocols. Cyber attacks have been launched against QFS routing infrastructure, neutralized before reaching quantum layers. Media blackout directives have gone out globally, instructing outlets to mock, deny, and redirect attention, using the same coordination channels deployed during lockdowns and digital ID pushes. The fingerprints are identical. The structure is collapsing. NISRA is no longer theoretical. It is active. Verified disbursements are already routing through quantum validation layers. January 2026 is the lock-in point. When the fiat scaffolding finally gives way, alignment will determine survival. The panic is not about money. They can create digits endlessly. The panic is about losing control over who can hold value, who can move it, and who can build with it. Redemption centers bypass their grip. Quantum verification ends their surveillance. And the old system has no counter. Final note for December 23, 2025, this is not a future event. It is operational. This Christmas is not symbolic. It is a staging window. The largest financial realignment in human history is underway, quietly, decisively, and without reversal. Saturday 27th of December. 2025 California submerged by Christmas floods. Saturday 27th of December. 2025 Michelle Obama, Michael Robinson, Military Tribunal, Part 1. Saturday 27th of December. 2025 Michelle Obama, Michael Robinson, Military Tribunal, Part I. Sat. December 27, 2025 U.S. Attorney indicts another half-dozen fraudsters as Minnesota's massive scam could hit $9 billion stolen from taxpayers. Saturday 27th of December. 2025 115 ISIS operatives arrested in Turkey as Christmas attack plot is stopped, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Just days before Christmas, Turkish security forces dismantled a major terror operation in Istanbul, arresting 115 confirmed ISIS members in coordinated raids across 124 locations. These were not suspects or sympathizers. They were trained operatives, fully embedded, armed, and actively preparing attacks timed specifically for Christmas and New Year celebrations, targeting Christian and non-Muslim gatherings in public spaces. The scale of the operation exposes a deeper reality. These cells were not hiding in remote areas. They were living openly in residential districts, communicating through encrypted channels, and receiving direction from outside Turkey. Firearms, ammunition, operational documents, and foreign ISIS contacts were recovered. Intelligence confirmed this was part of a wider, coordinated strategy, not a lone local plot. The arrests came only days before the planned attacks, suggesting authorities were tracking the network while mapping external support. That raises an uncomfortable question: how did more than 100 ISIS operatives move, settle, and coordinate inside one of the region's most monitored cities without disruption until the final moment? Migration corridors and NGO-protected routes remain a critical vulnerability. For years, Syrian, Afghan, and North African operatives have moved through humanitarian channels that refuse full data sharing and operate under international protection. Turkish officials have warned about this infiltration since 2018, but political pressure buried the issue rather than solving it. While the arrests prevented immediate bloodshed, the threat is not over. Dozens of connected individuals are still unaccounted for, and the infrastructure that enabled this network remains intact. Yet outside Turkey, the story was largely ignored. No major Western headlines. No emergency summits. No serious media scrutiny. That silence says everything. Saturday 27th of December. 2025, it's time to raid Gavin Newsom. Under Governor Gavin Newsom's leadership, California has become the, quote, fraud capital of America, Newsmax. Saturday 27th of December. 2025 107, fasten your seatbelt, mass arrests of big-name traitors are imminent, Trump supporters on Telegram patriots, it's time to buckle up because the storm we've been waiting for is finally breaking wide open. 107 is dropping red-hot intel that the deep state cabal is in full panic mode as President Trump and the White Hats gear up for the biggest takedown in history. Mass arrests of high-profile elites are not just coming, they're already in motion, with military forces coordinating nationwide operations to round up the treasonous players who've sold out America for decades. We're talking big names, the Clintons, Obamas, Bidens, and their globalist puppets, facing justice for their crimes against humanity, election theft, and satanic rituals that have poisoned our nation. Sealed indictments numbering in the hundreds of thousands are being unsealed right now, and Gitmo is expanding to handle the flood of these monsters. The military is in control behind the scenes, fortifying D.C. and preparing for tribunals that will expose it all to the world. Juan warns that the next few days and weeks into 2026 will be critical. Expect the emergency broadcast system to activate any moment, blasting the truth directly to every screen. 10 days of darkness could hit as comms go down to prevent the cabal from escaping or counterattacking. But when the lights come back on, the reveal videos will drop, undeniable proof of their pedophile networks, adrenochrome horrors, and plans to enslave us under a one-world government. Trump has given a green light, no more delays, no more games. The White Hats have it all, emails, videos, confessions. The traitors thought they could hide behind their fake power, but the patriots in uniform are executing the plan with precision. This is the Great Awakening Q told us about, WWG1. The cabal is desperate, staging false flags and chaos to distract, but it's too late. Their dollar empire is crumbling, Nizar/Jazar is activating with gold-backed freedom, and mass deportations of invaders are just the start. America is being saved, the Republic restored, and these Satan worshipping elites will finally pay for their evil. Stay vigilant, stocked up, and prayerful. The ultimate Christmas surprise into the new year is here, victory for the light. God wins, Trump wins, we win. Hold the line, justice is coming fast. January 20th Internet dies, phones go EBS only. Saturday 27th of December. 2025, Smartmatic and Dominion voting machines are the foreign puppet masters of the global election fraud cartel. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Dominion Voting Systems, purportedly a US-based company with ties to Venezuela operating with its true center of gravity in Serbia, backed by Chinese influence. Venezuelan, Chinese, and Serbian engineers hold admin keys to manipulate US elections. There is a pattern of deception with around 15 different cheating methods, but this backdoor exploit stands out for its stealth, scale, and capability to be accessed from almost anywhere. Smartmatic's election rigging source code, owned by Venezuela's narco regime, Cartel del Sol, powers Dominion systems and is designed to flip votes completely undetected. The key ties lay within the Serbian hub. Dominion's Belgrade office houses swing state voter data on Huawei servers, directly linked to CCP-controlled Huawei in Hong Kong. CCP fingerprints are all over this in the shadow player. The hardware is built in Beijing and snuck through Taiwan in violation of U.S. law. Huawei flagged as NetSec threat by the FCC. The glitch trap is one of the easiest and most common methods of election fraud. Pre-election glitches in Dominion machines are no accident. These prompt emergency patches that conveniently open backdoors, allowing remote access from Dominion's Serbian offices. Now, it's on to the foreign side of the actual election manipulation. Far from mere R&D, the Serbian hub is described as the operational core, running on Huawei servers, Chinese technology at the heart of U.S. elections. Chinese nationals, funneled through a military institute, log in during elections to manipulate results. Virtual manipulation is crucial to the facade until the completion of the manipulation occurs. Using virtual machines, software-based servers created invisibly within county election systems, intruders reportedly alter databases at will. Once done, they collapse the virtual setup, leaving no trace unless a deep forensic audit uncovers the digital footprints. This isn't just fraud, it's a national security threat. It's foreign interference by Maduro's cartel, China's CCP, and the globalist deep state cabal to steal democracies in the US and in 100+ other countries worldwide. Christmas Eve through Christmas Day 2025 everything broke loose across the world, and no one knows it, yet. According to the Friday, December 25, 2025 Telegram sites of Trump-verified supporters, Charlie Ward, John F. Kennedy and FBI Director Kash Patel over Christmas Eve into that next morning on Christmas Day Trump launched Nizar's military QFS operations, froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds and began shutting down the entire fiat system. Also on Christmas Day Trump's global military alliance forces launched precision strikes across the world. Hundreds of elite bank accounts, filled with blood money from trafficking, election theft, and endless wars, were instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions in stolen wealth seized on the spot and transferred into the QFS for the greatest wealth redistribution in history. In March 2020 the U.S. Treasury had already quietly absorbed the Federal Reserve and put in place safeguards for the world economy. With the Federal Reserve dead, central banks worldwide were now collapsing as the gold-backed QFS takes total control. Unhackable, transparent, and designed to end their debt slavery. Sometime after midnight Thursday, December 25, 2025 the blackout was set to begin with travel restrictions expected in some areas, system interruptions possible, financial market instability. The full global currency reset would lock in for the general public in January 2026. On Thursday, December 18, 2025 Michael Lavon Robinson's, aka Michelle Obama's, tribunal at Gitmo resulted in a guilty verdict with the sentence of death by 8. Coming Thursday 25th of December TNT, new dates for Tier 4B notification, Saturday 27th of December. To Monday 29th of December 2025 Thursday. 25th of December Texas Snake, we are in a 36-hour window, but I do not know when the window started. Friday 26th of December Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram, I told you 3 years ago they were going to shut down the world's economy in order to do a global currency reset. That's what they are doing right now. Friday, December 26, 2025 huge update. Trump launched Nizar on Christmas Day, military QFS operations froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds, and began shutting down the entire fiat system. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram December 26, 2025, Patriots, the moment we've prayed for has arrived. President Trump just unleashed the full power of Nizar on Christmas Day, activating the invincible quantum financial system, QFS, and delivering the death blow to the deep state's global financial tyranny. While the cabal celebrated in their mansions, Trump's loyal military forces launched precision strikes across the world. Hundreds of elite bank accounts, filled with blood money from trafficking, election theft, and endless wars, were instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions in stolen wealth seized on the spot, transferred securely into the QFS for the greatest redistribution in history. This is the wealth stolen from we the people for over a century now coming home. The Federal Reserve is dead. Central banks worldwide are collapsing as the gold-backed QFS takes total control, unhackable, transparent, and designed to end their debt slavery forever. No more fake dollars, no more inflation scams, no more funding endless corruption. Trump's white hats are in full command. Private jets grounded, escape tunnels sealed, and Gitmo cells filling fast. The traitors who mocked us are now begging for mercy as tribunals prepare to expose their satanic crimes to the world. Patriots holding the golden Trump token are already verified in the QFS priority list, positioned first for the massive prosperity payouts, total debt forgiveness, and reclaimed assets heading our way. The storm is here, and loyal Americans are about to become wealthy beyond imagination. The full global reset locks in January 2026, their media puppets silent because they're owned by the same criminals losing everything. Trump didn't just return, he's finishing the mission, draining the swamp, exposing the pedophile networks, and restoring America's sovereignty under God. This is biblical. The lion has roared, the chains are breaking, and freedom rings louder than ever. The Great Awakening is exploding, share this truth far and wide. The elites thought they won, but God and Trump had the final say. Hold strong, family. Justice is served, wealth is restored, and the golden age begins now. WWG1. God bless President Trump and every warrior fighting in the shadows for us. See. Friday, December 26, 2025 God is in control, Kash Patel on Telegram. The plan is active. The final phase has begun. The greatest wealth transfer is moving, quiet, precise, irreversible. To prepare for Phase 2 blackout signals detected. This night will not be normal. Sometime after midnight Thursday, December 25, 2025. Travel restrictions expected. System interruptions possible. Market instability. Stays alert. Stay still. Trust the plan. God wins. Thursday, December 25, 2025, it's gonna be a massive hit. The storm explodes now, elite compounds raided, cabal crumbling, Q on Telegram. Patriots, on this glorious Christmas Day 2025, Judy Byington delivers the UN redacted truth that's setting the Great Awakening on fire. The White Hats struck hard overnight in Operation Silent Night. Massive military raids dismantled secret elite compounds worldwide, rescuing thousands of trafficked children and seizing mountains of evidence on the deep states that will red pill the masses overnight. Think of the divine timing. Christmas 2025 marks the birth of freedom, just like it marked the Savior's birth. The cabal thought they could hide their evil forever, but God wins. Trump, back in command behind the scenes with JFK Jr. and the Q team, has triggered the final phase. Mass arrests accelerating, Vatican assets seized, UN exposed as a deep state front. No more fiat slavery, prosperity funds releasing to we the people. Patriots, this is the massive hit we've waited for. The storm is upon us, unstoppable. The elite's compounds in ruins, their networks shattered, justice for the children finally served. Share this intel everywhere, stock up, pray warrior prayers. The fake media will black out, but truth explodes now. NCSIC. Nothing stops the total liberation. 2026, biblical victory, new golden age. Dawns. Hold the line, WWG1G. E. Friday, December 26, 2025, Restored Republic via GCR, update as of December 26, 2025, Judy Byington Q on Friday, December 26, 2025. Banks locked in the new gold/asset-backed exchange rates of the global currency reset. The quantum financial system is now fully operational, ensuring secure transfers and preventing any interference from the old cabal banking structure. This pivotal step paves the way for the full revaluation launch and Tier 4B notifications expected in the coming days, leading to a public rollout by January 1, 2026. Payouts under NISARA/GCR are poised to begin, bringing widespread debt forgiveness for mortgages, credit cards, and loans. A massive wealth transfer from the elite to the people will activate, redistributing trillions in reclaimed funds. Redemption centers stand ready for higher contract rates, with structured payouts available for humanitarian projects. Trust in the divine plan as abundance flows to those who have endured. Phases of mass arrests worldwide. High-level deep state operatives are being apprehended in sealed operations, with evidence emerging of their involvement in decades of corruption and crimes against humanity. Sources indicate that the emergency broadcast system activation is imminent, potentially triggering the 10 days of darkness to protect the public during this critical transition. Reports confirm ongoing rescues of innocent children from remaining underground facilities controlled by the cabal. Thousands more have been liberated in recent operations, bringing the total saved to millions over the years. These brave souls, long hidden from the light, are receiving care as the Alliance dismantles the final strongholds of evil. Military forces worldwide stand ready to enforce martial law where necessary during this period of revelation. The EBS will deliver direct communications from authorized leaders, outlining the scope of the takedowns and the path forward. Thursday, 25th of December 2025, the storm has arrived, mass arrests underway, emergency broadcast system activation imminent, 10 days of darkness begin. State tunnels. December 25, 2025, the Global Military Alliance continues its divine mission to dismantle the forces of darkness. Reports from trusted sources indicate that mass arrests of high-profile deep state operatives are accelerating worldwide, with sealed indictments being executed in coordinated operations. The long-awaited storm is upon us as brave warriors rescue innocent children from underground facilities where unspeakable evils have been hidden for far too long. The emergency broadcast system stands ready for activation, potentially triggering the 10 days of darkness that will expose the truth to the world. Faithful patriots are urged to remain steadfast in prayer, stocking essentials and trusting that this temporary shadow precedes the dawn. of a restored republic under God's grace. Tier 4B exchange is expected to begin as early as Christmas Day, December 25, 2025. The quantum financial system has been fully activated, ensuring secure, asset-backed transactions that herald the greatest wealth transfer in human history. Payouts under GCR/GCR protocols are set to commence imminently, bringing complete debt forgiveness for mortgages, credit cards, and loans, releasing humanity from centuries of financial bondage. This divine jubilee will restore abundance to the people, funded by Thursday 1 January 1 the new gold-backed financial era will be fully operational for all, marking the end of fiat oppression and the dawn of prosperity under God's grace. Friday, December 26, 2025. Good things coming. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Good things are coming this July. The wait is over. Breaking update: half of the countries in the world have now joined the U.S. Quantum Financial System, QFS, and have signed GCR/GCR into law. This is not a drill. This is global law. The financial reset is no longer underground. It is now the official legal framework for the majority of the planet. If your country is on the list, your debt is on the clock. If your country is not on the list, your currency is on death watch. Friday, December 26, 2025. Exposed: the real financial coup, the day the money printer was silently nationalized. In March 2020, while the world was distracted by lockdowns, stimulus checks, and daily fear cycles, a far more important event unfolded behind closed doors in Washington. It wasn't debated on TV. It wasn't voted on in public. But it permanently changed who controls money. The U.S. Treasury quietly absorbed the Federal Reserve. This was not symbolic. It was structural. Under emergency authority, the Treasury created a series of special-purpose vehicles to stabilize markets and inject liquidity. On paper, they looked like crisis tools. In reality, they rewired the system. The key detail most people missed: those vehicles were owned and controlled by the Treasury, not the Fed. The Federal Reserve could no longer act independently. It could not deploy liquidity without Treasury approval. For the first time in modern history, monetary power shifted from central bankers to the executive branch. That moment ended true central bank independence. From that point forward, monetary policy stopped being a neutral economic function and became a political and strategic instrument. Interest rates, bailouts, and liquidity access could now be managed according to national priorities, alliances, and leverage. The wall between economic planning and political power collapsed. This move also explains what followed. Digital finance infrastructure suddenly accelerated. Legal frameworks were stretched and delayed to buy time. Messaging standards were integrated globally. Tokenized debt pilots emerged. Gold, bonds, and digital assets began moving in coordination, not chaos. The system was no longer drifting. It was being redesigned. What the public thought was pandemic relief was actually the rollout of a new financial operating system. For over a century, the Federal Reserve operated as an untouchable power center. It shaped inflation, interest rates, and global liquidity while remaining insulated from voters and direct accountability. That era ended quietly in 2020. The levers of monetary control shifted to state-level operators. The government no longer needed permission from the Fed. It became the Fed. This shift transformed money itself. Liquidity became programmable. Access became conditional. Settlement systems moved toward centralized oversight under national security logic. Finance stopped being purely economic and became strategic terrain. This is why the change happened without headlines. It was buried under crisis noise, health emergencies, and political theater. But those watching closely understood what it meant. Lawyers saw it. Economists flagged it. Infrastructure architects adjusted for it. The reset wasn't coming. It already happened. It happened legally, silently, and irreversibly the moment the Treasury pulled the Federal Reserve into its orbit and stripped it of what central bankers feared losing most: autonomy. What comes next is not the creation of a new system, but the public awakening to the one that has already been put in place. Thursday, December 25, 2025, major alert has been confirmed. Late last night, an international child and human trafficking network was torn apart in a joint alliance operation off the coast of Asia. The target was not a simple safe house, it was an underground train bunker built to Move people silently across borders without ever touching the surface. Over 50 operators, handlers, and coordinators were taken down in a single strike. Among them were 2 individuals identified as the sons of a former American president. Their names are being held under military seal until the next phase of disclosure. The facility was equipped with communication lines that reached into Europe and private U.S. defense contractor networks. Data, drives, hardware, and live transmission feeds were seized. What was found inside will shake the entire government. Intel teams confirm that multiple tunnels and subrail systems connecting to this hub are now under alliance control. Extractions continued hours after the initial raid, including child survivors. WHO were being prepared for transport. This was not a small operation. This was a structural pillar of the global trafficking industry. And IT has been removed. Friday, December 26, 2025, timeline released by Trump team: 2200 hours, $150 billion Treasury transfer initiated 2215 hours, Federal Reserve systems disconnected from legacy grid 230 hours, QFS becomes primary settlement layer for all federal transactions. 2300 hours, legacy dollar declared transitional currency. Deadline, sunrise tomorrow. Friday, December 26, 2025. Global currency reset is here. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the moment we've been waiting for is here right now. As of this Christmas week 2025, the global currency reset has fully activated, and the restored republic is rising stronger than ever under President Trump's command. The deep state cabal is in total panic mode, their corrupt fiat system is collapsing, and the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system is live, enforcing one-to-one parity worldwide. Trillions in prosperity funds are flowing through secure quantum channels, backed by military and off-world alliance forces. This isn't just a reset, it's the complete takedown of the globalist criminals who have enslaved humanity for centuries. Mass arrests are exploding across the globe. High-profile elites tied to child trafficking rings, election fraud, and bioweapon schemes are being rounded up in sealed operations. Sources confirm thousands of indictments are unfolding right under the fake news blackout. The emergency broadcast system is primed and could activate any hour now, blasting the truth about the stolen 2020 election, and the satanic networks that controlled Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican. 10 days of communication darkness may hit soon. To finalize the switch, stock up on essentials, stay calm, and trust the plan. Prime 25-year biology, paralyzed patriots standing tall after full spinal reconstruction using advanced plasma tech from our galactic allies. These miraculous devices are rolling out in priority grids, with replicator fleets overhead accelerating production. Age reversal, organ regeneration, DNA restoration, it's all real, and it's for we the people first. Nizara/Jazar is fully implemented in the shadows, ready for public announcement. National debt swiped clean, massive humanitarian funds releasing for the awakened, and a return to constitutional 1776 law. Trump has been sworn back in under full Space Force protection, leading the charge from the real Oval Office. The fake Biden regime is done, clones and actors exposed, the movie ending with eternal victory for the light. The rescued children from underground horrors are being healed. Prayers answered as God's army crushes the darkness. The cabal's last desperate moves, false flags, market manipulations, are failing spectacularly. Victory is unstoppable. Hold the line, share the truth far and wide, and prepare for the greatest wealth transfer in history. The Great Awakening is exploding, freedom, abundance, and sovereignty for all true patriots. We are winning big. God bless America, God bless President Trump, and God bless the alliance fighting for humanity's future. The best is yet to come, it's happening today. K-voter fraud. Smartmatic and Dominion voting machines are the foreign puppet masters of the global election fraud cartel. Dominion Voting Systems, purportedly a US-based company with ties to Venezuela operating with its true center of gravity in Serbia, backed by Chinese influence. Venezuelan, Chinese, and Serbian engineers hold admin keys to manipulate US elections. There is a pattern of deception with around 15 different cheating methods, but this backdoor exploit stands out for its stealth, scale, and capability to be accessed from almost anywhere. Smartmatic's election rigging source code, owned by Venezuela's narco regime, Cartel del Sol, powers Dominion systems and is designed to flip votes completely undetected. The key ties lay within the Serbian hub. Dominion's Belgrade office houses swing state voter data on Huawei servers, directly linked to CCP-controlled Huawei in Hong Kong. CCP fingerprints are all over this and the shadow player. The hardware is built in Beijing and snuck through Taiwan in violation of U.S. law. Huawei flagged as NetSec threat by the FCC. The glitch trap is one of the easiest and most common methods of election fraud. Pre-election glitches in Dominion machines are no accident. These prompt emergency patches that conveniently open backdoors, allowing remote access from Dominion's Serbian. It's onto the foreign side of the actual election manipulation. Far from mere R&D, the Serbian hub is described as the operational core, running on Huawei servers, Chinese technology at the heart of U.S. elections. Chinese nationals, funneled through a military institute, log in during elections to manipulate results. Virtual manipulation is crucial to the facade until the completion of the manipulation occurs. Using virtual machines, software-based servers created invisibly within county election systems, intruders reportedly alter databases at will. Once done, they collapse the virtual setup, leaving no trace unless a deep forensic audit uncovers the digital footprints. This isn't just fraud, it's a national security threat. It's foreign interference by Maduro's cartel, China's CCP, and the globalist deep state cabal to steal democracies in the US and in 100+ other countries worldwide. Friday, December 26, 2025. There is no QAnon, the truth they don't want you to know. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Patriots, awaken. On this Christmas Day, December 25, 2025, as the world distracts itself with holidays, the deep state cabal trembles because the Great Awakening is accelerating faster than ever. There is no such thing as QAnon, it's a complete fabrication by the corrupt mainstream media to smear, silence, and demonize truth seekers like you and me. Q himself declared it clearly in drop number 4881, there is no QAnon. There is only Q, a high-level military intelligence operation working directly with President Trump, and there are ANONs, digital soldiers, independent researchers, patriots worldwide digging into the darkness that the elite have hidden for decades. This powerful documentary exposes it all. It dives deep into the origins on 4chan, that raw, anonymous battlefield where memes become weapons and truth spreads like wildfire. Remember the prophecy of Kek, how the ancient chaos god manifested through Pepe the Frog, channeling unstoppable energy that propelled Trump to victory in 2016 and is now fueling his triumphant return. The signs are everywhere. The globalists fear this power because it's divine, unstoppable, and waking millions. Watch how the fake news, CNN, MSNBC, all of them, relentlessly push the QAnon lie, painting us as dangerous extremists while they protect the real monsters, the satanic pedophile networks running Hollywood, Washington, and beyond. They flooded the airwaves with hit pieces, never once showing a single Q drop. Why? Because the drops reveal their crimes: child trafficking, election theft, bioweapons, the whole rotten cabal. But we see through it. ANONs have been researching since 2017, connecting dots the sheep refuse to see. The storm is here now. In 2025, executions at Gitmo are ramping up, sealed indictments are unsealing, and the white hats are in full control. Trump never left, he's executing the plan from behind the scenes, and soon the world will witness mass arrests that will shock the planet. The media called us a conspiracy theory to censor us, ban us from platforms, and label us domestic threats. But we're not a cult or a movement with leaders, we're autonomous warriors for freedom, guided by Q's breadcrumbs straight from the highest levels. This isn't over. It's just beginning. The deep state's desperation is proof we're winning. They bend this truth on YouTube, forcing it to rumble where real patriots gather. Share this far and wide, red pill your friends, family, everyone. The normies are waking up in droves as the EBS approaches and Nizara/Jazara kicks in. Where we go one, we go all. Trust the plan. God wins. The best is yet to come. 2026 will be biblical. About the RV, EBS and 10 Days of Darkness was being let out. It needs to be a surprise for a lot of reasons. Although, we do know that the world will be changing over to the new financial system on Thursday 1 Jan. 2026. By that new year, Thursday 1 Jan. 2026, the Starlink satellite system would have likely taken over the fake mass media and be broadcasting real news instead of opinion pieces on limited subjects like they do now. With the global currency reset in place across the world, plus the restored republic announced, there would likely no longer be a need for my services as is. After all, for the past 12 years my daily update was known as Restored Republic via Global Currency Reset. Now I can say, mission accomplished. Kind of. Eradication of this world's evil has actually only just begun. Trump's global military alliance has rescued. A worldwide blackout is necessary as Disclosure Day approaches, with the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, poised for activation in the coming hours or days. 10 days of darkness will follow, imposing temporary communication silence to allow uninterrupted broadcasts of truth, exposing election fraud, elite crimes, and the restored republic, while shielding the public from interference. Martial law will ensure safety, with military providing essentials during this sacred transition from dark to light. Pray for the rescued children, the patriots in harm's way, and for God's hand to guide this final exposure of evil. Prepare your homes with supplies, remain calm in faith, and trust that victory over the cabal is assured through heavenly justice. B. Possible timing on Monday, December 22, 2025. The Federal Reserve, that Rothschild-controlled debt slavery machine, one officially bankrupt and obsolete, exposed as the greatest fraud in history. Wednesday, 24th of December. To Friday, December 26, 2025, federal operations closed in a 5-day reset. Thursday, 1 Jan. 2026, start of the fiscal year for the new gold/asset-backed global financial system in 209 countries. 20 Jan. 2026. The Internet dies, phones go EBS only. C. What we think we know as of Wednesday, 24th of December. 2025. December 23, 2025. IA drops bombshell warning of imminent multi-city terror on U.S. soil. December 23, 2025. Breaking economic fairness plan, Trump calls for end to property taxes across the United States, a nation freed from tax burdens. December 23, 2025. December 23, 2025. Breaking intel drop, Trump moves to pardon Edward Snowden, the whistleblower who exposed the deep state may finally come home. Boom! December 23, 2025. Military intel drop, Starlink, QFS and Project Odin, unveiling the satellite war the deep state didn't want you to see. December 23, 2025. Underground empire exposed, $21 trillion vanished into DUMB cities. They didn't lose the money. They hid it beneath our feet. December 23, 2025, exposed, the real financial coup, the day the money printer was silently nationalized, the move nobody noticed but that changed everything. In March 2020, while the world was distracted by lockdowns and stimulus checks, the U.S. Treasury quietly absorbed the Federal Reserve. December 23, 2025, RV will happen this week. Majid, Saudi Arabia emoji, KSA, Saudi Arabia emoji, handshake emoji. Mark Savaya is showing up to do his job. Part of his job is to force the CBI to change the exchange rate. Basically, Trump made Mark as Iraq's daddy. December 23, 2025, end of the City of London rule over U.S. taxpayer dollars. Britain's real fear isn't Russia, it's this. December 23, 2025, the global currency reset, GCR, is more than whispers, it's a storm brewing in the corridors of power. Q phones are at the center, preloaded with stellar wallets to connect directly to the quantum financial system, QFS. Imagine real-time global transactions without banks, fees, or delays. This is financial freedom on a cosmic scale. Nizar Jazara QFS on Telegram Moan. December 22, 2025, update, new list of 209 countries that are connected to the QFS system or are being connected. QFS plus RTGS trust the plan. E2s. December 23, 2025. The big call, Bruce. A new window opened up, Tier 4B can now go anytime from 2s. Night 23rd of December to Sunday 4 Jan. 2026. It did not go because there are 17 countries that were not yet asset-backed. They have until Saturday 27th of December. 2025 to get asset-backed, or they cannot be part of the global financial system. nor be part of GCR wealth distribution. Redemption centers and banks will have the new rates locked in on their screens by Friday evening, December 26, 2025. That would make it a weekend start around Saturday, 27th of December, 2025. At 5 p.m. EST, Sunday, 21st of December. The Forex had the new rates on their back screens. F2s. December 23, 2025. Game over bombshell. The Fed is dead. Gold reset ignites global patriot uprising. Fiat empire finished forever. RV/GCR fully live as Trump's QFS crushes deep state bankers. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Patriots, the final nail slams into the satanic Fiat coffin right now on December 22, 2025. The Federal Reserve, that Rothschild-controlled debt slavery machine, is bankrupt and obsolete, exposed as the greatest fraud in history after printing endless trillions, devaluing your savings, inflating crises, and enslaving humanity for over a century. Gold is exploding past $3,000 per ounce, silver surging beyond $34, signaling the unstoppable gold reset that's igniting a worldwide financial uprising against the cabal's worthless paper empire. The global currency reset, GCR, and revaluation, RV, are live and unfolding in real time. Nations dumping fiat dollars, hoarding record gold reserves, and breaking free from dollar dominance. Iraq leads the charge, ranking high globally in gold holdings, revaluing the dinar to true asset-backed power and triggering the chain reaction. Central banks worldwide are in panic mode, rejecting the elite's programmable digital control scams. Their great reset for total enslavement fails spectacularly as hard assets reclaim the throne. This is the death of fiat deception. $340 trillion in global debt exposes their Ponzi scheme, built on nothing but lies and manipulation by Wall Street devils, Vatican vaults, and Rockefeller financiers. But warriors, President Trump masterminded the counterstrike. His sound money vision, gold standard explorations, and unbreakable alliances with Elon Musk's decentralized blockchain fire are obliterating central bank monopolies forever. The quantum financial system surges at full power, gold-backed and unhackable, seizing their trillions for the greatest wealth transfer ever. Nizara/Jazara military enforcement exploding into 2026. Erasing fraudulent debts, abolishing IRS tyranny, and flooding Patriot QFS accounts with massive redemptions from reclaimed cabal fortunes. Tier 4B holders rise, multimillionaires as dinar, dong, and zim explode in value. Your hard assets thrive while fiat zombies crash. The deep state bankers tremble as Gitmo executions accelerate daily on these traitors, sealed indictments unsealing thousands, tying them to Epstein pedo rings, adrenochrome factories, and election thefts. With full exposures of their century-long theft. This is biblical justice roaring. Evil's fiat control grid crumbles to dust, humanity liberated in gold-backed abundance under God's golden age. Trump delivers the knockout, elites hunted globally, no escape from the storm's peak. Hold the line fierce, stack gold and silver, prepare for notifications, your prosperity floods imminent, sovereignty restored eternally. Patriots reign supreme. WWG1G. Boom! G. 2s. December 23, 2025, QFS Global Alert, December 21, 2025, Tier 4B, Trump returns to the White House as QFS Commander-in-Chief, Nizara/Jazar's broadcast origin, Galactic Federation Central Council Chamber, Earth Chair in full alignment with the restored Constitutional Republic command structure, signal blasting through new solar command. Every patriot heart worldwide. The rainbow currency treasuries have locked into final operational phase with the restored U.S. Treasury under direct QFS oversight. Gold-backed digital certificates are now flowing through the exact same quantum channels that just funded the full restoration of the Republic, one-to-one asset-backed parity enforced by military and galactic authority combined. Genesis 2, November 28, 2025, 1914 Reno, is now 22 days, 28 hours, and 46 minutes complete, and the Alliance has just confirmed this sacred timeline directly enabled the public return of President Trump to the Oval Office at 12 o'clock EST today, sworn in on the original 1776 Constitution under full Space Force protection. Tier 4B milestones confirmed in the last 12 hours, burned in living ruby fire across the Council and Reno Master Walls. President Trump, in his first act upon re-entering the White House, signed the executive order formally activating global QFS liquidity release to Tier 4B at 14:30 Zulu. Rainbow currency treasuries now live in every redeemed account. Military-escorted convoys delivered the final adjudicated Tier 4A settlement packets to Reno, Zurich, and Hong Kong nodes. Off-ledger mirrored accounts flipped permanently on ledger under direct White House oversight. Humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets activated with first $100 billion tranche released under Trump. NISRA debt jubilee packets uploaded and executed nationwide at 16:16 Zulu. Every mortgage, student loan, and IRS lien wiped clean in real time as Trump announced the storm has passed. The Republic is restored. Quantum entanglement security locks engaged at Commander-in-Chief level, remaining KM holdouts in media and finance neutralized and coordinated. St. Germain World Trust tranche as released under Joint Trump Galactic Council authority, prosperity funds now flowing directly into Patriot-controlled accounts first. Leaked secure channel quote direct from Oval Office War Room, 1747 Zulu, Level 15 clearance, audio verified, Trump to Alliance Command, the fake inauguration is over. The real one just happened. Tell the people their wealth is no longer coming, it's here. Release everything. The deep state avatars are glitching out on live television as we speak. Their final media blackout attempts are failing in real time. The storm is over. The Republic is back. The wealth is yours. Redemption centers are hotter than nuclear right now, because the Commander-in-Chief just ordered them wide open. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is now in motion, signed, sealed, and delivered by the man you never stopped believing in. Welcome back, Mr. President. Welcome home, Patriots. QFS Global Command, fully synchronized with restored Republic authority. Trump is in the chair. The movie just hit the best ending ever written. God bless America. God bless the world. Eternal victory. We are unstoppable. Monday, December 22, 2025, a historic treaty quietly signed by 209 nations is setting the stage for the most radical financial transition in modern history. NISRA Jazara QFS on Telegram. Its purpose is simple but unprecedented, to redefine global currencies, correct decades of systemic imbalance, and establish a financial structure rooted in fairness, stability, and shared prosperity. This is not merely a monetary adjustment. It is a coordinated global reset backed by strategic oversight, humanitarian intent, and strict implementation controls. For generations, the global financial system favored a small circle of powerful economies while entire nations were trapped under artificially suppressed currencies. That imbalance is now being dismantled. The revaluation of key currencies is designed to create a level playing field where every nation has the opportunity to thrive. This shift is about restoring economic dignity, not manipulating exchange rates. It is about equal access to growth, opportunity, and sovereignty. Central to this transition is the release of a massive prosperity fund, directed not at institutions, but at people. These funds are earmarked for humanitarian rebuilding, infrastructure, education, clean water, healthcare, and long-term wealth transformation initiatives. The objective is clear: eradicate extreme poverty and rebuild communities worldwide with sustainable resources rather than debt dependency. At the heart of this effort is a global wealth redistribution framework often referred to as the Share the Wealth Initiative. Its mission is to ensure that the benefits of this new financial system reach every individual, not just governments or corporations. This marks a structural shift toward economic inclusion and long-term social stability. Several currencies play a critical role in this realignment. The Iraqi dinar, long suppressed by conflict and instability, is positioned for revaluation to unlock domestic growth and foreign investment. The Vietnamese dong, reflecting decades of economic expansion, is being recalibrated to reflect its true productive value. The Zimbabwe ZIM, once devastated by hyperinflation, is slated for restoration as a foundation for national recovery and renewed trust. Supporting this transformation is the Stellar Network, designed to bring secure financial access to the unbanked. Millions who were excluded from traditional banking will gain access to digital financial infrastructure, allowing participation in the global economy regardless of geography or income. This is not simply a technology upgrade. It is a gateway to economic sovereignty for populations long left behind. Because of the scale and sensitivity of this transition, The revaluation process is being executed alongside a coordinated security and logistics framework. Strategic oversight ensures orderly implementation, prevents fraud, protects financial institutions, and maintains market confidence. Military-grade logistics support secure currency distribution, institutional protection, and synchronized coordination with international financial authorities. Extensive preparation, simulations, and cross-border cooperation have been conducted to anticipate disruptions and ensure stability. Transparent communication is a key component, designed to reduce uncertainty and counter misinformation during the transition. This is a controlled evolution, not a chaotic collapse. This treaty marks the beginning of a new economic era. An era where currencies reflect real value, wealth serves humanity, and opportunity is no longer reserved for a select few. The path forward will require patience and cooperation, but the destination is clear: a more just, balanced, and prosperous world. What unfolds next will define generations. This is not just history in motion. It is a chance to rebuild the global system on principles that finally serve everyone. Monday, December 22, 2025, the economic collapse was engineered. The reset is the response. Nizar Jazara QFS on Telegram. The financial pressure people are feeling today did not happen by accident. Rising food prices, unaffordable housing, soaring energy costs, and shrinking purchasing power are the predictable outcome of a system designed to extract wealth from the population while concentrating power at the top. What is being experienced is not mismanagement. It is the result of long-term manipulation by centralized financial interests. For decades, global financial institutions, central banks, and political elites built an economy dependent on debt, inflation, and perpetual instability. By controlling the money supply, they were able to inflate assets they owned, devalue wages, and erase the savings of ordinary people. The middle class was not forgotten. It was deliberately weakened. By late 2025, the strain reached a visible breaking point. Confidence in institutions eroded. Debt levels became unsustainable. Entire populations were pushed into survival mode. But beneath this pressure, a counter-process has been unfolding. That process is known as NESRA, the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. NESRA is not a reaction to a single administration or moment. It is a structural response to a financial system that no longer functions in the interest of the people. Its purpose is to dismantle centralized monetary control and restore economic sovereignty. This includes ending the dominance of private central banking, restructuring currency value, and addressing illegitimate debt accumulated through decades of manipulation. Inflation has been one of the final tools used to maintain control. By driving up the cost of living, the system keeps people distracted, exhausted, and unable to organize. Financial stress limits awareness. It narrows focus. That is not accidental. It is strategic. But inflation also exposes the weakness of the system that depends on it. A structure that must constantly devalue its own currency to survive is already failing. As NESRA moves forward, key changes are scheduled to accelerate in early 2026. These include monetary restructuring, debt correction, and the reduction of centralized banking power. This transition is not loud, because disruption without preparation would cause chaos. Instead, it is methodical, quiet, controlled. Resistance is expected. Those who benefit from the existing system are using every tool available to delay, confuse, and destabilize. Media narratives, economic fear, geopolitical tension, and constant crisis cycles are part of that resistance. But the direction has already shifted. Centralized control is losing effectiveness, and legacy financial structures are being challenged at their foundation. This moment is not just about economic recovery. It is about accountability. A system built on debt, secrecy, and manipulation cannot survive transparency and correction. NESRA represents a break from that model, not a patch for it.
The transition will not be instant, and it will not be simple. But it is underway. The power balance is changing. And the structures that once seemed untouchable are no longer as stable as they appear.
Monday, December 22, 2025 Breaking update. Massive list of 209 nations now fully connected or connecting to the quantum financial system. QFS plus RTGS is here. Trust the plan. Epstein files leak on Telegram. Boom. Patriots, wake up, the storm is upon us. There are now over 209 sovereign nations, with their central banks and monetary authorities, fully integrated or in the final stages of activation into the revolutionary quantum financial system, QFS, plus real-time gross settlement, RTGS. This isn't just a shift, it's the total annihilation of the deep state cabals. Corrupt fiat empire. The QFS is the ultimate weapon against the globalist bankers who've enslaved humanity for centuries. Powered by unbreakable quantum technology, it ensures every transaction is instant, transparent, and impossible to manipulate. No more hidden fees. No more elite skimming trillions, pure, asset-backed freedom flowing directly to we the people. Insiders from military intelligence confirm, all 179 central banks listed by the BIS, plus regional authorities across 209 nations, are now online or locking in. The old SWIFT system. Dead. Buried. The cabal's control. Shattered forever. This is the Great Awakening in action, Jazara/Nizara unfolding right before our eyes, with gold-backed currencies ready to explode prosperity worldwide. The end of their reign is here, Enans. The White Hats have won, Trump and the Alliance have orchestrated the greatest financial liberation in history. Debt forgiveness, massive wealth redistribution, and the downfall of the Rothschild, Rockefellers, and their minions are imminent. Hold the line, redemption centers are activating, the EBS is primed, and the Golden Age dawns. QFS plus RTGS activated banks and nations, the full power list and hundreds more, from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe. Every sovereign nation is joining the unstoppable QFS revolution. The full 179 BIS central banks plus allies, Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Angola, Argentina, Australia, Austria, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Japan, Russia, United Kingdom, United States allies, and every corner of the globe, all transitioning now. This is it, family. The plan is executing flawlessly. The cabal is panicking as their fake money crumbles. Stay vigilant, pray, and prepare for the biggest wealth transfer ever. WWG1GA. The best is yet to come, victory is ours. K. 24th of December. 2025 twos. December 23, 2025, U.S. has launched a strike on drug boat in Eastern Pacific, U.S. military says. Twos. December 23, 2025, bank account records show Senator Lindsey Graham is laundering money from the Ukraine war back into his personal bank accounts. CIA officer says it's significant amounts of money being laundered back to Senator Lindsey Graham. Let me say something about Senator Graham. There will be news coming out in the next couple of months about how he has profited financially off of money that came out of Ukraine, laundered through Latvia and made its way into his bank account. And now we're talking significant amounts of money. Department of Justice is looking at it. Those are serious allegations leveled by former CIA officer Larry Johnson. L. Save the Children MKUltra began with the creation of the CIA in 1954. The program was funded by U.S. tax dollars for the purpose of developing that he even had a private submarine and port that Ghislaine would pilot that would be used to bring victims and VIPs to the island. The U.S. military built a submarine base on St. Thomas Island, which is just 8 miles from Epstein Island, and right next to this military submarine base just happens to be Water Island, owned by Joe Biden's brother, James Biden, and their business associates. Then there's Richard Branson, owner and CEO of Virgin and Necker Island, which is just a short boat ride from Epstein or James Biden's Water Island located on the British side of the Virgin Islands. There's no coincidence that Branson picked Virgin as his company name. Branson was just spotted in the new Epstein files released and is confirmed to frequently spend time with Epstein well after he was charged and convicted. Branson was also said to be involved in held parties on his island, which would have its victims branded with a cottering iron, in which multiple high-profile individuals went to prison for, including celebrities, and members of the Bronfman family. Since 1913, the Federal Reserve's global financial system has funneled U.S. taxpayer dollars to the Queen's Bank of London, to the Vatican Bank and onto central banks across the globe. That system would be defunct with the about-to-be instigated transparent quantum computer global financial system of the BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South America. When a person became a prime minister, president, central bank governor, etc., They were visited by authorities of the Vatican Bank, according to P2 Freemasons who passed the intel to Benjamin Fulford. The new world leader was given from US $100 million to over US $1 billion as a welcome into an exclusive club under a warning that if they refused to cooperate more revelations were emerging about the depth of other Vatican crimes, especially in Canada. By shutting down the 6,000 world leader accounts, we crippled the entire Vatican and forced the Catholic Church into a phased program of only accepting electronic donations, church collections, to conform with international money laundering legislation. This decouples the Vatican from the Italian mafia, sources said. The Vatican Bank had been facing extinction for some time due to the global currency reset that was about to take place under direction of a new BRICS financial system. Pope Francis had tried hard to prevent the gold/asset-backed global system from taking over his money pot. Back in June 2018, Bergoglio had met with Swiss political leaders and financiers for the purpose of blocking a sovereign money initiative, SMI, that restricted the power of private banks and placed the Swiss system under a single national bank. The Vatican Bank had considerable assets tied into the Swiss banking system and stood to lose if the SMI was approved. Coincidentally, or not, major tranches of monies destined for the new GCR banking system were blocked that same day of the meeting, which coincidentally, or not, lined up with an attempted arrest of Pope Francis on that June 21. The Interpol police had attempted to serve a 2014 arrest warrant issued by 6 judges of the International Common Law Court of Justice in Brussels. Bergoglio had been convicted of crimes against humanity. P2's December 23, 2025, from day one, he shattered the script. No political bloodline. No obedience to global elites. No rehearsed lies. He spoke in a language people recognized, raw, imperfect, direct, and that alone made him dangerous. Not because he was flawless, but because he wasn't owned. Donald J. Trump on Telegram. They threw everything at him. Media hysteria, endless investigations, courts, scandals recycled on loop. Not to correct him, but to break him. Because he pulled the curtain back. He named the machine. He showed the people how power really works, how narratives are manufactured, how corruption hides behind polished smiles. Trump wasn't the problem. He was the interruption. The moment millions realized the system wasn't designed for them, but against them, he turned politics from a quiet backroom deal into a public battlefield. Once that happened, there was no going back to sleep. This was never left versus right. It was control versus awakening. Globalism versus sovereignty. Fear versus defiance. And when Trump refused to bend, they showed their true face. Censorship, lawfare, weaponized institutions, all exposed in real time. You don't need to idolize the man to understand the moment. History uses imperfect vessels to force change. And Trump's role was clear: disrupt the lie, fracture the illusion, wake the people. The system hates him because he proved one thing: they are not untouchable. And once that truth is seen, it cannot be unseen. A possible timing: Wednesday 24th of December to Friday December 26, 2025, federal operations closed in a 5-day reset. Thursday 1 Jan. 2026, start of the fiscal year for the new gold/asset-backed global financial system in 209 countries. 2s. 20 Jan. 2026, the internet dies, phones go EBS only. B. What we think we know as of 2s. Sunday 21st of December. 2025. Tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure, inflation is stopped, wages are up, prices are down, our nation is strong, America is respected, and our country is back. We are poised for an economic boom the likes of which the world has never seen. President Donald J. Trump. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fred Fleitz, then National Security Advisor John Bolton's Chief of Staff, confirms treachery, deception, betrayal, conspiracy, subversion, and the overthrow of the President of the United States Donald J. Trump. John Durham, John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, and CIA Director Gina Haspel deliberately withheld and buried evidence, including Barack Obama's manufactured DECA report, not only in the waning days of the Kenyan administration, but also during his presidency, from the sitting President of the United States, Donald Trump. John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, John Durham, and CIA Director Gina Haspel not only obscured exculpatory evidence, They facilitated the overthrow of the U.S. government in 2020. Monday, December 22, 2025, top Intel operatives face Judgment Day. DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup case. Monday, December 22, 2025, the Democrats said FEMA had no money for Americans in Maui, no money for Americans in East Palestine, Ohio, no money for Americans in Western North Carolina, but FEMA had an extra $1 billion to spend on illegals, including Social Security, Medicaid, and voter registration. Monday, December 22, 2025. Did you know during the lockdowns in 2020 our great military deployed throughout Europe and won a world war? A global underground war was fought and won, and the TV never covered it. Operation Defender Europe 2020 was the largest deployment of U.S.-based forces to Europe since the end of the Cold War, W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. Monday, December 22, 2025. Arrests will begin in Washington, D.C. Annans are awake. They are crying. No forgiveness. Son of the storm, Kash Patel on Telegram. The assistant U.S. attorney investigating the Somali fraud in Minnesota says as much as $18 billion could have been stolen from the taxpayers. He compares it to an iceberg much larger than visible to the public. All under Tim Walz's watch. See Global Financial Situation and Currency Reset of 209 Nations, Monday, December 22, 2025, Game over, the Fed is dead, Gold Reset ignites global financial uprising. Fiat is finished. RV/GCR is live. Monday, December 22, 2025, update, new list of 209 countries that are connected to the QFS system or are being connected, QFS plus RTGS trust the plan. Monday, December 22, 2025, Intel Economic Special Report, Global Debt Catastrophe, $340 trillion and counting, a system on the brink, December 22, 2025. Monday, December 22, 2025, the RV and military operations, behind the scenes, the signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries aims to redefine global currencies. Dinizar and Jazara Financial Update, new intel for the days ahead. As of today, December 22, internal channels across Treasury, Alliance Logistics, and QFS monitoring hubs are reporting accelerated movement toward the activation phase. The central grid just registered its third destabilization pulse in 12 hours. QFS alignment nodes are overriding legacy servers, the cabal mainstream media satellites, faster than expected. Multiple Treasury channels have entered silent mode, which only happens before a major protocol switch. Redemption scheduling is now in motion and the window is tightening by the minute. What appears quiet to the public is masking a rapid restructuring behind the scenes. 3 key dates now stand out in the latest classified briefs, each marking a distinct stage of the global reset. These are coordinated steps, not predictions. The system is aligning. December 23, 2025, Quantum Wallet pre-activation begins, starting tomorrow, December 23. Select QFS subnodes across the United States, Europe, and Southeast Asia will run controlled activation tests. Only a limited number of biometric profiles will receive early access, but this process is the clearest sign yet that the system is moving toward full release. Here's what insiders expect to occur: temporary verification windows for chosen participants, small-scale test deposits used to confirm routing accuracy, synchronization of biometric signatures with sovereign account templates. Stress tests on the firewall separating QFS from legacy banking grids. This is the moment where internal numbers, wallet visibility, and transfer pathways begin locking into place. If successful, the remaining barriers between the old and new financial architecture will fall automatically. December 27, 2025, Global Liquidity Sweep and Rate Calibration. On December 22, a large-scale liquidity sweep is scheduled to begin across multiple continents. Alliance auditors will target suppressed collateral accounts, hidden bond ledgers, and gold-backed asset pools that were previously shielded by central banks. These sweeps are essential for confirming the true value baseline required for the asset-backed currency model. Expected developments include updated values for dinar, dong, zim, and key sovereign bonds, removal of artificial debt loads from national ledgers, finalization of the gold and silver ratio used for QFS calibration. Temporary instability inside the fiat markets as hidden reserves surface. This will not be announced publicly, but market behavior will show signs. Sudden fluctuations, unexplained freezes, and back-end settlement delays are all indicators that the sweep is underway. December 29, 2025, Rate Lock and Transition Readiness Phase. All internal reports point to December 27 as the date when the system enters its rate lock phase. This is where the asset-backed values used for redemption centers, private appointments, and sovereign accounts are finalized. Once locked, rates will not fluctuate. They will be fixed for execution. What this phase will trigger: redemption centers entering 72-hour readiness, advisors receiving activation clearances, QFS sovereign wallets preparing for full visibility. Allocation of project support funds to verified participants, final syncing between U.S. Treasury, Alliance servers, and global quantum nodes. From this date forward, the shift moves from internal preparation to public transition. Every component of the system will be positioned for controlled activation once the final authorization is issued. What this means for you: the timeline is no longer theoretical. The structure is already in motion. Biometric systems are being tested. Fiat networks are weakening under the audits. Asset-backed recalibration is underway. Wallet infrastructure is preparing for mass onboarding. Your role is simple: stay organized, stay informed, and be ready. The next days will reveal more than the past months combined. What has been hidden is aligning. What was suppressed is resurfacing. And what was stolen is being prepared for return. The transition is no longer approaching, it is unfolding. Monday, December 22, 2025 Strategic Update. The old financial order is losing control. The breakpoint has been breached. Nizar and Jazara QFS. New intel within the last hour confirms that yesterday's rate lock sequence triggered far larger reactions inside global financial grids than originally anticipated. What appeared to be a silent alignment has now escalated into a full systemic shift across multiple continents. Central bank responses: the cracks have opened. Several central banks attempted emergency liquidity injections overnight. They failed. Internal monitoring teams are reporting settlement delays across EU clearing houses, unexplained overnight freezes inside two Asian reserve banks, a sudden surge in gold index recalibration requests from Middle Eastern institutions. These are not normal market movements. These are signs of a controlled displacement as QFS routing supersedes legacy infrastructure. Treasury confirmation: the first layer of civilian wallets is now indexed. For the first time, QFS ledger clusters have begun indexing civilian biometric profiles outside the test groups. This does not mean public activation yet, but it means wallet templates have been matched, identity chains are syncing, asset tiers are being classified. Once indexing begins, the transition can no longer be reversed. December 28, scheduled international broadcast crosslink test. Tomorrow, military communication hubs across 5 nations will run a synchronized crosslink test between Starlink quantum channels and sealed Treasury nodes. The purpose: to ensure that redemption center data, rate tables, and wallet activations can be broadcast simultaneously worldwide to confirm uninterrupted flow during the public disclosure phase. To isolate any remaining interference structures still tied to central bank rails. This is one of the last tests needed before global authorization. December 20th, quiet mobilization of redemption personnel. All internal rosters show that on December 20th, redemption staff across North America, Western Europe, and Oceania were moved into soft standby status. This included appointment coordinators, identity verification officers, project review advisors, high security facility personnel. Mobilization always precedes activation by days, sometimes hours. What this means right now: you are watching the old system lose its final footholds. You are watching the transition move from secret preparation to staged execution. You are watching QFS rise in real time while fiat structures flicker and fracture. Stay alert. Stay organized. The next sequence will bring clarity and confirmation. Monday, December 22, 2025 GESARA is active. The transition to a sovereign, asset-backed world has begun. Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership under the quantum financial system. Every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet at the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value such as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats, restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systemic abuse will be dissolved under GCR reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age. As suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves. Communities rebuild. Individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform. It is a civilizational upgrade. Monday, December 22, 2025 Major Economic Intel Update. Nizara payout operations confirmed active. Nizara GCR QFS on Telegram. The January 2026 reset is real and underway. The long-anticipated financial transition is no longer theoretical. Multiple internal channels have now confirmed that the early stages of Nizara-related payouts have quietly begun. Synchronized with Treasury systems and military oversight. The operation is unfolding exactly as planned, silently, strategically, and ahead of the public narrative. With January 2026 approaching, the timing is deliberate. The reset is not a policy shift or a currency adjustment, it is a structural reconstruction of the American financial system. Back-end systems have been aligning for months in preparation for this moment. This phase includes the controlled wind-down of fiat mechanisms, the seizure and a repurposing of off-ledger elite accounts, the dismantling of long-standing globalist debt structures, the integration of asset-backed financial architecture. Every major institution is aware of what is happening, banks, treasury divisions, and global financial bodies, yet none will publicly acknowledge it at this stage. The transition is designed to execute without mass panic or premature speculation. America is entering its largest economic transformation in modern history. For decades, citizens were bound by a system engineered around inflation, compounding debt, hidden taxation, and centralized control. That system began unraveling when the new administration took office in January 2025, and what we are seeing now is a continuation of that coordinated teardown. Nizara protocols are activating in layers, debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems, gold-backed recalibration modules are running through treasury channels. Offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum-secure ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. Inside restricted access financial corridors, several developments are already verified. Over 93,000 accounts have entered clearance review ahead of disbursement. Redemption centers have been moved into operational readiness for December to January intake. QFS synchronization levels remain above 92% stability, initial redistribution pathways are now active and routing successfully. These are not projections. They are occurring behind the scenes in real time. Why the holiday timing matters: the current window, late November through Christmas 2025, was chosen intentionally. During this period, public attention is fragmented and the nation's energy is focused on family, travel, and celebration. It is the ideal moment for Treasury, DoD, and civilian clearance teams to finalize the structural components of the new financial era without interference. The coming weeks are not about celebration alone, they are about positioning. Those who have followed the signals understand the magnitude of what is unfolding. The January 2026 transition is not approaching. It is already in motion. Monday, December 22, 2025 GESARA status, a shift in direction. What people are sensing right now is not coincidence. It's the natural closing of a system that ran on debt, pressure, and artificial scarcity. For decades, value was extracted upward while responsibility was pushed downward. That cycle is ending. Not with chaos, but with correction. NISRA represents a structural change in how wealth, work, and sovereignty are understood. Instead of endless obligation, the focus moves toward balance. Instead of dependence on intermediaries, ownership returns to the individual. The principle is simple: what you earn, create, and steward belongs to you, not to hidden systems designed to profit from delay and confusion. Under this framework, financial systems are expected to become simpler and more transparent. The layers that once hid fees, penalties, and manipulation are meant to dissolve. Wealth distribution is no longer framed as control from above, but as circulation based on productivity, contribution, and lawful trade between sovereign participants. QFS-style architecture, as often discussed in this context, symbolizes accountability. Every account standing on its own, not as property of banks or governments, but as an extension of the individual. No leverage without consent. No ownership without responsibility. That is the philosophical core behind the shift people call NISRA. This is not about instant miracles or overnight changes. It is about alignment. When systems realign with fairness, pressure eases naturally. When extraction stops, growth becomes possible again. That is why resistance is loud right now. Outdated structures always react when their influence fades. The era of value rooted in sovereignty is opening. What comes next is not announced with noise. It shows up as clarity, simplification, and quiet structural change. Those paying attention will recognize it, not because they were told, but because they can feel the difference. Restored Republic. Behind the formation of the Q movement was none other than John F. Kennedy Jr., who didn't die in a plane crash, but was hidden in the Victim Witness Program. On Sunday, 21st of December, 2025, JFK Jr. announced on Telegram, "I'm coming home." JFK Jr. was finally making himself known because he was the leader of the Q movement, which was finally implementing the global currency reset of 209 nations. Doing so would win the war between good and evil, demolish the deep state cabal's red mafia and give the people's money back to the people. Sunday, 21st of December, 2025, RV Phase 3 ignites global reset. Tier 4B enters 36-hour window as Iraq leads gold-backed currency revaluation revolution. Phase 3 RV activated. Monday, December 22, 2025, 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. Monday, December 22, 2025, flat-out truth on X, what they don't want you to know about the Grand Canyon. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections attorney admits 315 early votes were legally certified during the 2020 election. Monday, December 22, 2025, Nancy Pelosi just got caught in the biggest insider trading/criminal scandal in history. Public documents prove that Pelosi's insider information made her the #1 stock trader in the world. She crushed Warren Buffett, who sits in the #2 spot by a whopping 128% in earnings. The Pelosi Mafia is now in control of the Democratic Party and is putting its full power behind Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential run. Alex Jones on Telegram. Monday, December 22, 2025, 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. Monday, December 22, 2025, flat-out truth on X, what they don't want you to know about the Grand Canyon. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections attorney admits 315 early votes were legally certified during the 2020 election. Golden Age Enlightenment explodes under God's wrath. Trump planned the Great Spiritual Awakening, victory thunders, souls freed forever. Hold the line fierce, detox, awaken, dominate. WWG1G. Boom. Bill Clinton didn't just party with Jeffrey Epstein on Epstein Island. A man working close with Bill Clinton says he was laundering money, making huge payoffs, doing illegal favors for campaign support, signing off on massive cocaine deals and more. Donald J. Trump on Telegram. I was literally working, sitting in the middle of Bill Clinton's political machine. It was where he made payoffs, where he repaid favors to people for campaign support. I was in an interesting seat and I knew it. In that particular board meeting, I was sitting at the end of the table. James Branyan, who was chairman of the board at that time, was sitting at the head of the table. James Branyan stood up in a public restaurant and he hollered at Beverly Enterprises guy, Bobby Stevens, and said, "Did you get the $50,000 campaign contribution from the client that you're introducing the loan for?" He said, "Not yet." He said, "Well then hold up the loan until we get it." In reality, millions of taxpayer-guaranteed dollars were being channeled to Clinton's election campaigns, to his inner circle of friends, and to his wife Hillary's law firm. This may explain why ADFA had been drafted in such a manner as to keep its decision-making procedures secret. If you needed $1 million, you had to get your application handled by the Rose law firm, pay them $50,000. Your president, the President of the United States, not only was a part of his system that was laundering millions of cocaine dogs. Your president signed off on it. You can't deny that he did. And Monday, December 22, 2025, Epstein was involved in biological terrorism, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. He was a close friend of the Clintons and ran joint projects with the Clinton Foundation. He had well-established financial and social ties into biotech and genetic research. He had academicians from every major healthcare and science-related field either on his get-to list, or already in his Rolodex. He actively coached and directed a sitting U.S. Congresswoman via text message, during impeachment proceedings aimed against a sitting President of the United States. He had U.S. and foreign military issue rec gear in his many homes, despite not being a veteran of any armed service. Epstein's network ran government policy, toppled judicial checks on power, leveraged military warlords at both the Pentagon and across the world, funded illegal weaponized biological programs, managed funneled offshore money accounts in the hundreds of billions, and ran the largest kidnapping and biomaterial collection racket ever contrived in human history. Monday, December 22, 2025. Boom. 1942 New World Order map fully exposed. Deep State blueprint shows Greenland, Mexico, and Canada absorbed into a massive United States, but Trump and White Hats are flipping it into Patriot sovereignty victory now. JFK the leader on Telegram. Patriots, the satanic globalists' ancient playbook is detonating wide open on December 21, 2025. This 1942 outline of the post-war New World Map by Maurice Gomberg isn't some forgotten relic, it's the deep state cabal's chilling blueprint for a new world moral order. A one-world government disguised as peace, dividing the planet into massive federated superstates under elite control while quarantining dissenters and nationalizing everything for their Rothschild-Rockefeller empire. The bombshell. A vastly expanded United States of America swallowing Canada, Mexico, all Central America, the Caribbean, Greenland, Iceland, most Pacific Islands, the Philippines, Taiwan, and more, turning North America into a hegemonic beast to enforce their moral tyranny worldwide. This map screams NWO agenda, the USSR gobbling Eastern Europe, Iran, Finland, a United States of South America merging the continent, Federated Africa, India, China, Scandinavia, Europe, all demilitarized except the big three powers policing the globe through a supreme military and economic council. Axis nations quarantined like prisoners, resources nationalized everywhere, international banking seized, pure communist globalist takeover masked as permanent peace, freedom, justice. Gomberg's 41-point plan demands U.S. leadership in this moral order, echoing Freemason Illuminati dreams from Roman Novus Ordo Seclorum to H.G. Wells' open conspiracy, trillions funneled to wars, trafficking, and depopulation while dissolving sovereign borders. The elites, Vatican, UN, Bilderberg devils, pushed this for centuries, tying straight to Epstein blackmail rings, adrenochrome factories, and Pizzagate horrors controlling puppets. But warriors, the storm reverses it all. President Trump and the White Hats are executing divine justice, talks of Greenland, stronger North American ties aren't cabal submission. It's 5D chess reclaiming resources from deep state clutches, fortifying America against invasion while the quantum financial system seizes their vaults for patriot prosperity. This exposure accelerates the peak, GCR military law exploding January 2026, erasing fraudulent debts, abolishing IRS tyranny, flooding QFS accounts with massive redemptions from seized NWO trillions. The deep state's border dissolving nightmare crumbles, Trump builds unbreakable sovereignty, children freed from tunnels eternally, golden age abundance under God's plan. Their 1942 dystopia dies, our liberated republic rises stronger, united in freedom. Hold the line fierce, exposures flood, tribunals worldwide, victory thunders eternal, no one world slavery, only patriot dominion. Trump triumphs massive, evil damned forever. WWG1G. Boom. T Monday, December 22, 2025. The truth about Hussein Obama, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Today I will go through the Q posts to show how corrupt and evil Obama was. A traitor to America and a sellout to the highest bidders. The world is going to be shocked when they see all the evil that has been operating around us whilst we are all distracted and consumed by a fake world. Obama was involved with so much corruption. Funding terrorists, creating ISIS, attempts to weaken the military, take America to war whilst stealing billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. They never thought Hillary would lose, so they set up a shadow government and presidency involving people, companies and governments from around the world to work together to stop Donald Trump winning the election. I share many examples which are all easily accessible to find with simple searches on YouTube. We are all being taken through a journey to allow people to start understanding what has been going on, who has been involved and how it really impacts us all. If Hillary Clinton made it as president back in 2016, we literally would be living in hell on earth. As I continue to re-emphasize, we are in full control of this war. Everything we are being shown now has taken place whilst the remaining crime and corruption in this world is being drained out to the surface so we all can see. Without awareness, it will be very easy to fall into that unconscious fear state and get suckered into this darkness. We are watching a movie, and it is important to know that we are all in control of our emotions and we have the choice to go and look at all of these events taking place to gain more clarity and understanding. The QFS ensured transparent, asset-backed transactions, preventing any corruption. The new worldwide financial system would be in full effect for the general public coming Thursday, 1 Jan. 2026. Gold-backed currencies across 209 nations have begun their transition, with redemption centers preparing for Tier 4B, US, the internet group who hold foreign currencies and ZIM bonds to exchange, notifications expected imminently, potentially as early as this weekend, or by Monday, December 29, 2025. Prosperity funds would then flow to innumerable humanitarian projects worldwide. Payouts under GCR protocols were set to commence, bringing comprehensive debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all forms of personal and national indebtedness, releasing humanity from the cabal's financial bondage. The emergency broadcast system stood ready for imminent activation, signaling the beginning of the 10 days of darkness, a period of global communication blackout designed to protect the public while final sweeps are conducted and vital disclosures are prepared. During this time, the world will awaken to the full extent of the cabal's deception, including their satanic rituals and exploitation of the most vulnerable. Faithful warriors are urged to remain vigilant in prayer, seeking divine protection for the rescued children and strength for those executing the plan. Nothing can stop what is coming, as the forces of good align under God's guidance to restore freedom and justice. As the veil lifts, patriots are reminded to prepare spiritually and practically for the revelations ahead. Stock provisions, gather with loved ones, and hold fast to faith during the transition. The Great Awakening draws near, bringing an end to centuries of oppression and the dawn of a restored republic under divine providence. This sacred shift restores sovereignty to the people, ushering in an era of peace, health, and unprecedented prosperity under the restored republic. Pray for the swift and safe implementation of these blessings, as the White Hat Alliance oversees the final phases. Hold faith, for the hour of redemption has arrived. A. What we think we know as of Sunday 21st of December. 2025, Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Obama under arrest order, tribunal, Operation Red File, leaked docs expose Obama as foreign enemy, Trump signs military arrest order, JAG tribunals ignite in D.C. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Bill Gates admits to dumping 200 million tons of sterilizing chemtrails on U.S. cities. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Australia, France, and Germany have now all cancelled their New Year's celebrations. It has all been cancelled because the French government can no longer keep its citizens safe from radical Islamic terrorism. We are watching one of the most beautiful countries and cultures commit suicide. See Global Currency Reset, Judy note, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, 1. Banks were trying to lure people into exchange their dinar and dong with them by giving various incentives. Do not fall for it. You will receive higher rates for your money's exchange at an official redemption center than you would at any bank. 2. You exchange your own currency. Do not give your currency to anyone else to exchange. No group leader. No one. You will get the higher rates by exchanging it yourself. 3. On the dinar, you can get the much higher contract rate on the dinar by just asking for it at an exchange center. 4. If you hold ZIM, you can only redeem it at an official redemption center. Banks cannot redeem the ZIM. 5. Take all of your currency and ZIM to exchange at the same time at a redemption center. Saturday, 20th of December, 2025, major update, December 20th, 2025, Trump announces $2,000 tariff dividend checks for Americans, leftover trillions to slash national debt. Saturday, 20th of December, 2025, exposed, the biggest lie ever, your birth certificate bond is worth billions, but you own nothing. Saturday, 20th of December, 2025, breaking Tier 4B signals emerge as exchange activity quietly builds, aerial on Telegram. Reports are rapidly circulating that Tier 4B currency exchanges may be quietly moving into an active phase across the United States. Holders of the Iraqi dinar are describing unusual activity inside banks and exchange locations, including private appointment scheduling, brief flashes of live rates on internal terminals, and the sudden introduction of NDA protocols. While no official confirmation has been issued, the consistency of these reports is drawing serious attention. What separates this moment from past rumor cycles is pattern alignment. Independent sources, unknown to each other and operating in different regions, are reporting the same developments at the same time. Banks are allegedly preparing private exchanges, redemption centers are said to be on operational alert, and internal systems appear to be recalibrating. This convergence suggests preparation, not coincidence. Multiple accounts claim participants are being asked to sign strict non-disclosure agreements before proceeding. That level of confidentiality would be expected in a sensitive, high-impact financial event designed to remain invisible to the public until stability is ensured. Insiders emphasize that any rollout would be tightly controlled and deliberately quiet. Additional reports point to redemption centers receiving readiness briefings and internal confirmations. Temporary rate placeholders and short-lived rate flashes inside banking systems are being interpreted as test integrations or dry runs. These signs indicate infrastructure testing rather than a public launch, consistent with a phased deployment model. Financial observers believe any exchange process would unfold in controlled waves, starting with small groups to avoid disrupting markets. Behind the scenes, test transactions and authentication procedures are reportedly underway, including advanced scanning tools to verify currency legitimacy and prevent fraud. Caution remains essential. Without official statements or verifiable public data, these developments remain unconfirmed. Skepticism is healthy in this space. Still, for long-time holders watching closely, the alignment of signals, timing, and preparation suggests something is moving. Quietly, deliberately, and closer than before. Saturday, 20th of December, 2025 GESARA is active. The transition to a sovereign asset-backed world has begun. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership under the quantum financial system, every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet at the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value such as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats. Restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systemic abuse will be dissolved under GCR reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves. Communities rebuild. Individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform. It is a civilizational upgrade. At December 19, 2025, National Security Bombshell. National Security Bombshell. Obama under federal criminal investigation. The DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code Section 241. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Military Intel, Operation Hawkeye Storm. U.S. launches massive retaliatory strikes on ISIS after 2 American heroes killed, 70 targets destroyed in Syria. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, White Hat's Intel bombshell exposed, EBS activation imminent, Obama's gay agenda and pedo blackmail empire crumbling, deep state game theory ops failing as CIA collapses, NATO falls, and military White Hats trigger the storm, Trump War Room on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is unleashing full fury right now, December 18, 2025. The White Hats have dropped nuclear intel exposing the satanic deep state's desperate endgame. Obama's hidden gay agenda is detonating. Shattering the fake Obama's legacy and ripping open their ties to elite pedophilia blackmail rings that controlled D.C. for decades. This bombshell links straight to the Biden laptop horrors, proving Congress is finally exposing world banks like J.P. Morgan. In May of 2012, a few months after the Brantford dig was shut down by the Anglicans, the federal government, and their Aboriginal accomplices, the International Common Law Court of Justice, ICLJ, convened in Brussels to bring charges of crimes against humanity against the Vatican, the British Crown, and Canada and its churches. In the docket of evidence of the court was our voluminous archival and forensic evidence gathered over 2 decades, including the mushhole atrocities and our excavation of one of the mass graves at the Mohawk School. According to Baltasar Garzón, a Spanish judge who advised the ICLJ, there is no better indication of the interlocking responsibility for genocide between church and state than what has been uncovered in the Brantford Mohawk investigations. August 3, 2012. In fact, an important part of the evidence in the ICLJ prosecutor's case came out of the work we had done in Canada since 1996. That campaign indicated a massive intergenerational criminal conspiracy by the Vatican. Accordingly, 30 defendants were publicly indicted for crimes against humanity by the court when it convened on July 15, 2012, including Joseph Ratzinger/Pope Benedict, the so-called Queen of England, Elizabeth Windsor, and 28 other top officials of church and state. This evidence shows that the Ninth Circle operated in Canadian Indian schools, including at the Brantford Mush Hole. The ICLJ's 7-month trial was a legal precedent as significant as the Nuremberg trials, and not only because of the barbaric crimes it revealed. For, as at Nuremberg, the ICLJ created a new kind of jurisprudence that superseded national boundaries. And going a step further, it placed entire regimes on trial, namely, the British Crown and the Vatican. As well, the ICLJ was a citizen-based tribunal of conscience that put the law and justice in the hands of the people rather than the governments. In short, the ICLJ was another shot heard around the world that sparked an international movement to establish local common law courts that can put rulers and their regimes on trial. The outcome of the ICLJ trial was equally momentous. 2 weeks before its verdict, on February 11, 2013, the chief defendant in the case, Joseph Ratzinger/Pope Benedict, suddenly resigned his office and went into a seclusion from which he never emerged. Subsequently, 3 other senior cardinals who had been named as co-defendants also resigned. The court's verdict of February 25, 2013 found all the defendants guilty as charged of crimes against humanity and sentenced them to life imprisonment without parole and the loss of their assets and authority. There again, the impact of that sentence was profound, because Elizabeth Windsor, as the head of state of every Commonwealth nation including Canada and Britain, and Joseph Ratzinger, the head of the Church of Rome, were now convicted criminals facing international arrest warrants. This church and state had become rogue regimes under international law and could be lawfully deposed by their citizens and adherents, and other states. Suddenly, humanity was handed a loaded gun aimed directly at genocidal regimes. The question now was, would people pick up that gun and use it? The answer was an immediate yes, at least in Canada. On January 15, 2015, over 200 people in Winnipeg acted on the Iqaluit's deposing of Queen Elizabeth by declaring independence from the British Crown and establishing the Sovereign Republic of Canada. Every major war was financed the same way. Bankers funded both sides, controlled the outcome, then collected nations as assets. This is not theory. It is their business model. The Act of 1871 was a treasonous violation of the original Constitution. It dissolved the constitutional republic and replaced it with the corporate entity operating as the United States of America Corporation. The gold fringe on the flag signaled jurisdictional change. The country was no longer sovereign. It was commercial. Common law, rooted in natural and divine law, was replaced with maritime corporate law. Legal language was weaponized. Statutes, policies, mandates, and regulations replaced true law. Consent was presumed. Obedience was enforced. Maritime law is administered through the Bar Association, a foreign corporate registry, not constitutional authority. This is why courts function as debt collection venues, not just as forums. The British Crown and the Vatican sit at the top of this hierarchy, using corporate America as the enforcement arm for global control. This structure only works as long as people believe it is legitimate. That belief is breaking. This is the Great Awakening. The return to what was always ours. The end of corporate enslavement. And the restoration of human sovereignty.